stand for peace, why? Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your child? Will you stand like the wood? Stand for peace, child. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. Yeah. I don't mean mean kill, I mean just stand. Hey, what you gonna do when I come for your brother? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his brother. Hey, what you gonna do when I come for your best friend? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his best friend. I don't mean kill, I mean just stand. 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 Hey, what you gonna do when I come for your wife? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his wife. Hey, what you gonna do when I come for your child? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his child. Hey, what you gonna do when I come for your brother? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his brother. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your best friend? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his best friend. I don't mean kill, I mean just stand. I don't mean kill, I mean just stand. I don't mean kill, I mean just stand. I don't mean kill, I mean just
DPA Open Mic. We are live. Join the debate, join the discussion. Share your voice, share your opinion. Swallow your ego, expand your mind. DPA Open Mic, free speech zone. DPA Open Mic. We are live. DPA Open Mic. We are live. Don't hold back, 'cause here we go. Let's go. Let's go. We are live. 47 space. Let's go. We are live. DPA Open Mic. DPA. We are live. We are live. We are live.
We are live. Welcome to DPA Open Mic episode 142. Nothing ever happens. Yeah, nothing happens over the past week. No, other than the NATO meeting. Yeah, nothing happened. Everything that happens is mostly in United States. The rest of the world is, yeah, nothing really much. So, yeah, okay. Thank you for watching. That's it. See you guys in the next. No, just joking. So anyway, I'm gonna drop the link for you guys to join. Yeah, and I look like I need to sleep because I took a nap just now, but I'm still very sleepy. So anyway, I'm gonna drop the link to join. Give me a second. I'm gonna do the copy and paste thingy. I'm actually quite tired right now. Let's see how long I can sustain this. So So the link to join is now dropped in the live chats in Rumble and on YouTube, and I have pinned it, as well as over in Twitch. I have pinned it as well. And anyone watching on Twitter or X, come over on YouTube, and gonna drop into the DPA the DPA Open Mic speaker lounges, and yeah, here we go. So yeah, so whoa, yeah, whoops, yeah, my bad. I got exposed. Yeah. Luckily, I wear pants. Not pants. At least I wear something below. Yeah. Okay. Give me a second. Let me check. Yeah. So yeah. So yeah. Just now I did DPA Open Mic no, DPA Discord Open Mic. So I just now already did like a 2.5 hours session. With just a few people I've recorded. I'll upload that in a few days time. Yep. And no, not another PJ wearing person. No, I didn't wear PJs. I haven't wore PJ for a long time. Why he shaves his legs? Nah, I'm just Chinese. I don't have that much hair. So, yeah, yeah. So not the past week has been quite a mess. I also didn't know what the hell happened. Like there was a big hoo-ha about Zelenskyy, visiting Washington. All the European leaders were there. Then suddenly, like the news cycle just died. There's of course, the United States have a lot of things. The Trump sending military, into the DC, have been very successful. Law and order has been achieved. The people are most people, normal people, are all very happy with the peace. A lot of people finally is able to go and eat without worrying about their security, and also there's also the today there's some news or some rumors, or on Twitter, talking about John Bolton getting investigated, and there's also, of course, also Trump has sent the Navy down to Venezuela. Allegedly destroyers was deployed. Yeah, so no, it's mostly very US centric news. And from my understanding, there wouldn't be a meeting between Russia and Ukraine. Putin is not going to meet Zelensky. The latest information that seems to be out there is that Lavrov has said that no meeting has been planned between the two sides. So that's all. No one wants to come on to talk. If this goes on for another 15 minutes, then I'll go and sleep. Yay. So for those that never come on, no, just come on. This is just a public platform. Anyone can come on and chit chat. Just chit chat. Not only that you have to show your face, because this is live and it's YouTube, and so yeah, I need to ensure that it's secure. So yeah, Coping is in the chat. Yeah, he's talking about, I forgot to paste link to Patreon, Coffee and Locals, and boosting the bio. Probably yes. Yeah. So yeah, that's it. I don't have much things to say. Ukraine war is the on the Ukraine war side, it looks like the breakout zone is still a gray zone. The last time I reported on it, it's still a gray zone. No one know what the hell is happening. The it seems like the Ukrainian claims that they have stopped the attack is probably half true, not fully true. Then yeah, and the rest of the front line seems to be getting very weak. The Russian troops suddenly appear in the middle of Kupiansk on the eastern shore, eastern half of it. That's a bit weird. The Russians seems to be also flirting around in other front lines, like in the Sumy, the open grounds. Yeah, a lot of weird stuff. So not sure. So coping is eating. Yeah, Mr. Eric say heavy fog of war. So yeah, maybe Saturday people get surprised. No, yeah, why you suddenly do Saturday? Yeah, because of the schedules for tomorrow and the day after. I think today is the best time for me. Yeah, that's the main reason. That is on Saturday. I worry that I may not be able to do tomorrow. Yeah, so despite I'm a bit tired, and no, I'm still doing it. So, hi Supra. Y- so see no reason to change my standing prediction. 60% chance of nothing. US, UK, usually says 2035. Hi. So I need. So we have someone in the background, but I need to do verification. So Nazari is in the backstage, but I needed some verification first before I can put him on. Nazari, do check your private chat. Oh, he's driving. Oh God. Okay. Yep. So yeah, Nazari, do check the private chat. Need some information before I can put you on. So what? So yeah, high vibe live stuff. The in the okay. Okay, Nazari, wave. Wave. Hi Nazari.
Hi, can you hear me?
Good, I can hear you. You can hear me? Can you introduce yourself?
Yes. Long time listener, first time caller. I've been a big fan of yours for a while. One of my friends actually turned me onto your channel. He was a fighter in Syria and in Ukraine.
Huh. Syria and Ukraine. Oh, so he's fighting on the Ukrainian side?
How is my audio? I seem like I'm delayed.
You're good. Maybe it's delayed. I'm not sure. But so your friend fought for the Ukrainian side?
Yes, he fought for the Ukrainian side as a volunteer. And he did 3 tours over there like that. Recently, he's been doing just training, basically first aid training. Also, I will say that I am of Ukrainian descent. I'm Ukrainian American. Moved here when I was young and went to school here and grew up here. And besides that, my military experience is that I served in the U.S. Navy as a corpsman for 4 years, and I deployed to Afghanistan twice with the Marine.
Oh, cool. Very cool. So I think the delay might be because of the resolution. Maybe the resolution of your camera is super high, which is unusual for most people. But it's great to have a veteran. I'm quite sure a lot of the guys would love to talk to you. So your friend is still is only there for training purposes, or is he deployed like a soldier?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
So your friend is deployed as a soldier, or he's a trainer?
He's now there. Now he's there just for training. The last time he was there for 6 months, I think he was only doing training. But before that, he was running actual missions.
So glad that he's alive. Hopefully he's well, because things is getting quite bad right now. So from my sources on the ground, is also like they are not. My source is not even deployed, and because they're not sure how to deploy, the things is not looking very good. And a lot of bad news on the Ukrainian side. Drive safely though.
Okay, I'm gonna change my camera resolution and try to come back.
Okay, you drive safely. Be careful. Yeah, just be careful. Yeah. Is it me or why the volume is low? Oh my god, it's always like this. Give me a second. Must be me. I'm low. Sound. Yeah, is it better now? I think my audio is now better. Yeah.
Yes, it's a little better now.
Yeah, I'm not sure why my computer always like secretly turn my mic volume lower. Mr. Ted. Hi, Ted.
Hello, gentlemen. Quiet.
Yeah, today will be a very American-centric episode.
Hoorah! America!
So, what do you think? The latest things happening in the United States. A lot of things happening in the United States.
Well, like you said earlier, the news cycle is oddly, eerily quiet. It's like someone has decided and put out the memo, and everyone has received and acknowledged it, that we're going to suppress whatever's going on and not talk about anything relevant, because it's just quiet, and everything going on is just made up drama off the internet. I mean, I got people asking my kids about all kinds of dumb stuff that's going around on TikTok and Instagram and Reddit, and none of it has to do with any current state of affairs about anything. I've had a couple of guys at work talk about the nothing burger of Trump and Putin meeting in Alaska, and how there's been no traction about anything going on with that and the short bus that showed up in Washington, D.C. afterwards, which that should be everything people are talking about. Nobody's talking about it.
Yeah.
And it surprises me, because if the news cycle is quiet, I get really nervous, because that means something major is going on in the background, at least in my mind. So I wonder, if we're not talking about it, what is going on?
Yeah. It was really weird, because when I was like, every week I need to do the thumbnail, so I was like thinking, what is the big news, and I have to think who to put on the cover. Like, I suddenly realized there's nothing happened. It's like, the only thing that I can put on is Zelenskyy and Trump.
No, you should have put the thumbnail of the angry woman in comfortable shoes in the Oval Office, where she's sitting there with her arms folded. that seemed to be a kind of a current controversial thing for about half a day.
Really?
And it's like, well, sure.
I have no idea.
Yeah.
I have no idea. Sir.
Oh, we talked about that for 2 days in the Telegram. The woman in comfortable shoes. She's what, the prime minister of Belgium or Italy or one of those other insignificant countries in Europe. I forget who Bridget told me she was. Yep.
Yeah. Then I think the other only more significant thing was Israel started some kind of operation again.
But once again, no one's talking about it. Once again, no one's talking about that the bulldozers are in Gaza, that they're sending all these refugees over to Egypt. No one's talking about it.
I only saw one rumor was that they're offering the Islamic Jihad leadership Egyptian permanent residency. That's the only thing I saw.
Sure, but no one's talking about it. Nobody. And more importantly, no one's talking about the strategic hits of all these motorcycle riding terrorists in Syria, Lebanon, and in the territories of Gaza. So, yeah, one's just
Nobel Peace Prize coming. Nothing's happening. The world is at peace.
Maybe. I mean, some of the guys at work were talking about how the Haifa refinery there in Israel is back band-aided together. So, but once again, it's not in the news cycle at all. So I don't know if no one wants to talk about it because they're afraid it'll get some rockets sent in or what. I mean, I don't know. So for my news cycle, I've been looking at, what's been happening with oil and natural gas running around the country and the world. And there was that little hit of 5 or 6 oil tanks there on the border between Bulgaria and the Ukraine. But I looked at it, and all I could find on Google Maps was a bunch of waste oil tanks, and they weren't significant sized at all. So I don't see how they're moving 20,000 tons of diesel a month through that place. But then again,
that's the other news, right?
Yeah, that's the other news. But we talked about that on the Telegram, where I got on Google Maps and geolocated the original site and the new site, and cross-referenced it with all the photographs of the burning rubble. But once again, 20,000 tons of diesel a month is not significant. I mean, in the grand scheme of things, that's not significant at all. 20,000 tons, that's just a couple of barges. So how are they moving?
Super chat.
Go ahead.
So super chat, Mr. Eric say, let's talk blue versus green Ukraine division.
I sent that before I got on.
Oh yeah, okay. I got confused because one is Ted, one is Eric. But I don't know what is this about though.
Archimedes and Vaughn and I were the three of us were talking about how we're going to divide up the territory of the Ukraine. And Archimedes has this theory that in order to make it insignificant enough that it never becomes a NATO EU threat to Russia, that you divide the territory up and you give territorial concessions to the... Now, my theory is you give territorial concessions to the countries around there. No, not countries that are making territorial claims, but rather give the territory away to the surrounding countries in an effort to make them smaller so that the piece that's left is landlocked and economically insignificant enough not to be a significant trading partner with Europe or the EU or NATO.
So who is going to do this? Like, who is initiating this? Based on your theory.
Based on my theory, I think that it'll be the United States / Russia. Remember, it's in the United States and Russia's best interests to be aligned in the ending solution to the conflict. Because my theory is that the territorial claims of Russia, the United States doesn't care one way or the other, right? The United States doesn't care one way or the other. They want a cessation to the conflict. And the faster that happens, the faster the United States and Russia can normalize their relations, right? We can't normalize our relations until then, because it will appear as if we give our blessing to the whole conflict, which the previous administration did. You know, they basically said, yeah, we wouldn't care if they rolled in there.
Just to read the other super chat, are we invading Venezuela to get their oil by Tech
No, we're already getting their oil, Bridget. Yeah, so that's a misnomer. Venezuelan oil already comes into the United States every day.
So so United States is funding Maduro, essentially.
Sure, not essentially. And the United States is the largest buying partner of oil out of Venezuela. But what most people don't realize is that there are refineries owned in the United States that are operated on almost all. I mean, the majority share of the oil in some of those refineries comes directly from Venezuela. So yeah, I mean that's been the case forever. Even when they were embargoed, there were exemptions to the embargo. The exemptions to the embargo was getting oil out of there and sending it to the Gulf. You know, all the Gulf refineries can handle that heavy crude, and it's heavy, nasty crude. But once again, why would people want heavy, nasty crude? Well, it's because it's cheap, and it's not that much harder to deal with, right? It's heavy, nasty, sour crude, but it's sold at a huge discount, and no one else wants to play with it. Because who's the other buyer in the area? Pemex out of Mexico. Well, Pemex already has plenty of Mexican-produced oil to deal with. So why would they buy Venezuelan crude to run in their own refineries? Once again, they're just like the United States. The reason they would run heavy Venezuelan crude in their refineries is because it's cheap, right? It's cheap. You don't lose that much more. Yes, there's a little more processing cost, and yes, it has a high sulfur content that has to be dealt with, but the long and short of it is nobody cares because it's cheap. It's cheap enough that the return on investment for buying that cheaper crude makes it worth it. You've got exemptions so you can bring that crude into the United States. So they'll keep doing it. And that's one of the reasons why with all the other sanctions that were in place, it didn't matter, because most of the money comes in from the oil. And if most of your money comes in from the oil and it's exempt, then what's the damn point? There isn't one. So it's always been a laughable point with people who know, because the money's coming in from oil. I mean, it's just like Russian oil going over to China and India, right? I mean, Russia's selling all the oil they're producing. They haven't slowed up their production of oil. Well, if they haven't slowed up their production of oil, why has there been a decrease in revenue for Russia? Well, it's because they've had to sell it at a cheaper cost than they used to, because they have to discount it so people will be willing to take it. But people keep taking it. I mean, you know, oil's not like diamonds, and people will buy blood diamonds. You know?
I got a question. So I actually got two. So any other country can process Venezuelan oil today?
Well, they can. It's just because it's heavy, viscous, sour crude. It creates more of a byproduct stream that has to be processed to clean it up. So if it has if oil has a high sulfur content, you've got to do a lot of processing in the units that remove the sulfur, right? They have entire units. That's all they do is remove sulfur out of the produced diesel. Okay, you can take diesel, you can take that sulfur right out, and you get elemental sulfur. I mean, these refineries, they have huge containers where they are liquid containers of molten sulfur. Well, the only thing you can do with elemental sulfur other than making matches or explosives is making fertilizer, right? You can make sulfuric acid out of it, but how much sulfuric acid does the world need? Doesn't need very much, and there's plenty of places that scrub sulfur dioxide off their emission streams and make sulfuric acid off of it, right? The largest processor of sulfuric acid in the whole world is making sulfuric acid off the byproduct stream of their emissions stack. They scrub the SO2 that's coming off their stack and they make sulfuric acid. So as a result, that's why sulfuric acid is so cheap on the open market. You can do the same thing with elemental sulfur. You can make sulfuric acid out of it. But once again, how much sulfuric acid do you need on the open market?
So any other country can just buy Venezuelan oil and still process it? Like,
Sure.
don't need.
Sure. You would have to have stuff on your front end and stuff on your back end to clean it up. But yeah, you can do it. It's just like stuff that has a heavy paraffin, heavy what we call wax. Has a heavy paraffin, heavy bitumen content. So you need stuff on your front end to process it. But most places either have or could have those stuff. I mean, all the refineries in the Gulf, the Gulf of America have that processing power. They've had it since the 1920s, 100 years ago. So the infrastructure is already in place. I'm trying to think off the top of my head if any of the refineries in Europe could process it. I mean, the refineries there in the Baltic states, they could process it. But once again, I don't know why you try to transport oil that far away when you've got better oil coming out of Uzbekistan and the other Stans countries. You've already got the pipelines in place.
Is the Guyana oil same as the Venezuela one?
Oh, the stuff out of Guyana? No.
The guy next door.
Yeah, the guy next door. So no, it's not as sour, and it doesn't have as high of a wax component. Mainly because it's different. It's a different formation zone. That stuff's still going to Trinidad and Tobago. And once they close that Lime Tree refinery there in the U.S. Virgin Islands, some of it's still going to Puerto Rico. But I'm trying to think. I haven't talked to anybody about that place and what they're processing lately. But
Super
go ahead.
chat.
Yeah.
Peace planes. Oh, peace planes. Please, I think he refers to peace plans. Seems to be scuppered. Well, it would be ironic if you got 100,000 subs and the war ended. Smiley face. It would be ironic. It's still an achievement. Although I did say that it's going to be a nothing burger. It is actually very similar to the Istanbul deal situation where the narrative, the actions taken on the Ukrainian side prior to the negotiation or the deal looks like the Ukrainians have no interest of stopping. So, during the Istanbul in 2022, where they supposedly gonna have this peace deal, but the thing is, when they are doing that, the Ukrainian on their PR, on their publicity or propaganda is busy, hammering on the Russians, talking about they could kill them or kick them out. There's no indication that the Ukrainians are ready to stop fighting. So they just continue to Slava Ukraini all the way. So I already know that the Istanbul deal is not going to work. So it doesn't. So no, Boris Johnson is just the scapegoat. It's like he happened to fly to Kiev. Okay, it's not now. It's all his fault. But the reality is that the Ukrainians wanted the war. They wanted to fight it. There is no indication that they would not want to fight. So the deal is never going to work. Poor Roman Abramovich, he did all the jobs and it's pointless. This one is exactly the same thing. Is it going into the to talk to Trump? They already made the decision to say that together with the Europeans, we're not going to give swap lands. We're not going to give up lands. The NATO is going to make the Ukrainian military even stronger after the peace agreement. He said, "Come on, these are all things that the Russians don't want. So there's not going to be a deal." So yeah, so that's where we ended up. You're not going to need.
The only way this conflict is going to end is if Russia takes enough of the territory to control it, that people start fleeing in mass. And we're talking about the wholesale emptying of the country. I mean, we're still 3 to 5 years away from that. The other thing that can happen is the gravy train ends and the politicians no longer have an economic incentive to be fed at the trough of money coming in. If you take away the money grift, all the dachas that they've been buying through the Mediterranean and all those houses and apartments they've been buying around the world, including Miami, Florida, end. So until that gravy train dries up, nothing's going to change. The only other thing that would change is if the population of the Ukraine finally revolts. And I think that they are so horsewhipped that they're never going to fight back, which is unfortunate. I mean, if you started rounding people up like that in the United States, I think there would be a very, very small minority that would fight back. And Americans are probably the most aggressive of the world. If they wouldn't fight back over 50%, I don't think they would. If they won't fight back over 50%, then it's no surprise that the Ukrainians won't. I mean, they're pretty soft-bellied pieces of shit. So what we're going to keep seeing is we're going to see territorial land gains by Russia. Russia's hiding what their total advancements are right now, which is a smart move militarily. I think it's going to be 2, 3, 4 weeks before we actually start seeing the kind of gains that they're actually having. You mentioned the heavy fog of war. I completely agree with that. I think it's intentional. I don't think that there's a lot of confusion on the ground. I think that they're intentionally filtering what is getting passed out to the media because they're making so much gains, and they don't want to broadcast that. And then the Ukrainians don't want to admit how much territory they're losing, so they're not going to broadcast it. So as a result,
it's just nice, right? Both sides don't want to talk about it.
Both sides don't want to for completely different reasons, but both sides don't want to broadcast what's really going on. Because if the Ukrainians really were broadcasting about how much territory they were losing and how many people were getting killed or just walking right off the battlefield, or worse, walking straight over to the Russians, I think that's happening a lot. I think it's happening en masse in some places. And they don't want to talk about it because if they talk about it, one, it will speed up the rolling stone, and even more people will walk off the battlefield. If they talked about it on the social media, people would realize that, hey, look, we don't have to let our husbands and our boyfriends get yanked off the street and drug off to fight in this meat grinder over there in the east. We don't have to. There's enough weapons that have gotten passed around that these people could actually start armed resistance, not against Russia, but against the Ukrainian tyrants. And I think sooner or later that's going to start happening. Unfortunately, I don't think it'll ever start happening in majorities. Just the people are too soft. They've been too conditioned to listen to the government that they have, as terrible and as corrupt as it is. So this will keep grinding on, and the hard part is trying to get the United States, Russia, and the short bus of Europe to all agree on the same exit strategy, which is how do you get out of the conflict of the Ukraine conflict with Russia without them invading Poland?
Ukraine invading Poland?
Sure. Sure. I wish Vaughn or Archimedes would hop on here, because they were the ones that actually came up with this idea, and I agree with it. That if there is a power vacuum. Oh, I was reading the super chat.
The super chat. Ukraine does not have enough people to drag this out for 3 to 5 years. This war is done in 1 or less.
I agree.
50s.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. The meat grinder is going to run out of people. What I'm worried about is that the idiots that ride the short bus of Europe might decide to go ahead and backfill all those people.
You have successfully summoned Vaughn.
I am pretty good at summoning demons.
I didn't catch the first part. What you say? You talk about when Ukrainian banderites might lash out at Western countries.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about earlier, and that was us. Yeah. That's what I was trying to explain to Wyatt.
I kind of agree with him, but I kind of don't, just because I just don't know how that would play out. But yeah, I mean, I can see it. Like if we were to abandon them outright, then I could see the Bandera people lashing out at the NATO countries that they could, which would obviously be Poland, Romania, and Hungary. I mean, unless those guys that pulled off the Nord Stream and, that one guy that swam up to the Moscow and put the limpet mine on it, if those guys are available, then yeah, maybe they could go big.
Well, the Mossad and the CIA have plenty of those guys in queue. So nothing's outside the realm of possibility.
But yeah, like if there was a complete collapse and the government fell apart and they were completely abandoned, then you figure the elements that probably have the most to lose would probably stupidly try to still fight the Russians, but at the same time probably start attacking NATO people or Western targets for revenge.
Because that would be the easiest way to try to drag NATO into the conflict. If you had a Well,
I was gonna say, and he's right about that. I mean, if it gets to that point, you realize these guys got nothing left to lose, and they're going to lash out at whoever they can get on the way down, which would probably be NATO guys, because they're going to feel like those guys left them high and dry.
Yeah, you don't want to corner these people.
Terrorism.
Yeah, you don't want to corner these people so they feel like they're in Warsaw, and acting like a drowning cornered rat, because that's exactly what'll end up happening. So you've got to give them an off ramp, and the sad thing is there's, with the money coming in from Europe that all these politicians are skimming off, right? And let's face it, if they weren't skimming the money, they wouldn't have all this money for all this real estate they're buying all over the world. I mean, the money grift is amazing, and no one's talking about it. No one's talking about it.
I think another thing we were talking about too is like who really wants to end the war fast? I mean, yeah, I'm sure Russia would love to have like a massive just boom take over everything, but the reality is Russia needs it to go slow enough to where they can get what they want. And Zelenskyy is in a weird position, because if the U.S. really wants to freeze this conflict and end it on terms that are still somewhat favorable to the United States, or at least there's a way for them to get something out of this more than what they would have got, they need to get rid of Zelenskyy, put in a guy who will do exactly what the fuck he's told without hesitation, and freeze the conflict. Like, let's say you get Zelenskyy in there and he's like, fuck it, I'm out of the 4 oblasts, I'm willing to give up this, then they can freeze the conflict, and then they can throw all this shit back on the Russians like, look, we gave them a deal, they don't want it, because right now Trump and Putin can blame Zelenskyy and the EU for being obstinate fools that don't want nothing. Well, now all of a sudden you get rid of the fucking problem that everybody knows is a problem, which is Zelensky's regime. And Archimedes brought it up, like if there's a collapse and they start fleeing to like Lviv and of course the friendly Americans airlift them out, and then some horrible person in transit shoots them all down, and there's no Western government, or Ukrainian government in exile in the West, then you get this collapse where you can see the banderas lash out. Maybe other countries come in to stabilize it because there's nobody there. But yeah, I mean, Zelensky's the problem. And if they can flip the script on the Russians by getting rid of Zelensky and putting a guy in there who's like, yeah, I'll give you the oblast, I'll give you, because they want it frozen right now. And the Russians, they probably wouldn't mind it ending, but they obviously have more land that they need to control and have more say over. So, ending it quick isn't really going to benefit the Russians right now, because I still think they've got to get to Odessa somehow. They've got to link up with Transnistria. They've got to secure Kryvyi Rih because there's a nuclear plant. They've got to secure Chernobyl. Kiev has to be put on notice or punished or whatever you want to do. Kiev, that city's debatable what's going to happen to that, where it's going to end up. But yeah, so
divide it like Berlin.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, exactly. Like it's an open city between the Russian Federated Territories and whatever the West comes up with. But yeah, I mean, right now he's like the only thing holding it up. And I mean, if the America's smart and wants to freeze it, why don't you ice Zelensky and his regime and put in a new guy? But
so I just had an epiphany, Vaughn. What if the only reason why Zelensky's still there is because Putin and the United States both need a fall guy?
Oh, yeah. I mean, he's the perfect fall guy for everything right now, especially. I mean, you can't get a deal. It's Zelensky. You can't get this. It's Zelensky. This is, another stupid offensive. It's Zelensky. I mean, like I said, the smart move would be to ice Zelensky and his regime, put your yes men in there, and then offer the Russians what they want. And then when they reject it because they don't have some of the things they really want, then you can start saying, "Oh, it's not us; it's the Russians now." We got rid of all the problems, and now the Russians don't want peace. But it could be an agreement too.
He is our yes man.
Yeah.
I mean, you think about it. You think. Oh, go ahead and read the super chat.
So, Bunker Housing said, everything since the start of humanity is to get a hold of taxpayers' money. That's what everything have always been about, from when we left the cave to feudalism to today. Oh,
no lies detected.
Yeah.
Yeah, except getting a hold of taxpayers' money by politicians. I think that's...
And I think the other thing that people don't, I don't want to say they don't understand, but I think the reality of the situation is there's only two people who matter in the end, and that's Putin and Trump. Because those are the guys that are going to make the deal. It doesn't matter what Ukraine thinks. It doesn't matter what the EU thinks or the little piddly chihuahuas think. So it's like you really got to worry about, is the United States going to go ahead and pull the trigger to get the deal they want that disadvantages Russia, or are they going to leave Zelensky there so Russia can keep grinding away and get what they want, and then they'll just kind of slowly back out, like you were saying, let Europe carry the water. We slowly back out, and then eventually the whole thing goes the way.
And see, that's why I just had this epiphany as you were talking earlier, that maybe that's the reason Zelensky hasn't gotten off. If he's gone, there's a vacuum and things change, and we no longer have anybody to blame it on. If Zelensky's there, Russia gets to grind on the Ukraine. The United States gets to say that they're hands off and doesn't get involved. And who does this hurt the most? It hurts Europe the most. Why? Because they're trying to backfill. It's bleeding them all kinds of money. The money's going into Zelensky's pocket. He gets blamed for it. But we make sure he stays alive.
Yeah, I mean, he's obviously serving a purpose right now.
I'm thinking that's actually what he is. He's our patsy. Otherwise, we'd have gotten rid of him already.
We'll change his name to Baltimore. What's that fucker's name? The guy that shot Kennedy.
Oh, Oswald.
Yeah, Voldemort Oswald.
Yeah, Voldemort Oswald. If you believe Oswald pulled the trigger.
Oh, I know, but I mean, there's just so many things going on with Ukraine right now. It's like,
yeah,
it's like it's kind of unique. We were talking about it. It's like, if they get rid of this motherfucker, they could probably freeze the conflict and get what they want, or try to get what they want for the West. But, as long as he's there and he's obstinate, it's going to keep going, which, benefits Russia because they're going to keep taking the territory they need to secure. And it'll make it worse. There'll be more reasons to give a security agreement when you've destroyed your opposition's proxy army. But, I mean, we were saying, too, some of this might take another 2 or 3 years, which it might not even be finished up by the time Trump leaves, But I would think if the U.S. really was serious about freezing it, they would fucking kill Zelensky's regime off and then put somebody in there that would immediately agree to the terms they've already had in Alaska and shit, which the Russians would probably – I don't think they really want that agreement taken yet, because I really do think there's other things to be considered, like Odessa and the other side of the river, because there's stuff over there that like the Ukrainians, they're always talking crazy about making dirty bombs and shit. They don't need whatever's left of Ukraine. Doesn't need Chernobyl. They don't need Kryvyi Rih. If they want electricity, they can buy Polish coal. Miro's got lots of.
They can dig their own coal. There's plenty of that coal already in developed coal beds.
There's other means they can get energy without nuclear power, and that's probably another reason why you can't let them have that kind of shit. I mean, look what they do. They shell nuclear power plants. They send commando raids at them.
Yeah, they don't need anything that's beyond the stone.
Middle Eastern country like Yemen doing that shit, we'd be thumping the fuck out of them too, because we don't want people fucking with nuclear power plants. So the idea that they get a pass on that is kind of bullshit anyway. And if I was the Russians, I just wouldn't leave that shit laying around for the West to be picking up.
I don't understand why we tolerated anybody screwing with the sarcophagus there at Chernobyl. I mean, that should be it is a historic site. It should be protected by everybody. Oh, another super chat.
But with this, what will happen is that Ukrainian arms will start flowing to the unassimilated new arrival all throughout Europe. It's going to get hot in Europe.
Well, that might be
enough.
Maybe that's what Europe needs to get its act together. They need that motivation of undocumented illegals running around with AK-47s and AT-4s and.
Who's going to pick these weapons up that's got a spine? All the undesirables?
Europe might do a surprise. They might just collapse and then they got taken over.
I'll give you a little hint of what it'll look like. It'll look like Syria and Lebanon. It'll look like an absolute shithole bathtub inside of 2 years. I mean, anybody remember Kosovo? Vaughn, you're old enough for that, aren't you? Yeah. That was kind of spicy there for a little bit.
I mean, if that's what happens in Europe, then that's kind of on Europe. It's like, well, you let them in, and now you've got all these guns laying around from a war that you probably shouldn't have started.
That's what happens when you let the animals out of the zoo.
And I mean, it's true. I mean, think about it. If you walked into Ukraine right now, you'd probably trip over an AK-47. So it's not like they're not laying around everywhere.
That or an M4.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, the other thing
take
too,
your pick.
if the Russians, if you want to start more problems in Europe, what's the best thing to do? Start drop shipping captured NATO weapons into Europe and let these immigrants get caught with guns, and then you're going to find out it came from a NATO base, and then it was used to shoot up a fucking Christmas thing in Germany. You could do the same thing in the United States. Go drop a pallet of AK-47s that got you picked, or M4s you picked up in Ukraine and in the middle of Detroit. Yeah. And then walk away, see what happens. I mean, somebody's going to find one of them guns, and they're going to figure out.
Well,
this gun when they get killed, the police are going to run a trace, and they're going to find out that this gun was manufactured in 2023 and sent to Ukraine, and now it's back in Detroit. What the fuck? That's the kind of shit that's going on too.
The reason that won't happen in Detroit is because those kids hate rifles. They love their Glocks and giggle switches. That way they can hold them sideways. Can't do that with an AK.
I mean, there's enough of this shit laying around that you can start problems in other countries, and then the end result is, well, you sent these guns to these people, now these people sent these guns to these guys, and now these guys are shooting back at us. It's like, I mean, it's going to happen because there's just too much shit laying around. I mean, I'm sure those guys capture that stuff and they turn it into get their bonuses and stuff, and then Victor Boot probably inventories it and starts finding customers for it. You know.
Well, that's probably the big money racket is selling all these used weapons they're picking up off the battlefield. And it's not just weapons, right? It's not just small arms.
Hey, you guys remember when the article came out in the first year where they said that 40%, this was New York Times, 40% of all the money and weapons given to Ukraine was unaccounted for?
Yeah. And
so what
I
changed?
believe...
Tell me what changed in the last 3 years.
Nothing.
And
Absolutely nothing.
Another thing, too, where you can see problems like, the United States is talking about maybe going at the cartels now. Well, you've got major cartels. Obviously you've got the Latino cartels, that covers all the Mexicans, South Americans. Then you've got Chinese operations in southwestern United States and Bulgarians. Well, there's your fucking pipeline from Ukrainian weapons to fucking the cartels right there. Because they may be competition, but I bet you they sell guns to each other and shit. And since they're in Bulgaria, they have a mafia.
It's just a Confederate. Yeah, it's just a Confederate. Yeah. It's just a Confederate alliance.
So there's another way. What are you going to do when these fucking cartels start popping up with, tow missiles or javelins or some other bullshit that
Stingers.
they pick off? Yeah, Stingers.
How many of those Stingers are unaccounted for right now? Percentage-wise, 20, 30% of them? Yeah, back in the 80s, it was tow missiles. Everybody wanted those tow rockets. Nobody wants tows anymore. Why? Got a short range and they're on a wire. People want cutting edge. Yeah, there's Stingers and they're already using drones.
That's the thing. They've got the money to buy whatever they can on the black market, and they probably got first choice because
they're paying in cash. That's exactly right. They're paying in cash, which they've got plenty of it. Oh, someone's got a hand up.
Nazari, go.
Yeah, I wanted to just add that all the stuff you guys are talking about, all the weapon systems are. Yeah, they're all obviously lethal and they may be used, but what really concerns me is that I think the Ukrainians are going to use drones to lash out, if they do lash out, because now they have all this experience, they have the technology, and the first actual political assassination you see with a drone, I think that's going to change everything. It's going to change everything worldwide in ways I can't predict right now.
The first one that happens with a drone will not even be reported. I predict that right now. The very first assassination with a drone will be completely unreported.
Do you think that they'll be able to keep it hidden, though? Because it's kind of hard to do that these days.
Apparently, you're not watching the same news cycle I'm watching, because you can hide.
I can see him trying to hide it, but it just probably would just depend on where it happened, on how well it could be hidden and covered up. Like if it was to happen in the bowels of Africa, you could probably hide it.
In Europe, I think the Ukrainian nationalists will attack someone in Europe because I think what Vaughn said, the sentiment is right from people that I talked to in a secondhand way about the feeling of betrayal. So if the Princess Wonderline gets freaking smacked, then, for example, or even like a minor politician, that's going to really send the ripples through the whole ruling class, and I think it's going to change everything.
I think you could kill a politician in Kosovo in broad daylight with a drone, and they'd report it as a car accident.
No, there's too much recording nowadays.
Yeah, because look at all the shit we know about what's going on in Ukraine versus what the mainstream media told us. And I mean, everyone on this channel is pretty locked in. I'm not saying we're the majority, but I think we look.
Oh, we're very much the minority. We represent less than 10%, probably less than 5%. The population.
I hope it's higher than that.
Oh no, I would be very, very, very surprised, and not being cynical, if I thought it was higher than 5%.
So you think 95% of, let's say, Americans would believe that some guy in Kosovo or Germany got schwacked by a gun versus a drone, even if it was a drone and social media, Twitter produced credible evidence of that?
20% of the population of the United States are flat fucking earthers. Sink that in. Now ask me that question again.
I mean, think about this too. With all the AI shit, it's going to be easy for somebody to say it's AI.
Super
or
easy.
this or that.
That's exact. That'll be the first
you'll
thing they
never
say.
know.
Yep.
And you'll have guys that are experts that'll come on and say, "No, this is legit. This is a real video." But then
People will take the real video, they'll overlay it with AI, and they'll spin it however they want to spin it, and the entire population minus maybe 2 or 3% of us, real hardcore skeptics, will believe it. And
Well,
they'll believe it in the first 10 minutes.
I would only push back on that by saying that of all the people who took the COVID vaccine in the United States, I think 22% didn't take any shots at all. So I'm using that as a proxy for how many skeptics there are.
There were more
country.
people in the. We actually had this conversation the other night in Telegram. Nationwide, there was maybe 22% that didn't take both shots. There's less than 15% that didn't take one shot.
I love
and
being
most of
blue
those.
blood. It's fantastic.
And the sad thing about that is most of those people are special isolated entities in the United States that made those numbers so high. If the United States didn't have those isolated groups of demographics, the numbers would have been in the single digits, like a lot of other countries.
Do you mean like the Amish or people like that?
The Amish, the Mennonites, the Hutterites, the traditionalist FLDS, yeah, I mean all the natives that didn't take it, right? The Indians, all right, and what's crazy is they were actually some of the people most affected by COVID.
I'd have to look into the numbers of how many of those non-traditional or alternative lifestyles people there are.
I can tell you there were entire communities in Montana, 300 and 500 families that not a single person took the vaccine.
And were these like secular people or
most
Amish or Mennonites
didn't take it either?
Well, I mean, I don't know if you consider Hutterites and Mennonites secular or not. I mean, they refer to everybody else as Gentiles, so you can kind of translate that how you want. But yeah, they're definitely separated from the rest of the population. So. And they represent huge swaths in parts of the United States. A lot of the Amish didn't take it, and the Amish live back east, for crying out loud, for the most part.
So we're back to the 5%, huh?
Yeah.
I mean, I think it would be higher, but like I said, the problem is you'll have real proof, you'll have real legitimate experts, and then you'll have the mainstream media just flood the zone with skepticism and AI and shit, and you'll never really know. You'll maybe more people will suspect, but they'll never know. The skeptics will be firmer. It's just one of them things now with the AI. I think it would be hard to do, and like I said, if it depending on where it's at, and depending on who it is, you might be able to cover it up for a while anyways, and that gives you time to make up a story and all this other bullshit. I mean, think about it. What if they use a drone with a machine gun on it? They might, he was killed with a gun, and forget the part about the drone that flew up and shot his ass, I mean, we've seen guns flying around Ukraine. But, I mean, I think it would be higher. But, yeah, I mean, with the mainstream media and the agenda they have and then the AI, they would muddy the waters enough that people would, the skeptics would never believe them, and other people would never know for sure what they were seeing was real or not. And then that would probably just cause more problems, because now it's like every time you see a story, you're going to be like, well, that one story I thought was true turned out to be bullshit, or I don't know, like with us, even us, we're like, we don't know what the fuck happened there. You saw 3 videos, 3 different ideas. And then when it finally comes out, what the 3 videos showed isn't even what fucking happened. So it's like, but they all were part of the truth, but they weren't what happened.
What do you think about other power blocks like Russia, China, BRICS, or even like non-aligned countries?
I hope you said that in air quotes.
Bringing up this information in their own media, their own politics because this affects them too. This affects everyone.
Well, yeah, you could, but think about it. Look at the United Nations. You could have that. The United Nations is talking about war crimes and starvation and other things, and nobody gives a shit. People just ignore the UN because the UN, whatever. I mean, that's the problem. I think it's just gonna be easier for the people that want to misconstrue the event or muddy the waters to do it than it is for the people to figure out what the truth is.
Look, 95% of the population is not even paying attention. I don't think that's unique in the United States. I think that's pretty normal across the board. It's probably higher in other countries, to be honest. To think that there's only 5% of the population.
Think about it, dude. I mean, how many TVs are even in Russia? I mean, they always talking about they ain't got no toilets.
Okay, hold on. I gotta stop you there. No.
I'm just fucking.
The Russian people are just as propagandized as anybody else, bro.
Well, I don't think that's a unique thing. I mean, they're not watching ticky-tack videos and that silliness, but they're still propaganda.
They are, dude. I promise you that they are.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, they can get access to everything they want, just like we do. They just have to go through a more scenic route. They got to go through 2 or 3 VPNs, but they can still watch whatever. Or they
I don't know why someone would go through that much effort to receive Chinese propaganda.
It's not Chinese propaganda.
No, I'm not talking.
Well, you're right. You're right.
It's brain rot content.
It's the same.
Like I was talking to Dan one time. It's like. I asked him, I said, what do you guys do? Because he's American. I know he wants to watch TV once in a while. He might know about a good show that maybe he wants to send you or your dad to watch. Hey, this is like, hopefully he showed him the A-Team or something or Airwolf, something good, But you know what I'm saying? And I was like, well, how do you watch that shit? Because, obviously Netflix isn't going to have a stream in Russia or anything like that. He's like, oh, we just do it on torrents. We just do illegal streams. And all the electronics are Chinese, so it's like, if they want to watch Friends, they can watch Friends. If they want to watch the A-Team, they can watch the A-Team. Hopefully, they're not exposing themselves to some of that garbage, but the fact of the matter is they want it, they can get it. I'm sure.
Oh, the entire power of the known civilized world, and we're watching fucking Western Taiwanese propaganda. Wow.
I mean, who knows?
How the mighty fall.
Maybe there's a huge fan base of K-pop in Siberia or someplace, that we don't even know about. And
that's even worse.
That's horrible.
Non-gendered music generated from Korea. That's. I think my stomach just turned.
Hey, some of them are real bad.
I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but you guys are aware. You guys are aware that everything is fucked, right? Like, I got to make sure we're clear on this.
So,
right?
No. Look, you're not old enough to be that cynical. I am, and even I'm not that.
Yeah, very funny, but
and even I'm not that cynical.
It doesn't matter about cynicism. It's the state of the world. Come on, man.
No, the state of the world is what you expect it to be. I expect the world to get better.
I believe the technical term is FUBAR.
No, that's not the technical term.
Oh my God, you're such a boomer that you don't understand irony.
Oh
Lord.
Oh, easy with that boomer stuff. That's people my parents' age, not me.
Silence, boomer. You have a gray beard.
Fuck you.
Go fuck yourself.
Oh, well, at least Gareth finally got his word in.
Oh, hey, now we got the Belarusian Nick Fuentes here.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah. Yep, that's you now, Nick Fuentes.
Is it Fuentes gay? I've never watched his stuff.
I don't know. I mean, there's stories about him being.
Why did you go to his sexuality right off the bat?
Because I heard a big post about him being gay and a bunch of memes about it.
So your biggest worry was his sexuality. Note taken.
Faggots are an abomination to God.
Well, no lie detected. I just I'm kind of concerned with your fixation.
I would say that
Is it a
his
fixation
sexuality
if
is
it's the
unknown, and what he
greatest
prefers.
concern?
There's stories about him, whether they're true or not, are unknown.
Wyatt just watched his monetization crash through the floor.
Yeah.
Why? Yeah. Why?
Sorry, Wyatt.
No, don't worry.
I'm never allowed back here. It's okay.
No, I still don't understand why Nick Fuentes is like so famous. Like I don't understand. Like, yeah, he's smart. No, he's witty, but like, why?
He's
people keep talking about
famous
him?
because they made him famous because they fucking tried to take him out and cancel him, and he fucking made it through to the other side. And
you guys are missing.
He was associated with a lot of big people like Milo Yiannopoulos and all these guys back when Trump was big, you know, and then for whatever reason there's the falling out, you know, because he asked certain questions about certain things that people weren't comfortable with. So they canceled him, and then they really went after him hard, and he's still out there. But you don't have to like the guy. You don't have to agree with everything he says, but he does make good points, and he does point out things, and he does bring receipts. You know, when he talks about Tucker Carlson, he's not lying about Tucker Carlson. He's not lying about Candace Owens. He's not lying about anybody that he's fucking nailed.
All I know is that Tucker called him gay, and that's like a big thing.
Yeah, but I mean, Tucker's a CIA
listens to
hack,
Nick
so who gives a
Fuentes.
fuck what he thinks, you know? I mean, Tucker's a CIA hack. Now, Tucker, I like him to a point. He's good. He's a tool in the toolbox, but he's obviously, you know, opposition too. It's like a double agent. Yeah, I can use him, but I always got to worry about him fucking me over. That's what Tucker Carlson is. That's what
My worry with Fuentes is my worry with Fuentes is he might be a triple agent. He's the David Duke of the modern era.
Oh yeah, I mean, there's a chance he's not a legit player, you know, like a true player either. But I'm just saying, I mean,
no, he's a player.
Like I said, he's out
a tool
there.
or a puppet.
He's a useful tool. I mean, on the things we need him to hit on, that's what he needs to hit on. On the other stuff, maybe you should shut the fuck up and go away. It's like, dude, if you're good at this, and this, then just worry about that. That, you know, all these people are different. I mean, the problem is in the right wing, in the Republican Party, you got faggots like Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, you know, Laura Loomer, and all these other people. They you know, Mark Levin. I'm MAGA. I'm the MAGA. No, you're not MAGA, dude. All you motherfuckers were anti-Trump, anti-MAGA, and then when he got in and did all this great shit, all of a sudden you wanted to get on his tit and start acting like you were there the whole time. You were part of the original litter, and you're not. Fuentes was, and he's calling them out on their bullshit. He's always had questions about that other country, and he's brought them up. Maybe it's a little hyperbolic sometimes, but he does bring up questions that other people apparently think are anti-Semitic to bring up, and he brings the receipts. These fucking people take money from people, and they go out and say shit. He doesn't get paid shit to say what he gets to say. And, you know, like I said, maybe he's honest, maybe he's not, but he's just he's definitely going to make the 2028 election interesting because he's already stated that he's going to do a Groyper war against Vance, which means all that means is everybody's going to show
so we're going to have a split second party. Great. That's all we needed is another Ross Perot.
What that basically means
we're gonna have the Democrats win. The Democrats are gonna win the next election, guys.
Fuck that.
I mean, you say fuck that, but if the Republican Party is
all the
gonna get
Groyper war
split,
means
that's exactly
is
what's gonna happen.
when there's a press conference or anything like that, those guys are going to show up and ask those questions that people don't want to ask in public, so that they can get their reaction when they fumble it or deny it or attack him personally and don't answer the question. That's all it's going to be. It's just going to be another way to highlight the deficiencies in these politicians publicly, but people are still going to vote for him. I mean, Nick Fuentes could do an expose on Mitch McConnell. If Mitch McConnell wasn't leaving and there was nobody, he was running again and it was a Democrat, well, guess what? I'm going to vote for Mitch McConnell. Even though I like what Nick Fuentes said about Mitch McConnell, and I agree 100% with Nick Fuentes about how much of a shitbag Mitch McConnell is, I'm still going to vote for Mitch McConnell because I'm not going to let that fucking Democrat get in.
Yeah, but see, that's the thing is we're not worried about the left and the right voter. We're worried about the undecided in the middle, and bickering like that is what affects the undecided in the middle, and that's
Super
the
chat.
worry. Look at go ahead, super chat.
No one is as propagandized as Western citizens, not even close.
That's lies.
That's 100% true. That's absolutely
lies. Lies. Europeans are much more propagandized than Americans.
That's the West, genius.
No. We do not accept Europe as the West.
Okay,
It's east of us.
You shouldn't be. You should not be proudly accepting the title of Western at all. It's an insult. It's a mark of.
I'm an American. I'm not West.
You're a Westerner, buddy.
No.
You are like the epitome of a Westerner because you're a Mormon. Like it's comical how well you fit into the category.
Maybe a category you've invented. I guess.
I'm not gonna defend Mormonism because I'm not a Mormon, but I don't really know what the hell that has to do with anything. I mean, the West is obviously. I was in the American Army. Trust me, we're propagandized. I mean, maybe it's a different kind of propaganda. Maybe the European propaganda just makes them soft and weak and compliant, whereas our propaganda makes us.
Whoever made that comment never met people
not being
from
compliant
Asia
because we have guns and we can say "fuck you" to a cop. That's why, and we think we're not. We think we're freer. We probably are in some ways. We can get away. I can say "fuck" whatever on Facebook right now. Nobody's going to come throw me in jail and give me 20 months. But we're compliant in a different way. I mean, I still believe in the system. I want the system to work. I don't want the fucking whole system to collapse. But that's my opinion. It doesn't look like it's not going to happen, but I think the West is just as the United States is propagandized in the different ways than other parts are. Like, we think our shit don't stink and we're the greatest. In a lot of ways, we are. But
we are the greatest, but only when we're compared to Asia. I mean, you want to look at propaganda, look at Japan and Korea.
I mean, I think it's just different types of propaganda depending on where you're at and what you need from your population. Like, China needs their population to be very timid and compliant. Europe needs their population to be compliant and submissive in certain ways. We need our people to believe that the system is great and we're great and everything's fine so that we don't get distressed and start doing stupid shit like we want to. I mean, it's all propaganda. Everybody's propagandized. It's probably just, I mean, think about it. With all the algorithms and Palatine and Palantir and all that, they know exactly what to send Wyatt to make Wyatt get gung-ho. They know what to send you or Gabriel or me or whoever. They know what buttons to push. They know what to fucking send you. They know what video, like, they want to piss me off, send me a bunch of videos about what. You want to start my day off bad, let the first video I see be some shit about something I don't like. And guess what? They'll probably do it. And then they know I'll be on Facebook the rest of the day or some other shit.
But that algorithm adjustment only works if you click on that video. If you refuse to click on that video, then you've refused the algorithm and the manipulation thereof. So just refuse it.
Yeah, there's lots of times I do it, but what I'm saying is the propaganda is tailored to everybody.
Sure.
Like, even within America, my propaganda is probably different than yours and Alan's, and but it's all there.
I should hope so.
They've had decades to fine tune this shit to where, and think about how much worse it's going to be later.
But it only works if you consume it.
They know exactly what things they got to say to Ted to get Ted to react, and they know Ted's like, I'm not going to click that button. It's like, yeah, he won't click this one, he won't click that one, but I bet you he'll click that one. They'll figure out how to get you. I mean, I do the same thing. I watch all kinds of weird shit. My algorithm's weird as fuck. But I guarantee you, they still know how to push buttons.
Into two different things. One, you're trying to say that you are unmanipulatable, which is
no, I didn't say that. No, you're putting words in my mouth.
Can I finish?
No, you're putting words in my mouth, and that's not accurate.
I'm not putting any words in your mouth. I'm making a comment based on your behavior, and based on your behavior, by you attempting to reject the fact that people here in the West are the most propagandized, you're kind of demonstrating it by so fervently rejecting it.
What I'm saying is there are people that are more manipulated than Americans. More manipulated than even Europeans. That's what I say.
Yeah, actually, I have the opposite idea, because like there's no other people that is so well armed as the Americans, and so like only the Americans have like the power to actually fight back to their governments in a way that they never do. Like, so other countries have like the excuse of being like under oppression, like they don't have their disarmed populations, but America is armed, and yet they still do nothing about what they.
You know why Americans don't though? Is because they have more to lose.
Because they're well propagandized. because
Well,
it's excellently propaganda.
It's not. It's a multifaceted situation. It's a multifaceted problem. One of the reasons why Americans are so unwilling to do anything is because they're fat and happy. So many other. The easiest way to make people not want to fight back is to make them so comfortable they have something to lose.
Yeah, that's propaganda as well. Like because
no, I mean, but it's not propaganda.
Everyone pause for super chat.
So, hey, super chat by Voss. Alan versus Mr. Ted. My money is on Alan. And I just want to add,
the thing is,
how powerful is the American propaganda?
There was a super chat before that one.
What was the super chat before that?
Before that, no one is as propagandized as the Western citizen.
Oh, we read that one.
Yeah,
we read that one.
Yeah, but like you're onto something too. The reason why we don't fight back is because we do have a lot to lose. I mean, think about it. Like I said earlier, we sit here and bitch all the time about fuck American government. You know, my government's a bunch of assholes. They should be fucking tried and thrown in prison. But we have guns. You know, all these other countries that are getting fucked over, they don't have guns. People in China, I'm sure maybe some of them would like a change, but they know if they start talking crazy, the PLA is going to stomp them out. And
America's got more stuff to lose than any other country in the world.
Yeah, but I mean, Mr. Ted, what is
the size of fridges?
What is the most
proves that point alone.
Emblematic phrase of propaganda? Bread and circus. You know, fat and entertained.
Yeah, but
bread and circles. That's what.
Like Mr. Ted is right. Mr. Ted is right. Like people, they don't want. I have to go to work. I got to have a job. I got to have my car. I got to have my house. I mean, you start having a war in your country, you start losing that shit, and a lot of people ain't willing to fucking do it. I mean, yeah, I'm down for the fight, but I'm not going to go by myself. I'm going to need about 10 million guys at the exact same time I stand up, and I don't really feel like that's in the cards right now. So,
well, who's going to play George Washington?
Yeah, exactly. Who's going to be George Washington? Who's going to be the first George Washington? That's the problem. There's just too much to lose. You can't fucking lose all that shit. People
that's why drones are the future. Drones. We will be droning politicians just like Ukraine will be. You guys will see. That's all.
Super chat. It's amazing listening to Mr. Ted prove the point in his attempt to disprove it. Actually, my brain got scrambled reading that. I have no idea what that means. So I just want to say how powerful is the American propaganda. Me or Asians or some other countries, non-Americans, sit in the cinema, watch Rambo, watch Top Gun, and then we all cheer the Americans, hell yeah, America, hell yeah, and then kill all the Vietnamese or the Burmese people, yeah, hell yeah. That's how powerful the US propaganda is. We imagine ourselves as Americans, being the good guys. So they're just
we are the good guys.
Yeah, well,
compared to everyone else.
The American propaganda is first tested. American population is the test ground for the propaganda that's going to be exported worldwide.
Can someone clip Mr. Ted saying that? That was amazing.
Let me make this point. The Americans might be well fed, and entertained, but as a Christian conservative society, they have tolerated the worst blasphemies, vexations. Like they have been absolutely trampled over in everything that is good and righteous and valuable. America, like for any religious perspective, is the great whore. It's Babylon. They all the evil that destroys tradition and culture and religious values. All that comes from America, and it's almost unstoppable. It's like a flood of degeneracy and antichrist, like profanity that is swallowing the world in a flood of evil. That's the American legacy in the world, as per religious perspective.
Go look at the Bible and read Revelations. There's no mention of anything that you could construe as the United States existing when Revelations
Sodom
happens.
and Gomorrah, Tower of Babel. That's two right off the bat right there.
Those are
those were both
locations.
in the old world.
Yeah.
Ted,
I'm
it's
just
a
saying. I mean,
symbolic
there's
reference, you
nothing
fucking
there's
mongoloid.
nothing that any dispensationalist or any other fucking theological person could point to and say, "Oh, this is." If you believe the end times haven't happened and it's going to be in the future, there's no
Absolutely,
mention of
Von.
anything
It's the
of the
great
United
horror
States.
of Babylon. It's that every nation drank from its cup of wickedness, and that everyone is in awe when it is destroyed. Like every nation drank of its
I
cup
don't
of
think the
wickedness.
United States is the great whore. I think the great
It
whore is something
absolutely is.
else. No. It's
I mean,
just one of the
it's not.
things
It's
that
not
was
that it
infected
is.
by
I'm
the
not saying
great
that it is.
whore.
I'm saying
Just
that
like Europe
fits
is the
in the
great
description.
whore, Russia, China could be the great. It just depends on how you want to define the great whore. Because I mean, if you read the Bible, everyone thinks it's going to be Muslim hordes coming out of Russia and China to take on Israel and shit.
But
That's not
Gog
anyway,
and Magog.
Yeah.
beyond the point, like not only of bread shall man live, and Americans have been given bread in abundance, but in exchange for a complete destruction of their spiritual society, of their Christian society, of their traditional Christian, Puritan
Gabriel,
morals and goodness.
you're
But
preaching,
let me
you're
let me
preaching
give
doctrinal
credit
points
to
to the
not the
choir.
great whore. If anything, the United States would be the last hope for mankind and Christianists. And if they're not there because they've been infested with the great whore's
Which
ways
is exactly why they
and all
invest
that,
so
and they've
much
been
time
taken off
in
the playing
undermining the
table,
United States.
they're not there. They're not there. They're not there to be part
Dude,
of the
seriously,
society.
Von.
the credit
Seriously,
where
dude, you don't
credit
live
is
in
due.
America. I do.
Genuinely
Okay, I mean,
trying to like dick
I can
ride
find
the
any
US
country in the
as
world and call it the
saviors
great
of
whore, and I can
Christianity.
fucking
Like
point to certain
that's
things they do and
that
say
is
they're the
a
great whore.
very new level of cope.
No, the thing is, basically what you guys are describing is like the woke culture, right? All the LGBTQ and all these things. It's created it's like propagandized from United States, but where credit's due, United States is also able to fight it back and then clamp down on woke, where the Europeans are now stuck in it, and they cannot turn back. So
Yeah, I mean, what happens if the United States becomes a Christian nation again, like it was like 200 years ago?
I would
Guys,
salute you
That's
If
going
you're
and
to
say
be a
that you have
problem. That's going
redeemed
to be a
yourself.
problem.
Take
That's going to be a
Revelation
problem
to
for the
be
Antichrist,
directed-
isn't it? That's going to be a problem for the Antichrist, isn't it? So
That would be a redemption.
if you can infest that golden city on the hill, that shining city on the hill with degeneracy and filth, and break it down, so by the time you come back, they're not an issue. That's perfect.
It's exactly what they're trying
but
to do.
the thing,
That's why they're taking
thing,
us
Von,
out.
is
That's
that
why they're destroying
what
American
might
culture,
happen-
American
what might
traditionalism.
happen
Hey, read the
does not change
read the
America
super
did
what actually
invent
happens.
transgenderism. American did invent
Read the super
transgenderism.
chat.
super chat, Vaughn, chill out and report on Chavizia.
Yeah, let's talk about something
Javier is
related.
old news, baby. Let's talk about Kupions.
Yeah.
That's the hot.
Yeah,
but,
Kupions.
but seriously, Von, the fact that something might happen does not change the thing that is actually happening. So yeah, America might transform into a righteous nation eventually, someday, hopefully.
Well, it
And I would
started out
cheer
that
on it.
way. It started out that way.
For the moment, it is not. It is clearly not. It is the great whore right now.
No, it's not. It's just a victim. It's infested with the whore. The great whore is Europe, because that's the old world, the old ways.
United States is
old
the one
things,
that hired the
the
whore,
old
right? It's not,
history.
they are not the whore.
Europe
They're the one
is
that
the
hires
whore.
the whore.
The Middle East is the whore. That's where all that shit came from. It didn't start in America. Nobody in America invented transgenderism. Nobody. You know who did?
Came from the Middle
You know
East.
who the fuck you did? Who did? That's where
Yep.
the fucking whore is.
Yeah,
The whore
came
is
from the
United
Middle
States
East.
is the
I
one
must
that is
say
throwing
this.
the US
Why-
dollar
This is
like
the
that.
new.
I'm
This is the new
sorry.
world infested
Time for
with
you to
the old
become
world, and now it's
demonetized.
contaminated.
It was the Jews.
Orange juice. Just to
Orange juice.
to make the algo a bit confused. Yeah. Just to
Yes.
make sure so that
Yes.
the algo read juice, orange juice, pineapple juice. Then they get confused.
Apple
right?
juice.
Hey,
Voice now.
yeah, guys, how you guys doing? Hey, I just want to say something about the woke culture. I mean, the thought that that in the West, in the United States or Western Europe, that it came to the point where like they have to like normal people have to explain themselves about the normal stuff, and then you know, the woke people, like, normalizing their, you know, their language, and just I mean, when I view from the, from where I live, or from like where Russians are, it's like, we see this as like, like how did it come to this, like, like, this went too
Tolerance.
far,
Tolerance. Tolerance. If we
Yeah, but
wouldn't
it's
have tolerated it ever, it would have never existed.
yeah,
And
but it
unfortunately,
started.
Americans are so much about freedom and freedom of expression and
Yeah,
freedom of speech that we allowed the degenerates to live in our house
yeah,
and to speak as normal human beings.
yeah,
If
but
we would have,
I mean, think
if we
about
would
it.
have
I mean,
stamped it out, it would have never gotten
yeah,
root.
but
I mean,
but
the
but yeah,
old world, the old world is the great whore, and she gave America an STD.
Yeah,
but
well, we were there saving them during World War II.
Guys, if the old world is a whore and America has the STD, then why does the CIA exist? And why does America fight for the beliefs
That
of Zionism so fervently?
completely different situation and problem.
I'm thinking, like, if like, when did it start? And like we have to look, like, when did
The
this shit start?
1920s.
Like,
It started after
okay,
World War One.
yeah, I was thinking more like a sexual, revolution. But yeah, I didn't know it went back that far.
No, it
Well, yeah, no. If you want to go
goes all
back
the
to
way
the
back
1920s, you
to
have to go
women's
back before the
suffrage.
1920s itself and go to the First
Yeah.
World War and the establishment of the central banking system.
I don't know about the central banking system. It probably goes back to women's suffrage. It was even before central banking.
No, the establishment of the central bank and the income tax system and the removal of the tariffs internationally opened up America for internationalism.
Yeah, probably. I would agree with
Yeah,
that.
I
I would
seen.
agree with that assessment.
I accidentally really saw this disgusting video on like, it was like YouTube.
What time of day was it?
I don't know. No, it was daytime, but it was like U.S. Marines, in like a room, and like one of them is sucking on a dildo, and like everybody's cheering, and I'm thinking, like, oh my god, like, what the fuck did I just, like, like, I couldn't
Hey,
believe this shit.
I don't condone that shit, but when you're in the
They were
army
Marines.
and you're a bunch of dudes hanging around, I ate an earthworm one time just to show them that I would and you could. There's no
Yeah,
reason
but
for me
this
to eat
is
the
like,
fucking worm. And guess what? They were standing around cheering me and all that. I mean, the only way to put it is go join the service, hang around with a bunch of dudes, and then someday you'll remember that time that you were sucking that dildo in the barracks and your friends cheered you on and you made $100 off a
You
bet.
guys are fucking gay.
No,
yeah,
it's no homo,
that's like
bro.
too far.
It's always no
That's
homo.
like too far.
No, I'm just
Too
saying there's
far,
all
man.
kinds of shit you do. I mean, I'm just saying you could go talk to anybody in any military. When Dennis gets back, ask him the kind of shit he probably saw when he was in as a conscript. There's probably hazing and stuff like that. A lot of that's just hazing. It's character building. It's team building. Granted, you're not going to do that kind of thing in the office at Google for team build, but in a tent out in the middle of the desert, that might be the only way to build a team. It's just when you get a bunch of dudes around together, they just do stupid shit. That's why they wouldn't
like
say
that,
women
I
live
don't-
longer than men, because they do stupid shit. And that's part of this culture. I mean, it's not faggoty or anything. Now, there are gay people in the military because we made an effort to put a bunch of trannies and gays in there. But, let's say in 1950, it's just dudes fucking around. It's just blowing off steam. I mean, think about it. Somebody's fucking trying to kill you, and now you get to chill, have a beer maybe, or eat some food.
Yeah, but
and you want to blow
yeah,
off
I
some steam.
understand.
And
Doing-
people do.
doing
And
some
Marines are
stupid shit,
fucking
but-
weirdos. Marines are fucking weirdos anyway. So, you got to factor that in.
Yeah, but
they're
doing some
probably
good shit,
short a couple chromosomes,
Yeah,
but they're still great
I know.
guys.
I know people do that in any army, but to suck dildo, like, that's way beyond like what I would like consider like, fucking around. I don't know. That's like,
Yeah, I mean, but that's the thing. You don't know that guy. That guy could be a raging alcoholic psycho, and that's his shtick. you know.
He has no.
And everybody knows it. Like, I bet, you know, maybe his shtick is, I bet you $200 I can't throat this dildo. And he knows damn well he's going to do it, and he made $200 off his stupid buddies. That's the kind of dumb shit. Like it's not anything to worry about. I mean, there's going to be videos of dudes spanking each other. There's going to be videos of dudes running around doing crazy shit with gas masks on. I mean, it's just the way it is. It's just, I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't put anything past it or to it. You know, I'd be more concerned about the blue-haired admiral that's talking about the conduct of the Navy than I would be about some Marines fucking off in the barracks, because that's all that shit is. I mean, it's probably good enough now. I mean, like, we used to tip over the snack machine in the barracks and empty it out so we didn't have to pay for snacks. And then they took the snack machine out because after 3 times, no snack machine for you. But yeah, you know, you get 10 guys together on a Friday night. We're all fucking bored. We're all broke because we fucking spent our money already getting drunk on Monday night. So we all go in there. We fucking lay the machine down. You know, those big snack machines with the curly things. And then a couple guys get on the back and lift it up like that. And then we flip it back up and we're eating fucking Doritos and Nutty Butters and all kinds of shit for free all weekend long. That's the stupid shit you do in the Army or any military. I mean,
those machines are not made for, like, you know, like people who are not going to follow the rules. You know,
Super chat. By Udis, Europe has been occupied since 1945. It is the way it is because CIA psychological ops. Read The Culture of the Cold War by Saunders.
I mean, think about it too. If you have a bunch of bad actors in the like the United States government and the CIA, and we're occupying, you know, at that point we're the richest country pretty much on the planet. We have all this ways to disperse information. I mean, if you're an evil motherfucker, do you want to go to the 50,000 watt radio station to transmit your evil message, or do you want to go to the 500,000 watt station? I mean, it's a conduit, and look at it. They used it perfectly to infest the United States and change it from what it was to what it is now. And by default, that's rippled out through all of the countries that we're associated with. You know, look what we do. You know, oh, we'll give you a hospital, Ghana, but you got to fly a gay pride parade flag. You know, back in the day, that probably wasn't the case. You know, like, hey, motherfucker, give me some diamonds and I'll build you a hospital. No strings attached. Just give me my fucking diamonds. You know, now you got to, oh, I'll buy your diamonds at a steep discount and fuck you over only if you put a gay flag up. I mean, like I said, do you want to go to the fucking PBS station or do you want to go to the fucking New York station and broadcast? I mean, the United States was perfect for that. It was infiltrated by people that have bad agendas, and then they used the power and the influence of the United States to spread their fucking shit all over the world. And you can see where the parts that resisted are obviously the focus of these people now, like neocons and shit. The countries that resist, the countries that aren't fully infested or invested yet, that's the ones we talk bad about.
Yeah. Speaking of Jews, what do you guys think about, you know, these servicemen being canceled from their groups, you know, just because they said something bad about, you know, what's going on in Gaza and shit, you know? Like, how deep is this?
It's real simple. If you're in the United States military, you're not allowed to comment on foreign policy publicly. And if you were in uniform and did it, you're even stupider.
Yep.
So if you're in the Army,
going to Fort Leavenworth.
Yeah, if you're in the Army, you shut the fuck up. You don't say shit. Like when I was in the National Guard, I got put on alert to go to Kosovo and Bosnia. Neither one of those conflicts I supported in any way, shape, or form. I was on the side of the Serbs. I thought the Serbs got a raw deal. I was not down to go to those countries and support Islamic, you know, basically the Islamic troops. And that's what, you know, and back then it was the 90s. You know, we had the pre-9/11 attack. You know, you had the TWA. I mean, I grew up in the 80s. I saw all the Muslim terrorists and shit. So it's like, why would I fucking want to go fight alongside Muslims?
Were you in
Bosnia? So when we got put on alert for that shit, I'm like, oh, that fucking sucks. You know, because I was like, oh, good. Now I got to go over there and basically protect Muslims from Serbs who, you know, and I don't want to piss anyone off, but at the time, my opinion was you started the shit, they're going to finish it, and now you're going to call for somebody to come in and, you know, basically tilt the scales. You know, if that shit had been played out,
pick a fight and get someone else to fight it for you.
Yeah,
Yep,
you went and got somebody to fight it for you.
Yep, that was exactly how most Americans thought.
When I
and that was bullshit. But But guess what? If they sent us, I would have still gone because that's the job. I wouldn't have said, "Oh, that's bullshit. I'm not going to go fight for Muslims." I wouldn't have went and cried to my sergeant or said some nasty comment in front of my captain. I would have shut my fucking mouth. Got on the C-130 and flown over there and did my job for a year, and then came back and not said shit. Because I'm not going to get fucking discharged dishonorably. I'm not getting Article 15. I'm not getting thrown in fucking jail.
Yeah,
I'm gonna go do my job.
Skin for skin. What would a man not do for his own life? But yeah, the point stand. America is the most propagandized nation on earth, and the American people have been willing to tolerate this taking over of their nation by these bad actors that Bond was talking about, and they've just tolerated. They've been too tolerant with evil to the point that they have become the main source of evil throughout the world. They're the main sponsor of all the anti-Christian degeneracy that has been spreading throughout the world since the end of the Second World War. And that's a fact. You can blame the orange juice, you can blame the aliens or the reptilians, but the fact of the matter is that as the most powerful nation in the world, you take it up the bum and you spread it for the world. So, you can't be both. You can't be the best nation, and the strongest nation, and the freest people, and the most independent thinkers, and at the same time be the worst force for the best spreader of degeneracy and sin in the world. It can't be both. If you're the strongest, then you're in charge, and if you're not in charge, then you're not the strongest. Someone is stronger than you, and he's maneuvering you however he wants. So it's something I tell the white ethnicists a lot, that they always complain that how they're being genocided and stuff like that. And it's you can blame whoever you want, but you still were the greatest, the most powerful nations on earth, and you allowed it to happen to yourselves, for some reason. So you can blame whichever group, but they wouldn't have had power if you wouldn't have let them, because you were the power of the world. So either you're doing it to yourselves, or you were such dumb fucks that you let yourselves be overtaken by some weak-ass little tribe.
I kind of agree with what you're saying, but in a sense, you got to think about it too. You had willing actors that basically opened the back door and let these people in at some point. And
no, I agree. And
think about it. You have all
they're the ones to blame.
You got the right people in the right places to make sure that your agenda goes forward as long as possible. And like I said, you could almost. I'm not trying to say the United States is innocent or anything, but it's think about it. We're like the perfect battery. Long life. We're like I said. We're the 500,000 watt station versus the 50,000 watt station. And the people that are doing this, they realize they've got the biggest, the best, the strongest tool in the toolbox, and they're going to basically exploit it out. You've heard what these people say. They don't give a shit about what happens to the United States down the road as long as it achieves the goal of the control they want over the rest of the world. They all talk like the United States will just be another part of the another cog in the machine at some point anyways. I get what you're saying, and we aren't innocent, but at the same time, you got to figure this is a very well orchestrated attack against humankind, and it's multifaceted, decades, generational, probably a millennia or better of scheming and conniving, and because evil is evil, and you can see that we're obviously very good at spreading that out, and we have a lot of people that all through the chain that are like that, and they all push that shit. Think about it. People here, I wouldn't say they're evil. We know what's up. We're trying to talk about it and offer suggestions. We're not part of the problem. We're not in that chain.
And I don't blame the American people for having tolerated it this far. I'm just stating the fact that it's an amazing
it's probably one of the greatest
to the achievement of propaganda.
It's the greatest.
When's the last time you were standing in front of a abortion clinic killing people?
They're not
Super
supposed,
chat,
like,
love
over
you,
here,
man.
they're still illegal. Over here, they're still illegal. It's not like you can, there's no such thing as abortion clinics. It's not a thing here. It's a battle that's being fought. You know, there's a bunch of feminazis that are trying to make it legal, but it still hasn't happened here. It started, where did it start? It started over there.
Super chat by Bunker Housing. Love you, man. No homo, but you have to moderate the discussion more. And there's one more. Uti said, few Americans can liberate themselves from the myth that we are the greatest nation in history, but the myth must die for us to break our chains.
Yeah, we can move on. I don't really want to. I mean, everybody knows propaganda sucks, and everybody knows America's propagandizing a lot of shit and manipulates a lot of shit. So we can move on. I don't think anybody here disagrees about how evil and fucked up it is. We may not we just don't agree on maybe the viewpoints of the evil.
Voislav, you are muted.
Yeah, I lived in the States, for 10 years or so, and when I want to think about United States, I think all the good experience, all the good times I had, and I almost like cancel all the bad shit that happened to me over there. I just like to remember the good stuff. I mean, not a lot of bad things happen, but I'm kind of
Well, I mean, think about it. The world that I grew up in and Mr. Ted grew in doesn't even fucking exist anymore, and it changed extremely fast from, what his parents and my parents had and what I was having to what my kids have now. It was extreme change, very fast. I mean, it's like jarring to see it, and the people that initiated that change were very, very smart, very well placed, and you can see how rapid the change was from the 50s traditional America. You work, mom stays home. There's a factory job for everybody. Everybody's driving a nice car. You got your little ranch patio house. The kids go to a good school. They actually learn enough. They graduate high school and they're probably have learned real college stuff. They might be equivalent to a college freshman or sophomore that came out, because, I mean, look at the colleges now. They ain't teaching shit. Schools don't teach shit. I mean, it's been a very well, I mean, like Gabriel was saying, I think he was trying to say, it's one of the greatest victories of all time up to this point because of what you've been able to accomplish in the United States and across the globe.
Oh, have the mighty have fallen.
Yeah, I realized, like when I came back to Serbia and I tried to open my own business and shit like that and trying to succeed or dealing with people and I'm thinking like, damn, wanted to do this, and if I wanted to do this in the States, it would have been much easier. Like, people are less evil when it comes to, like, they're not how do I say that? Uh, Over here, people view your success with with jealousy, and they would rather see themselves, like, I don't know, get destroyed in the order for you not to succeed. So there, I don't know, how do you call that?
They call it the crab mentality. The
Vanity or
crabs.
something. It's really crap. Yeah.
Yeah, the crab is like the real crab, the crab. So
the crab.
So the story is that if you put the crabs inside a bucket, like any crabs that are about to climb out, the other one will pull them down. Like, they will never allow anyone to succeed. Like, the crabs will just sabotage each other.
Yeah, I came here with the American kind of mentality. If I do a good job, if I'm professional, if I'm honest, if I'm hardworking, I will succeed. But fuck, dude, that doesn't work here. Like, it doesn't fucking work. Like, over here, your brain has to, like, work like 300 miles an hour. I mean, you have to, like, be really, witty with your, ability to, like, read people and, like, what they need at the moment, like what they really want. Like, you have to be like really fucking psychologist to work here. to succeed, you know.
You need to
And
join the KGB. You need to join the KGB, you
yeah,
know.
seriously, dude. Like every customer that I used to like, I used to do like I had a little tire shop, fixing tires and shit, and like I had to with every customer like like you cannot have like one price for the service. Like you have to like adjust the price toward that customer. Like what do you feel like he will pay, or like what's not you know too much for him, or just to not get turned away. Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, it's crazy. It's you have to like read their mind, just because that's how these people operate,
But how do you do
I
business
don't
like
know.
this? This kind of environment just breeds corruption, man. Like because there's no standards.
Yeah, it's super corrupt. No, there is no standards. Like there is no standards. Like we came from like 20 years ago till now. Like we went like down. Like we went down so much. Like in professionalism, and like I thought I was gonna do my like I'm you know I used to do like auto body, uh, like a car, repairing cars, uh, and I thought I was gonna be able to do that over here, but like people don't appreciate good work, they appreciate shit work that they pay, not a lot. So I was like, I don't know. So I was kind of discouraged from doing that, So
Is it an
I don't
influence
know.
from the USSR time? No, it's a Soviet time
No,
influence?
no, it's
Or is it a
just the
cultural thing?
influx of it's just when it comes to auto industry, it's just influx of too many used cars from EU, and there's just too much of the shitty ass cars. So people basically like everybody can everybody can afford a car. Yeah, sure, but they you know they they would rather like drive a okay car or something, and not be able to like put a meal on their plate. I mean, it's not that bad, but they worry about they kind of they're kind of trying to like adapt American culture, car culture, but it doesn't work like that, because you just don't make that much money, and yet like our gasoline is so expensive, and people are still willing to, pay for the gas, even if it's like let's say equivalent to like $10 for gallon in the States, you know, or even more, because our standard is so bad, so like one liter is like let's say $2, but that's like 1 liter $2. That's a lot of money, So yeah, like people drive, cars, and there's too many of them. There's no standard like the auto trades are like the schools. There is no schools for auto trades. Everybody does how they feel. They repair cars how they feel, and there's like all the auto mechanics are shit. Like you cannot find a good auto mechanic, like rarely, you know like basically, it's like a lottery if you're gonna run into good mechanic that they can actually fix your car. I get, you know that's why I drive Toyota, still. I don't fix my car, you know so
I don't know. I've got a
I mean,
Toyota, and it's not exactly the easiest thing to work on. A Toyota Camry. I mean, you got to lift the
I got
transaxle just to drop the transaxle pan. That's not the
yeah I
Toyota
got
of 20 years ago.
yeah I got car from 20. I got Corolla, and I still drive it. It's actually the one that I brought from the States here. So yeah, I drive it still.
Hmm.
It's a 97 Corolla. I mean, this is like 30-year-old car, dude. And this car is is like I think the car that's like they made a mistake by making this car. You know how good it is.
Well,
You
that
know?
was the car
it's
John
everywhere.
Goodman was talking about.
Corolla is everywhere.
Yep.
Corolla
Yeah.
was everywhere. No, it
Yep.
was
Yeah,
everywhere.
everywhere. I seen photos of videos from like Afghanistan, you know, like Middle East, South America, everywhere, dude. Like Africa, this car is everywhere.
Yeah, my first import car I owned was a Toyota Celica, a 1977.
Yeah, those are classics.
Yeah, it still had the trunk, not a hatchback. Yeah, that's how old
Yeah,
that car
dude.
was. Yeah.
Yeah.
First Japanese car I ever owned.
Do we want to go ahead and move on now and talk about something else? Like Kupiansk or something?
Yeah. I thought the Kupiansk was gonna fall first. What do you guys think? You know.
I think we'll find out in a month if it already has or not. There's a big discussion on whether or not a lot of these places have already been overran. And I think it's going to take us 3, 4, 6 weeks before we find out.
I mean, because you got to look at what's going down in Pokrovsk. You've got the Russians cited in there. Now, there's some people that took it out. I don't agree with, and I'm not even going to say their fucking name because I don't agree with them. But they're like, well, there's no new geolocations of Russian troops in the middle of Pokrovsk. And it's like, yeah, well, there's no fucking geolocations of any Ukrainian troops in the places the Russians were either. So, you know, is it really gone? Did they take it back? No. Are they still there? Maybe. I don't know. Probably. It doesn't seem like, you know, if they got in like that, that they're going to give that up too easy. And then you've got what's going on around Kupiansk. And I think it's way worse than even they're showing. I think they're farther south on the west side than they're even admitting to. And if they're not there like in force, there's at least no Ukrainians of any consequence around all the way down to, I think it's like Sobolivka. I would think the Russians are probably cruising around through there even. Maybe not in force, maybe it's reconnaissance patrols, but I bet you it's more of a mop-up, but there's nobody there to stop them or engage them, and nobody wants to. And then you've got them pushing into the outskirts of the city, or they're already storming the northern half of the city on both sides of the riverbank.
Yeah.
I mean, all this shit we're getting, it could be a few days old. You know, they could already be past
or
it.
older.
It doesn't benefit the Ukrainians or the Russians to announce they've taken half of Kupiansk, you know, and they know the Ukrainians aren't going to admit it. Or even if it's not anything that dramatic, if they're just going down different streets like they were like around what was it? That one time they went down into Kupiansk, they just drove down the road and took that little section. I mean, what if they've got something like that going on, but now they've branched off and they're on that north and west side or the east and west side of the river, just down different streets. I mean, and they're, you know, how long is it going to be before those guys are able just to bum rush through the rest of the city? I mean,
right.
Kupiansk is probably more at risk now than Pokrovsk, but I'd say it would probably be Kupiansk, Pokrovsk, and then I don't know. I mean, Konstantin's still got a pretty good buffer around it, and they're cutting it off. But I don't know. Maybe they'll get Seversk or Lehman before that.
Yeah, I think.
Or Yampol. Maybe Yampol. I think Yampol's before Lehman, and that would be a little bit more realistic.
Yeah, I think the reason why there is a tactical ambiguity when it comes to, Russian positions is, the nature itself of this push, because like you said, DRGs everywhere. So like, of course we're not gonna know like where they all penetrated. But like you said, I think they're everywhere. These groups. I mean, I personally think that Ukrainians are like, they're in so much shit that they're embarrassed to like even say like the Russians are like behind them, and shit, and like they're everywhere. So they're like, keeping this on a low key, and Russians don't give a fuck.
Well, the
They're
other
gonna.
thing is too is what if the Russians are just doing what the Ukrainians did in Kursk, driving up the roads, making sure you're getting geolocations of them. The only difference is they turn around and go back to safety. They don't sit there and wait until the drones and artillery to fucking pound them. Because you saw what happened.
Well,
Look, they drove down the road, and then there's a video 2 days later of the aftermath, and they're all laying there blown up and on their sides, and some villagers picking through the dead guys' MREs. It's like, I mean, the difference might be now that, yeah, they're driving up the road and they get geolocated a couple times, and then, here comes this counterattack, or maybe some artillery, or maybe the drones come in heavy, so they just leave. Maybe they're just making sure you see them, and then if that gets reported, then people are like, oh, they're here, and then the Ukrainian command might know better, but still, it just adds to the confusion and of the situation and the fog, which makes it harder. It's always going to be harder on the Ukrainians, and the more you can muddle it, the better. I mean, but yeah, I think there's a lot more going on than you're seeing, and it might just like, I think it, like you're starting to see the fingering out and the little tentacles. It might just be shit like that, but instead of going 10 or 20 kilometers, maybe they just go down 5, get a picture, and then they drop back to where their main line is, and they're just starting to do that. And then maybe in some places, if they drive up 5 kilometers and nobody's around, nothing happens, then maybe they sit tight for a day, and then if nothing happens, they're like, yeah, come on, let's go. This way's clear, and then there's another little hub to start, and then maybe they and you see what they do. People are like, they have these 50-kilometer days, and that sounds like a lot if it was in one place. But the thing is it's all key positions and terrain features and tree lines and stuff. It's like, that's they're going down this tree line, then cutting down here, then hopping over this ridge line, and then circling in and hitting this village from the backside. And that's 20 kilometers. But and then you don't see any reaction. Like all those impossible salients where you had these little skinny roads and the shovel handle and shit, and there was never a counterattack. So that tells you right there that there's obviously no Ukrainians there, or whoever's there isn't in any position to do a counterattack.
No resistance.
What do you guys think about supplying DRGs? Is it possible, like with all these drones today, like, are they able to stay in
Well, you got to figure those DRG guys are going to go in with a heavy load anyway, probably, because they know they're going to be, you figure 3 to 5 days. I don't know what their standards are, but probably 3-day minimum. So that's something you could pack in, and those guys are, special forces, so they could always load in for another day or two and probably not complain. Plus, they're going to probably get somewhere and set up and listen and watch, and then you can use Baba Yaga type drones to fly in and drop shit off somewhere. It doesn't. You might not want to drop it off right by them, but you could drop it off a half a click away.
Yeah.
And some guy could run over there and grab it and come back to just try to minimize your footprint. Yeah, they could do that with small teams, but I would imagine they're going in for something specific. So they've got what they want to take with them, and they go in and do it, then they leave. Because it's right. I mean, if you're running drones and stuff like that, I mean, there's going to be a signature, and then you're going to figure you might, the artillery stuff's getting attrited, but you can't doubt for a second if the American ISR detects a Spetsnaz detachment in a building and there's a HIMARS nearby, they ain't gonna fucking light it up.
Right.
Do you guys think that the Russians know that that Zelenskyy and Nazis supporting him, they won't give up to any demands, and that this will have to go all the way? I mean, like, I get since the way I see it is like, Russians have to know this shit. I mean, there's no way they're gonna believe that these Nazis are gonna just sign the peace, or whatever, And what do you guys think about that?
Well, I mean, look, if you want to know what's going to happen, look at Germany in 1945, right?
Yeah.
The Russians and the Allies did not kill every last Nazi in 45, right? You're not going to get every single one of them in the Ukraine. The Ukraine's got too many of them. They've got probably as many Nazis in the Ukraine right now as Germany had in Berlin in 1945. So don't expect to get them all, and this conflict will
Of
not
course not. Of course
kill them
not.
all.
But
They're just going to melt
I'm
back into
not
the
saying that.
population.
I'm
They're
saying,
going
you
to
know,
get
like,
American citizenship, man. They're going to like teach the American military how to use the drones.
yeah, but you
Well,
know, they
you say that tongue in cheek. Guess what? That
No,
probably
actually, they'll all move to Canada because Canada's like kinfolk to them.
let them have them. There's already plenty of Nazis living up there.
The Galatia needs new recruits up in Canada.
I saw this documentary about Bandera's family that you know, that was they moved them to Canada, I think. So I'm thinking, like, you know, like, what the fuck did they grow into, you know? Nazis, of course. So yeah.
It don't matter, dude. I mean, don't get hung up on that point. I mean, Nazis had a lot of things to offer different countries. That's why you had Operation Paperclip. That's why people went to Canada, Russia, United States. I mean, they were useful. If they weren't useful, they would have shot them and thrown them in a ditch somewhere or fucking.
I know. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, you know, the like you know, the I lost my thought. Go ahead. I lost.
Now, do you guys see the Ukrainian info space, the pro-Ukrainian space? They are very proud of a new long-range missile rocket. I don't know, missile, which looks
the
really like
Flamingo?
the V1.
Yeah.
That's a model. They hung it up in a parking garage.
Yeah,
you guys saw that? They had the anchors.
They did do a launch, but see, I think that launch was done as a test launch or maybe an actual attack, but it was filmed before the Russians destroyed the program and then the story was released. Because there's also rumors, I don't want to get into too much, but like there's like rumors that the Ukrainians are filming their troops in villages, and then when the Russians say they captured the village, they say they did a counterattack, and then they release videos of their troops in this village, even though they're not there and stuff. I mean, could be all kinds of stuff going on, but I kind of thought it was funny that video came out of the launch after the story about the Russians destroying the program.
The coffee factory. You mean the coffee factory? I saw like, you know, this coffee, factory or something, you know, got blown up. Like it's very explosive. The coffee.
Another funny story I saw. You know, the Admiral Kustanov just got started. You know, restarted. I guess sea trials. It's going back into service. On Google News, I think it was. I can't remember what particular branch. They actually had a story about the Admiral Kustanov coming back and how maybe the Ukrainians will target it with some kind of special operation like they did with the Nord Stream and the attack on the strategic bomber force. And I'm like, yeah, go ahead, take a shot at it. You know, I mean, just give them another reason to keep it going for another 6 months. You know, and better yet, wait till there's like a summit, and on the eve of the summit, then do it.
Yeah.
I wondered one thing. The little I've heard from the pro-Ukraine space was about, you know, where they're actually addressing the territorial losses that they're actually facing. They're trying to spin it like, oh, this is a tactical withdrawal and some sort of brilliant, move pertaining to attrition. Which is kind of funny because they haven't really been talking about it like that before. So it's been like, oh, the Russians are just like slamming in and getting their asses whooped for no good reason, and then they're getting for inches. And now there's like, yeah, so now we're kind of regrouping, conserving, and wearing off the Russians and being clever to go back, which is, I don't know. But
I mean, real quick, did you see that video? I mean, they're definitely turning the heat up. There was a video posted in the main, I think. And it was a tree line where they dropped 11 fabs right down the tree line. They dropped 12, but I think one was a little off course, you know, like that mattered. But the 11 of them were right down the tree line. And that was either a position or a supply route or a retreat route for reinforcements or to get out. And I mean, if anybody was there, there's no way there's anybody left.
Well,
if they're in there, they weren't happy.
Yeah, because I don't hear that much from the reportings I do get from Wyatt that, when the Russians are moving in, it's typically because the Ukrainians are not even there. It's not a matter of like they're fighting back or sending relief forces in order to facilitate for the withdrawal or any of that sorts. It's just like, oh, no, it's somebody here. There was maybe nobody here, and it's way behind the lines sometimes, which is absolutely bizarre.
Yeah, I mean, you see, and there's been a lot of videos lately of them showing, them specifically targeting rotations and people leaving the area and redeploying and getting out of those frontline spots. To the point where they even you see people running away with no weapons just to get the hell out of there. So you got to figure those are spots probably where they've been pounded and the Russians know there's nobody there, but maybe a squad of guys. And, here comes a behemoth tank and a couple BMPs and 20 guys on motorcycles. It's like, I better get the fuck out of here. And plus, you're going to hear the drones coming too. I mean, and think about it. But the reason they came like that is because they know there's basically no resistance left, and they can punch right in there and figure out what to do next. And who knows, those 3 guys that ran away, they might be the only 3 guys for the next 5 clicks.
Or more.
Yeah, so because a lot of the defensive positions, from my impression, is that it's like the one whole tree line might be only defended by 4 guys. And then they will be hunted down by FPV drones, and then once they're taken out, then there's no one across that place. Then they just slowly comb through. Because nowadays you no one dare to gather a big force to defend. You're just going to be an airstrike target, So
which is interesting that the Russians are moving so slow, because if the line is held that sparsely and the zone behind the line is held that sparsely, then why are the Russians moving so damn slow?
Because the Russians also don't dare to gather their forces.
or they're playing the slow game, just like Putin and Trump have decided. They're trying to run out the clock and run out the bank book of Europe.
I don't
Could
think
this be where the motorcycle troops come well in handy? Because like I get the impression, like if you don't have any troops in nearby 5 kilometers, for example, and are we talking in all directions along the line or behind the lines? Because even if you have it sparsely filled out, you would still have like iterant lines behind, right? You would have like a fallback or someone to supply you with or whatever, right? So if you have it then you have a good question. Why are the Russians moving so slowly? Because
Dan's right. Dan's right. He's making comments down in the comment section that troops are valuable to commit, whether they're Russians or they're Ukrainians. Troops are expensive to commit. So if you've got good soldiers, you don't want to commit them because they're just too damn valuable. And I think that's why.
Think about it. You've got why
Dan,
not let
get in here. Let's talk about this.
The thing is like Dan's saying, the troops are a commodity that's not worth wasting. Why not let the drones do the work? They fly in, they can attack individual targets, or they can spot, and then you just let your Air Force and your artillery do the work. And then you send your valuable guys in to hold up the flag, clear it, and set up the next hub, and then move forward. It would be stupid to do anything else. If you got robots to go out and do the dirty work, then you send the fucking robots out. You don't fucking send your dudes out to get wasted unnecessarily. I mean, why should 3 guys die doing the job that 1 drone could do and come back? You know what I mean? It's stupid. Anybody that fights differently now would be an idiot. I mean, your drones are the ones that do the dirty work. They're going to find the targets. They're going to attack the targets. They're going to coordinate. And then when you shape, and we've heard this for fucking the whole time, the Russians shape the battlefield. That means they're going out ahead of time. They're hitting the repeaters. They're killing the drone teams. They're sending in reconnaissance teams. Those guys probably go in a little bit. Then they launch drones to go in farther because they ain't trying to get smoked either. It's minimal risk to the live bodies, and you maximize the use of the technology, and that's what the Russians are doing right now.
Also not slow. You're also not moving so fast that your supply line can't keep up. Right? I mean, that's a very logistical problem.
And there's literally no reason for Russia to create a problem unnecessarily.
That's exactly right.
The robots can do everything in front of them, and they can move up at their leisure. And fighting any other way when you have that ability would be stupid. I mean, the Chinese literally have millions of bodies to throw at a problem. But guess what? They're probably going to throw millions of drones at the problem instead.
Yeah.
But to that point, though, because I think it kind of like the Russians don't have any shortage of drones or manufacturing ability thereof, as far as I know. So, like, if they were then they should actually be able to have a pretty good grasp of not only what is in the first line, but also what follows afterwards. Like, can they actually move further or not? And like the main thing here that seems to kind of be more or less justifying the Russians to take it so slow is simply because the slower they take it, the longer they're keeping the logistics for the Ukrainians. But what good is that if you're not, because you need to compel the Ukrainians to actually supply. Otherwise, like, it's not really good for anything. And this is where the drones again come in, right? Because even if the
logistical support needed for 10 guys is the same as 50. So they're still stretching the logistical line of the Ukrainians by forcing them to keep moving back and forth.
Sure. I'm not denying that, but it's still like if they are working on the low steamer, right? What you need to do then is apply the pressure. And so here the Russians could easily just commit drones, because the Ukrainians, they like, okay, maybe it's not troops that are taking over the front line, but they still have to respond to drones crossing over the front lines and try to assess what is the situation or strike targets. And this is something the Russians could fairly easily do. Like, okay, no responses.
Who says they're not?
Well, but that's my point. Like, if they're first moving in somewhere, right, they should be having already behind, like, let's say the example that Vaughn gave, right, where it's very sparsely, or you just have a tree line, you don't even know how many is there. Maybe it's just 4, right? Well, then you should already have drones actually well beyond that one before you start smashing that one. Because if there's any, like, someone trying to crawl out or someone trying to move in or whatever, in anticipation of you doing something, you're already there ready to kind of track them with the drones and disrupt them.
That's what they're doing, man. That's what they're doing.
It's exactly what they're doing. You think those guys on the motorcycles are driving up there without a drone, going up there first? Come on.
I mean, that's the thing. I mean, if you see the drones are everywhere. I mean, there's guys riding around with motorcycles and they got 4 quadcopters and baskets. So that guy's probably going to ride somewhere and drop off some drones to a team. Or maybe him and a buddy are going to drive somewhere, hide in some bushes.
And who says that the guys driving the drones behind them they're not leapfrogging these drones?
Yeah,
right?
If you look at a lot of the motorcycle assaults, they are covered by drones, and it's not Ukrainian drones coordinating fire.
Which makes sense.
It's the drones flying alongside, and you can see them zigzagging, and I'm sure they got drones out ahead of them telling them where to go.
Exactly.
Think about it. And why those guys are riding towards it, even if those drones aren't armed, they can still buzz those guys in the trenches if there's anybody left and keep their heads down.
Yeah, you just need drones to be your eyes and ears looking forward. You don't need every drone to be able to tack or drop a grenade.
No. I get that, but the point is more like why the Russian momentum is so slow if everything indicates that they can more or less waltz in, right? Because they face resistance and then
it's their plan. It's their plan to go slow. They're bleeding the Ukraine. They're bleeding Europe. The longer this goes, the more it costs Europe. The more it costs the EU, the more it costs NATO.
I get that, because then they're trying to move the clock.
I got it dead. I'll be back in like an hour.
Right. But the point I'm making is that, like, you still, you need to treat the enemy in that way as well, but you also need to punish him. You need to, the objective here is, after all, demilitarization, right? So if the enemy is not supplying, for example, the front line, if they've turned to be sparse, you need to apply the pressure in order to make them commit. And that's what I kind of get the impression. Every time the Russians are moving forward, it's because the Ukrainians are kind of bluffing to the point where they have nothing left. The Russians just move in, and it's like, okay, now you have to apply the pressure. Now you have to actually commit yourself to the next time, because we're moving closer. Like,
sure, but the average age of the conscript on the Ukrainian side has gone up quite a bit. It's probably gone up 10 or 15 years. That's because of so much attrition.
How much? What is the? I forgot. They had like a dozen mobilization within the first year, wasn't it, or something like that?
They keep raising the upper limit and lowering the lower limit. I mean, what is it now? Like 17 and 55. I mean, they're taking guys almost my age, for crying out loud. I mean, how's that an effective boot on the ground, right? Yeah. Like, you think a guy my age is gonna? I mean, I can shoot
no man's land and dodge grenade shells and shit.
Well, I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm an old grandpa, but I mean, I'm a dangerous motherfucker, but you think I'm gonna carry a ruck and move 20 clicks every day? I got a news flash for you guys. The only way I'm moving 20 clicks is on motorized movement.
I've seen an ad. I've seen ad in on the Russian channels for the recruitment, and they basically accept to someone up to 60 years old. And I don't think they're they're not they're not attack
Logistics,
forces,
maybe.
but yeah, logistics, or like
Sure.
medics, or just people in the back, and I think you're like, you're an older guy, you might say, you're not
You
valuable,
think?
but your like experience and your patience might be more valuable than some younger dumbass who wants to
Well,
prove
I
himself,
mean,
and like
there's plenty of guys my age that you put me behind a precision rifle with a or in my case I'd want 2 or 3 designated spotters, especially working in a drone. Yeah, I'd be dangerous within a mile and a half. But there's probably not 10 of those guys in the entire Ukrainian conflict.
yeah.
Why?
Well, I mean, I think
the talent for doing that kind of stuff is really small, right? Really small. And
But it is. But the voice
I-
club has a point there that you would, for example, your age will be much more preferable to have as say drone operators, because it's not required to be moving around and stuff like that in the same degree.
Yeah, or
Like,
like,
if you-
no, you need a drone operator way too close. You need a drone operator way too close to the front. He's got to be boots and scoots, man. He's got to go. And
Yeah.
that ain't happening.
So that would
The
be more
drone,
like
the
in
drone
the,
operators are usually going to be very young, because
Very,
you
very
need
young.
to be really
Video
good
game
at,
kids.
using the
Yep. Eye-hand coordination, real short latency.
yeah.
Right?
Mr. Tank will do perfectly as cannon fodder. Just go to the trench and sit there.
Yeah.
The rifle can be a wooden stick. It doesn't need to fire.
Easy.
Well,
Me and Moses fought with things more advanced than sticks.
he's your cousin
I
or
think
something.
older, like older.
Well, but
Listen,
older men are more-
that's also
I'm
a matter
still-
of capability, right? Like
I'm
you would
still
do
cutting
well.
edge enough. I 3D print firearms.
Look, but like you
Right.
could still be, for example, a drone operator in a defensive capacity. Like there are several things you
Well,
could do in
sure.
a defensive capacity,
Sure.
right? But it's like, how are you applicable? And that would be that is
Well,
going to be limited by.
but how- But how
Like you
much
mentioned.
how much effort does it take to train a guy my age versus a guy who's in his 20s? Right? You got to look at the
It
ROI.
would be better
Everything's
used as
ROI.
a driver.
Yeah, everything's ROI. You're gonna put a grandpa like me in a truck with a young stretcher carrier, and we're gonna
Important
haul
caveat.
wounded
Look,
back and forth.
Russians
Important
operate.
caveat. There's a
Russians
reason
operate
that.
the-
But hold on.
the
There's an
Russians-
important caveat to what you're saying, Mr. Ted, because it's true. With age comes wisdom and also force. But there's a reason also that mostly it's young people in their 18-year-olds that are conscripted, because they're quite malleable. Like they say, they
Wow.
want
Yeah,
to be
guy like me,
their
not
40s,
malleable
started.
at all. You tell me to do something stupid, I'm gonna tell you piss up a rope.
Exactly.
That, or I just won't say anything. I'll wait for you to turn your back, and I'll put a bullet in the side of your head, and you'll be an unalive watermelon.
Exactly. So, because when I was in my 20s, you could have had to do pretty much anything. But now I'm like in my 30s and 40s. Now I'm arguably a much more efficient fighter in some respect. But you're gonna have to convince me, and that's going to be a lot tougher.
If I was in this conflict, I would set up my own fiefdom.
Like you have, like you guys know how much of the Russian equipment is like from Soviet time. So older guys are good mechanics, and they keep every one of these machines running.
You can repair anything that was made in the Soviet era with a screwdriver and a spanner wrench.
Yeah,
I mean that was the Soviet mentality, right? You ship a MiG, a MiG-25, a MiG-27 in 2 crates. You could send it anywhere with 2 5-ton trucks, and when it got there, it had 1,000 gallons of fuel, right? 4,000 liters of fuel, and it could be put together with a absolutely illiterate Ukrainian with a spanner wrench and a screwdriver, right? I mean, that's how that stuff was built. It was built low tech. I mean, look at the AK-47. It's a sheet metal stamped object, right? It's a
Exactly.
shovel. It's
Yeah.
got less metal in it than the shovel,
Yeah, and
right?
that's why I think like the West is losing the war because I mean it's a paradox. I mean, or irony that technology is Western's demise. When you think about it, because it's so expensive. So how do you supply all this expensive equipment, and then you have this all low tech
Well, that's
Soviet equipment?
Before we move
that's-
on tech, can I address one thing with the age issue since we were on that one? Like because if the Ukrainians are having, what did he say, was 17 to 55? Was the
I think it's higher than that.
right?
Yeah,
Okay,
it's
so
higher.
that
It's like
Wyatt, isn't
it's
it
like
higher than that?
70,
Isn't it
dude.
like 60?
It's
so
like 70, I think.
So one may perhaps see that okay, there's a lower level of or proportion of specialization needed, perhaps, or whatever. Hi, Warren. I'll wrap up quickly so you can introduce yourself. What I was thinking, like, because we were touching this on a few open mics ago regarding a Belarusian border, where why wouldn't the Russians attack? But then, of course, as far as I'm concerned, why aren't the Russians just simply mobilizing there? Because they don't really need to do anything. They just need to put the scare on the Ukrainians. And if the Ukrainians are so strained as they are already, that also means that the more strain you put on their economy, the more you're bleeding the West, right? Like going back to what you were stating, why are they keeping the logistics so long? Well, why are they not applying more pressure to Belarus? Because if they are having such a grand span on such a range on the conscription age, then they are in a strain. Like there's no, you're not doing that unless you actually find yourself compelled to do so, right? Like I don't.
Well,
see
that's the thing is they are compelled to do so. So
Right.
that's why there's
Why
such a
aren't the
big
Russians-
push with the short bus in Europe to bring in conscripts from Europe.
Yeah, we'll see how that one goes.
Well, who
But
are you
did
going to
you-
send? You're going to send
Yeah.
you're going to send
Wasn't-
22-year-old Germans? Come
I
on.
saw some headline about Starmer wanting to send UK troops on the ground. I couldn't bother to be going through that. Like, what a joke!
It's
They
going to
have-
be after a peace deal. No, it's not actively.
It's
now.
Annie.
It's
The
always
Chinese
like
soldiers.
peacekeepers.
Because-
Peacekeepers.
I mean, what did the UK have a standing army that is the one? Was it like 50,000 maybe or something like that? And the MI6 said they concluded they had at least 40,000 hostile political operatives of the violent kind, like jihadis and shit like that. Which is basically like, yeah, maybe you want to have that army back at home rather than sending it to Eastern Europe.
So let's give Warren Flood the chance
yeah,
to
sorry,
introduce
sorry.
himself.
Hi guys. Thanks, Wyatt. Yeah, nice to meet you guys. Been watching these quite a few times, and a really good discussion you guys were having on tactics. And I guess I have a question for you guys, more on the strategic sense of what you see going on in terms of the overall, let's say, shapes on the front line in terms of the maps. And one thing I find really interesting is that you see all these bulges coming out around like Pokrovsk, around Kupiansk, around Konstantinivka. And is this just encirclement tactics, or is this actually part of that slow game that the Russians are playing, where they're just grinding down the Ukrainian forces? So they don't really want to close that too fast. They actually want to draw in more forces and attrit them over time. And that's what I want you guys to know, what you guys are thinking about that.
Yeah. So for information, Warren is from Norway. He didn't introduce himself. Yeah.
We can see it on his label.
Yeah,
put
I
Norway
put it
there.
on because he didn't
If you
introduce,
follow-
so I put it on myself.
Yeah.
Oh,
If you follow DPA, SITRABs, you'll notice that Wyatt is running out of his red paint for his arrows, and it's getting really bleak, So yeah, he needs to bring it down,
But my theory is that is exactly what Warren just said. There is no rush to close all these movements. Like they just shape the front line in a way that is very advantageous for the Russians, and the Ukrainians just keep sending troops into this area where enemies can be coming from multiple directions. You do not know where the drone is going to come from. It's not even going to be assault troops. It's just drones. You do not know it's coming from which direction because they are surrounded in many directions, and that happens in many of the front lines.
Yep.
So, And you knowing the Ukrainians, we already seen the war for so long. Like the Ukrainians, let's say they have 4 guys or 6 guys at that tree line, and they all got killed off. For example, maybe an airstrike or a drone strike. Then the Russians don't move in. The Ukrainians eventually were still going to send someone to go back and take over the trench, and that is the insane thing that the Ukrainians keep doing. So as a result, they get attrition by just consistently going down and reinforce the same place, and this happens across the whole of Ukraine war. Yeah.
With all those bulges, you've increased the length of the front line by so much, because with all those bulges, not only do you have multiple directions and multiple fronts, but now you've got a nice clean line where you can put a guy to watch, a quarter of a click in each direction. Now all of a sudden you've got to have a guy at every one of those little twists and turns in the front line, and it requires so many more people to touch that line.
Yeah, so like I say, the Pokrov breakout zone actually, lengthened the front line in that region by like 2-3 times. Like it just suddenly become a very big front line. Yep. But it was so small, originally then suddenly it becomes like so much more longer.
I think.
Can I ask you a question regarding pertaining to what Warren was asking? Because and by the way, Warren, I absolutely fucking love it when Norwegians come on. I don't like to be the only one. So yes, super. All right. So to your question about encirclement, because as far as I've understood it, the strategy of the Russians have generally been to just enact 3 fronts on each stronghold wherever the Ukrainians choose to dig in and fight. That's what the Russians do. They open 3 fronts, and then they establish fire control for the last entry, and then it just becomes too tiresome for the Ukrainians, and then they pull out. But I have gotten an impression that in the last couple of months or so, the Russians seem to be inclined to close those encirclements. Like typically what they would have done, they would just held it there, and we would hear about the back and forth of counterattacks and flanking attempts and whatnot. And then eventually, typically, the Russians would eventually make a few moves, and then it closes. Now it seems like they're kind of, we don't hear so much fighting. At least I don't get the impression so much fighting before it all of a sudden like, oh, but it's closed, done, Ukrainians gone. Like is that does that seem to be a strike? Because that suggests that the Ukrainians, what the Russians were doing earlier, applying 3 fronts, bleeding them quicker, no need to do that for so long. That's kind of indicative.
Yeah, maybe the Ukrainians just give up. They don't want to send troops in, or the soldiers that don't want to go in. Like it's a kill zone, you go in, it's a one way road, there's no way back.
But I heard someone talking about the new Surovikin line or something like that. And this would have made sense maybe for Ukrainians to do a year ago, but better late than never, I guess. Like, do you know if you get any reports or updates on where they're setting like their because they must be seeing like they cannot be they're losing ground constantly. They need to find a way to ossify it. They don't really have terrain as much in their favor, as far as I can tell. So they need to actually make artificial fortifications in order to stand a chance in that regard. So, where do you think that? Where does it seem like they're actually doing it? Because headlines is one thing, but where's the action actually at?
When I just want to say, you mentioned the Surovikin line, or the ones that
it's a new line that we're talking about. Okay, yeah.
So basically, what I think is even if Ukrainians are able to build it, I don't think they're able to maintain it or to keep it, due to the they just don't have the firepower that the Russians do. I mean, the reason why Russians were able to sustain or to keep Ukrainians from overtaking it is because they had so much of a firepower at any point of this line, and I don't think even if the Ukrainians have similar line, they're able to sustain it for
No, the line, they've moved past that pocket.
I'd be inclined to agree with you on that one, that they would not be able to hold such a line as well as they did before. But it's still no doubt about them time. It took the Russians well over a year, to grind down fortifications that have taken 10 years to build. So yeah, of course, if the Ukrainians just have half a year to a year and they're also more poorly manned and equipped, then of course the line is not going to be nearly.
they're way.
But
Yeah,
it's
they're-
still like I'm pretty sure that they would still try to see like, okay, look, the clock is definitely running against us, and the seconds are ticking really fast. So we should find something, and that's where the Sir Weekend line makes like, okay, you know you're going to lose it, right? But you're still going to be like wherever they are going to commit to such a fortification, that's where we're going to see things stall for maybe a moment, and we're going to see more intense fighting because that's where they have decided, okay, this is where we have to really make the effort to slow down. Whether
The Ukrainians can't afford to make a stand. They're just going to keep moving back, keep capitulating, keep ceding territory.
Exactly.
I mean, you might have 10 or 12 guys move forward on the line where they notice the Russians aren't sitting anymore. But their movement's like France. They're going in.
No, I'm
they're going
talking
in
more
reverse.
like defensively. If they acknowledge, because they must be acknowledging at this point that they are consistently losing territory. So, like, if you have at least some sort of foresight as a Ukrainian commander, you would be trying to put some stopgaps somewhere.
I don't think they
They
have it.
don't have people. Yeah,
They don't have
they
it.
don't have anybody.
They don't have it.
No
They
plan.
don't have it.
Warren, what do you think, Warren?
Yeah, that's
Don't
the
just
question I
listen.
wanted to ask. What do you guys think? Because when I look at it, it looks like if they had that foresight, wouldn't they be pulling out of these traps? I mean, in these different places where they're and that's
Not
what
if
I
they've
can't
been told to
understand. Why
hold
aren't
the
they,
line no
like,
matter what.
pulling back to something more defensible, like you say, coping that would make sense, that would make logical sense, but I don't see it happening. What do you guys think?
Look at the
That's the
Cleban
funny
Big,
thing, right?
you know.
Like they must
Any
be buying
of us
time for a reason, and that sounds like the most practical reason to stay alive for a while at least.
Hey, I
Yeah,
heard I heard they're transferring soldiers or reinforcing soldiers in a Cleban Big, pocket or across the lake. I mean, this is crazy, guys. They should have moved out of there like a long time ago.
I think they have.
So that's the funny thing about the Ukrainians, right? Like if we play this as a computer game, right? Be it Command and Conquer or StarCraft or Age of Empire, whatnot. When you realize that the certain area has become a kill zone, you would never have sent your troops in. You have like built a next defense line and then hold it in a way that is more advantageous for you, and then you fight the battle as that as your new front line. But Ukraine just insist on holding impossible places and make their own life really difficult, and it is really weird. It's really weird. It just constantly reminds me of World War II. The Hitler's command for the army to never retreat and hold your ground at all costs. The kind of command which totally destroys the Nazi army. Why are you fighting in Stalingrad? No, just go around it. What the fuck? You stay in Stalingrad. Just go around it. Surround it. Don't be inside of it. But no, they must be
Because
inside
they're doing
of
the
it.
same thing. They want to save face, right?
Yeah.
They don't want to capitulate. I mean, the smart thing would have been to build a defensive line 10, 20, 50 kilometers behind the Dnieper River and fall back.
Yeah.
They should have done that a year ago. They should have done that a year ago when things really slowed down there last winter or last fall.
I don't
As the
think
rains moved in, but they didn't.
I don't think. I think I think Russians would never dare to cross Dnieper River, knowing that. I mean, you're gonna lose.
Anyone want to take the over and under on that? I think this conflict will keep going until the Russians cross the Dnieper.
Yeah,
It's the Rubicon.
I mean, it's.
I don't think the Russians have the incentive of occupying West Ukraine. I think they will be satisfied with East. But
No, I didn't say occupying West Ukraine. I think they want the buffer line not to be the river. I think they want the buffer line to be 50 kilometers on that side.
I don't think it's unreasonable. I mean, it's a very natural geographically, it's just ideal.
Sure.
It's a large territory, though. It's half the country, so it's you're right.
Sucks to be the Ukrainians.
I think by then there won't be like that many soldiers that they're even gonna able to like sustain that. I think it's gonna be like all sold out by then. I don't know.
Well, I mean, they're gonna. what percentage of the population of men have been lost in the Ukraine right now? In 3 years of conflict, what percentage of the population between, say, 25 and 60, 25 and 59, right? Because originally that was the dates, 25 and 59. What percentage of those people have either been lost to conflict, lost to POWs, lost to desertion, or left the effing country?
Like
5,
40%.
10, 15, 20,
I think
25%?
Well, I think
like
I think one could
40%.
speculate on that, but I think it's pretty noteworthy that the Ukrainians have not really adapted their overall strategy, especially considering that they are generally propped up by, a bunch of leaders, NATO commanders and generals and whatnot. They must have. I mean, no matter what one thinks about NATO, one should be expecting at least there be some minds there to be saying like, yeah, you know what, the strategy you're holding is like is a losing card. You may want to be, prepping for the worst and be so when shit hits the fan,
they're not taking any advice they're giving.
But I think
Ukrainians aren't listening to any of the advice.
But yeah, because do you think it is because I'm of the impression that it has perhaps less to do with NATO and more to do with Ukraine actually simply not listening. And one of the reasons I keep getting convinced about that, like I can't get it out of my head, was the Zaporozhye offensive. Because here General Zelenskyy said it loud and clear. I need so many tanks, so many artillery with shells and so much whatever. He got crumbs. And what did he do? He launched the offensive anyways, knowing fully well this was well fortified, right?
Even that demand it's kind of lunatic, because he would buy it sometime, or he would maybe get to like Tokmak, some part, but
right.
That's so crazy,
And now he is out, right? Now he is out. We don't see any more of those kind of retarded offensives that the Ukrainians did, like Zaporozhye. We see some stupid shit, but not nearly to the scale. But we still don't see any notable adaptation to their strategy. Like there's no prescience and no nothing really. Like, do they have any fortification lines? Like they don't seem to be making those contingencies. They seem to also be thinking like, yeah, we're just gonna wear them out and then we're gonna smack them back again or something.
I think they're just buying time. I don't think they have any serious.
Right, but buy time for what? Right, like what is the grand strategy?
Left,
The grand strategy is to spend every dollar the EU gives them. That's the grand strategy. Is to spend every dime on the military industrial complex.
Wrong. Only half. Spend only half.
Well, I mean, the half they're going to spend on legitimate purchases. Yes, we agree. We agree. They're going to steal the other half. No, we agree. Yeah, when I say spend all the money, I mean spend all the money they're going to spend, because half of it is getting stolen.
Because it's a lovely racket, I get it. But
it's lovely racket. I mean, let's face it. Biden talked about kicking back 10% of it just to him.
I don't think there are many blood money schemes that earn that much money as the Ukraine war. So I can absolutely get that one. But still,
I don't think the grift on this conflict is anything unique. I mean, look at how much bribe money the United States paid to Persia during World War II.
It's certainly
right.
Not it's not certainly one of the biggest, right? The biggest money laundering.
It's the biggest one currently going on.
Yeah, exactly. That's right. So we can agree on that one, but that still doesn't, like, if you're holding a racket, right, you still want to be having a convincing justification in front to keep it going, right? Because the longer it keeps on, the more money you have. And therein, you would kind of expect the Ukrainians to have, like, I mean, they started very forcefully. We're going to reconquer Crimea and shit like that. Well, where are the adaptations, right? Like, for what end? What end are they seeing in this war? And as far as I can tell, they're like sort of like not really anything. Like the only thing they seem to acknowledge is maybe like that they're not going to get Crimea, but they don't seem to be like, again, why are you stalling? Like, well, why are you perpetuating this war? You need to, even if it's just a grift, you need to find a credible excuse, because people are kind of like, wait, what is all this money going for? Where is the military expansion that we're not seeing, right, and so forth?
No, I don't think anyone wants to admit to that. I mean, it's just like no one wants to admit how far west Russia is going to go before they stop. And I think the real answer is they're going to keep going to Kiev if things keep the way they go, right? I mean, what was the population of the Ukraine before the conflict? 35, 40 million people, maybe?
I think something like that, yeah.
Okay, so what's the population now? 20? 15?
I think not
18?
even that. I don't even think that. Yeah.
You don't think
Maybe
it's 15?
15,
It was
18
around
million.
2
All right, so
million
you've
was
lost
estimated.
75% of the population of a country?
I'm not sure.
We're
it's
only 3 years
75.
in. We could still have 3 more years of this left. Wyatt might make 500,000 subscribers by then.
Oh yeah.
And all of them Ukrainians. Well, but I think it was the first year about 2 million people that had fled Ukraine or
I
migrated.
mean, the only way the Ukrainians will keep having men to put into this conflict is if they start gathering them up from other countries. And there was talk about revoking a bunch of visas here in the United States and sending them back to Europe.
I have already been airing that thought to see if there were any like pings in the radar, if there were people thinking that, and lo and behold, there were not too surprising. A fair amount of people in Europe would be like, yeah, we have an issue with illegal immigrants who or home countries refuse to accept. Why go through all that? If they reject their own citizens, they also relinquish their subsequent right to object. So host them into the penal battalions and donate them to Ukraine. Like that's I wouldn't be surprised. Like I'm kind of just waiting for that to happen. Like it's and I think it's actually going to be well received because there is I'm sure you picked it up. There's a lot of issues with illegal migration and so forth. So
yeah, but there's no fucking way they're gonna hold the rifle and go. I mean, that's not why they came.
So the real question is, will this conflict go on until the Russians cross the Dnieper River into Kiev?
I think you're asking if the Ukrainians will give up before that time. I would think the Ukrainians will be one way or the other forced to surrender before the Russians get physically that far, and then they can get it anyways because they dictate the terms.
You go back and read history. No one ever thought the Soviets were going to get to Berlin.
Yeah,
keep that in mind.
The Nazi element in in the Western Ukraine and in that area is too strong to let Zelenskyy or whoever is in power sign any kind of capitulation. I think they're gonna go to the last. Like they're basically gonna push like women and old men to fight. They're
I don't think the world would tolerate them conscripting women. The world barely tolerates the Ukrainians snatching warm-bodied men off the streets in the Ukraine. They start doing that to women. Even the UK and Germany won't stomach that kind of bullshit.
I don't think that they give a fuck as long as it's about.
As long as it's not them.
People, Yeah,
as long as it's not them.
Slavic people and like
nobody gives a fuck. Then they'll grab German and UK guys off the streets because that's what it's going to take. That's what it's going to take. If you've only got 15 million people in the Ukraine left, you've lost 60% of the population. You've lost 60% of the population, and half of those are men.
Well, I think that if I were to, because I think there's some merit to what you're saying, Mr. Ted, but also Vojislav, I am actually more inclined to agree with him that the UK and Germany and whatever, they won't give a shit because why should they? However,
well, when it affects them, they will.
Exactly.
So that's what it's going to take.
But that is also presuming that the European leaders have that foresight. They don't. they have, at least it's not walking.
They're already talking about it.
They just.
The guy from the UK hinted at it. That the idea of him putting boots on the ground was not something that was beyond the realm of possibility. He said it was an option on the table. I think that's his exact quote. It was an option on the table.
Let's not forget he's also a politician who is posturing most of the time, right? So
well, I mean, he's a politician. Of course, he's lying out of both sides of his mouth.
And Europe, like if we're looking on reality, Europe is certainly not in like its most mobilizing era, so to speak. We have a hard time getting mobilization of troops in all European countries, no exceptions, except maybe Poland, but that's also like maybe like not a good exception because
that's the one country that won't get into this conflict.
But that's also the exception that proves the rule, right? So back to your said Starmer, right? Now, what is his politician? He doesn't usually have a vision. No politician typically does. They tend to be having more of the like, oh, how do I maneuver around these halls of power and get the people on the side, right? So if you have protests of certain types, they will be maybe inclined to at least virtue signal in that direction. So here comes in, right? What do we have plenty of in Europe, apart from illegal immigrants that need to be deported? Well, we have also a lot of Ukrainian immigrants, and quite a lot of them are women. So if the Ukraine starts to forcefully conscript women to put into the front lines, then I suspect actually the Ukrainians that have arrived to Europe might be more inclined to speak up. Maybe not so much the remaining Europeans, but the Ukrainians themselves, that will make sense to me.
If they start snatching Ukrainian women in Europe to send back to the grinder,
no, I'm saying in Ukraine, but the Ukrainians in Europe will protest.
Oh yeah,
that's what I mean, right? You will see the Ukrainians in Europe; they will start protesting.
Well, I got a stack of tires they can use to burn in the streets.
Donation. There's like humanitarian donation from North America.
Yeah. Hey
guys,
I mean, why do you think I'm stockpiling them?
Hey guys, I just want to say, I gotta go. I'm gonna watch you from the TV. My phone is about to die, so it was nice talking to y'all.
All right, come back on when your phone is recharged.
Sure thing.
Well, how nice of Warren to be coming on here that day. Like we're so few faces, but at least we got a new one. It is a perfect time, folks. By the way, other people
that was
are watching.
3 hours.
perfect time to get on. Like this is like one of the calmer open mics. Few people. Like if you have been watching for a while,
Dan, get in here. Let's talk.
Yeah, right. We're just a bunch of casual folks, and like, well, maybe.
Well, yeah. I mean, Dan's throwing up facts in the comment section, and I mean, we don't need to be an echo chamber because I think we could actually have a good discussion in here. Yeah, let's talk about this. Come on, Dan, get in here.
Come on,
grab
we've
your
been staying
headsets.
on
Let's
Ukraine
go
for such a long time, as if nothing else is going on in the world. Dan, this is just exactly your corner of the world. Get on.
Yeah.
Don't be stupid. Be a smarty. Join the DPA party.
I've been running the scenario. Wyatt has actually kind of been using the AI enough that I've been starting to play with it to go over some of these statistics and time frame modeling, which for a guy my age, that's actually saying something. But because I've been playing with the numbers and like, okay, when do they run out of people? Because that's really what controls this. Because the money will keep coming in from Europe. Because Europe is willing to fund this to the last Ukrainian. They're willing to fund this to the last Ukrainian. I think they're willing to fund this not just to the last male Ukrainian, but the rest of the world won't tolerate that. So when does the Ukraine run out of men between 18 and 65? Right now, I don't know. Did you check Wyatt to see if the age is still 25 to 59, or if they had widened that even again?
I think they lowered, right? I'm not sure if it lowered to 23. I know 23? They confirmed lowered to 25. And then they are recruiting 18 to 23 on a volunteer, like a contract basis. Like they can sign up on their own, but it's not the mobilization.
But they won't take anyone older than 25 on the contracts?
They would, but they are also mobilizing them. So I'm not sure what's the latest one, or did I remember wrongly or correctly? But it's around there.
I know it's really high, like 59 or 60, which, you're taking guys my age, that's crazy. I mean, crazy. I mean, even if you've got a support... Yeah, if you've got a support team of 3 to 1 or 5 to 1, I mean, the United States the Allies finished World War II with a support crew of 5 to 1. 5 to 1. So for every boot on the ground, you had 5 guys in logistical support.
That's actually a valid point, though, for why having people, on the higher age, because you will have a lot in logistics and whatever to be consumed there, and then you can free up more of the younger ones for the front line.
Yeah, it takes a lot of people to cook food, drive it out there.
World War II, like it's kind of a good example of this would be the German army. The vast majority, I think they lost like almost half of all the casualties they faced on the Eastern Front. They got that on the last year of the war. And one of the reasons for that was because whatever they could actually put that was somewhat functional on the front line was devoured. So more of the auxiliary units and supply units, personnel that's
They were
not
getting
really,
overran.
sure, they can shoot maybe a rifle, but they're not given nearly enough training or equipment to be actually doing any you have like a difference between functional offensive capabilities, functional defensive capabilities, and many of these, like when the casualties started racking up really fast, that was when it was just actually support units, the 5 out of the 6 that you mentioned, basically. And
Yeah,
so
if you've got a logistical truck driver, is he even carrying a rifle? I bet the answer for the most part is no.
Which goes back to what you were mentioning, like how quickly did the Soviet Union end up in Berlin, and that was like because the lines were pretty. First, you see the first year Operation Barbarossa across the entire Soviet German line. It's just rapid advance. Then on the second year, it's only towards the southern part of Stalingrad, even though most of the commitment is actually on the center with Moscow. That's where the highest casualty rates actually are, but no notable movement of significance, no grand arrows or anything like that, comparatively to the south. And then you see things start falling back. And by the time 1943 happens, after that, that's when the lines start like boom, 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 just falling faster and faster and faster toward usually you would assume it would be sort of like with Russia, like the closer you get to the center of Germany, the stiffer the resistance. And yeah, granted, in some respect it was, but the attrition had gotten so far that compared to the mobilization that the Soviets were able to wield, that it just picked up pace until you boom slammed into Berlin basically. And so, like, because if you compare that to with the Soviet Union, was in a tough spot, right? But for the Germans, this was indeed the case. The closer they came to Moscow and the bigger cities over there, once they had taken the parts of Western Russia, everything started just slowing down until the tide turns. But we're not going to see the tide turn like that with the Ukrainians. The Ukrainians are more like where Nazi Germany was, except they are on their home soil, already having conquered territory, and the impetus is on them, right? Like one way I kind of view the Russian strategy so far has been that they, it's sort of like what the Germans did to the French during World War I. Once they couldn't gain any more momentum, and this was the case in the Donbass line, right? When it became it wasn't cost effective enough to take the territory against the Ukrainians. Well, now they put the impetus on the Ukrainians. The Ukrainians were compelled to make the more costly offensives, and the Ukrainians, dumbly so, but duly complied and did exactly what the French did. Launched like massive attacks that had like a 20-to-1 ratio, but still they would lose because the overwhelming material advantages that were positioned for the defender.
I still had hair before they did that. I pulled it all out when I watched that. It was like, how can anyone in the 21st century be so stupid to take the bait? And we watched it all in real time.
And of all places, like I would have maybe understood if it was Bakhmut and like around the Siversk area where the lines had not yet ossified, but Zaporozhye, where the Russians had been consolidating since like forever, and they had put like very substantial forces. It was well known.
Some of us remember watching this movie the first time it happened, right? I mean, this whole stupid thing was done in 42 and 43, right? I mean, this is just absolutely insane that in the 21st century we're still fighting trench warfare.
But I think
if you'd have told me 20 years ago I would have ever lived to see trench warfare ever again. Yeah, I mean, it's insane. And yet here we are. And we've had 3 years of it, and we may have another 3 years or more of it. Right? The way this is going with the short bus, with all the people in the EU, I could see them funding this until the real issue is manpower. I really do. The United States is more than willing to keep selling firearms. So then what? Then it's just about people.
Warren, go ahead.
Yeah, I wonder, Ted, if I can ask a question. Sorry, when I start talking, I can't hear anyone else for some weird reason. I gotta check my settings. But you mentioned there like World War II in reprise, and you guys were talking, different wars and war analogy. And one of the things I have to wonder is, is this really like a war analogous to World War II, or is it more like World War I? And I go back to like A.G.P. Taylor as a military historian who described World War I as, where new technologies converged to create trench warfare, right? And railroads and various things caused this stagnation of the front line and caused a very static kind of warfare. And then World War II, more like a war of movement, really, right? Like lots of ground taken, lost. And I find like we're back at this convergence of technologies that's changed the nature of warfare once again. But I want to get your guys' take on that. And I'll shut up now. I can't hear anyone for like 2 minutes, but I'll try and catch up.
I thought a question, if I may go ahead first. I get what you're saying, and I do actually somewhat agree, but the dynamics is somewhat different, of course. What is similar, I would say, is that the cost of massing and a frontal attack was very, very high during World War I, and that's what we're seeing here now. Both the Russians and the Ukrainians, one very notable thing that they adapted overall with their way to do anything is that they don't mass. They simply don't muster a large force before, be it defense or offense, right? They don't make it. In the beginning of the war, for example, you would see quite a lot of footages of the Russians lining up, like just in the typical fashion that you have seen. We are so familiar with seeing, like it's the Russian army, it will be involving a tremendous amount of artillery. But even they stopped doing that because the precision is so high. So the rate of fire was what really tipped the edge, and the dynamics in World War I, right, and caused the ossification. Here, it's not so much the amount of firepower you can deliver, because they can all do that, or at least the Russian especially can, but more notably the precision. So and ISR in particular. So because now you can see across the lines, which you may be having some. I mean, if you had a plane that could give you some updates what was happening behind there and give a description or painting, whatever, right? That was good, right? That was pretty, but that's nothing compared to what you have now. You can have live updates going on with drones behind the lines, and signal intelligence that detects it. So, I think that's kind of also probably explains a lot why we see the lines being fairly thin. Like why it tends to be reporting like it's almost like squad level fighting, like by comparison, at least to World War I, where they would send human waves and whatnot. This was nothing. Dango, I believe you have been here before. Am I correct?
Yes, he did. Yes.
Well, you're from the UK?
Yes, he is.
Ah, cool. So I'm not that old yet.
He need to unmute himself first.
Yeah, I'm from the UK, sadly.
Why is it so
but
sad?
you can't complain. You can't complain, right?
Well, yeah, I'll get arrested.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm proud of your countrymen, starting to put up the English flag and then the UK flag in certain places. I know it's not. I know it's not the whole country, but it's not bad. It's a good start.
It's kind of it's interesting, but the country's really split, and people kind of aren't going to give ground on this matter.
But would you say it's like because you guys have had like many other places in Europe, for example, a bunch of like these pro-Palestine protests and stuff like that. And they have been quite persistent compared to many others. But they have, as far as I've understood it, kind of like they're not in the same size as they used to be. So they seem to be more like the professional activist level kind of protesting. So how would you kind of gauge, if you were to compare, for example, those with the raise the flag or any other protest for that matter? Because you have had a lot of protests, or riots, as some would say. I'm not really sure how you would view it. For example, the what was it? Where that the rude banana or whatever had stabbed some girls.
Yeah.
Like that the Southport, right?
But both sides are like highly organised. It's just kind of one side gets publicised more than the other. But it's kind of a basic thing. It's people just aren't going to give ground on this matter. They've made up their minds now, and they're going to dig in, and the winner wins.
You're saying the debate is over?
There is no debate.
I got an impression
I'd argue the sides are entrenched. you know, and you've got people that can't afford housing. You know, they can't afford to move houses like they used to. You've got families cramped into small houses, and people are angry about it. You know, when I was younger, a working couple could go and buy a house, go to the building society or bank with, say, 8 weeks pay slips, and they could get at least considered for a mortgage. Now, you need parents that own a house to be able to put up money for you to be able to buy somewhere. Rents are so high that people can't save.
I heard it in that context. There were also demonstrations you got going on with, like, I think Starmer had agreed to, like, said something about closing down about 100 or something like that hotels, which are hosting mostly migrants. And then it's uncovered like a pretty big racketeering scheme here, where, you know, these hotels would otherwise have gone bunk or belly up, right? But instead they're just filling them up with refugees, and then, like, you know, there's so much money involved here that anyone is just like, yeah, sure, this is fine, nothing to see here, just I get my pockets lined, and that's it.
Yeah, I argue that a lot of these hotels would have gone broke. You know, the economy's not in a good state, and there's been massive over expansion. But
you have taxpayer money going in for having hotels artificially kept alive with refugees, which are causing social problems, and then you have people who cannot afford rent even, and stuff like that. I mean, the animosity, like the bitterness and anger, I can kind of like palpable from afar, so to speak.
I mean, I personally, I live in an inner city area of a wealthy city, and lived here for decades. And I've just seen the place gentrified. People that lived here can no longer live here. We're like within 5-10 minutes of the city centre, you know. And if you've got to live out of town, you know, you've got like block roads to come down. It's just a nightmare. And just seeing the place like totally gentrified. It's just really kind of sad. I mean, I'm not saying the people that have moved in are horrible, but the people that lived here and were born here can't afford to buy houses here, and it's not right.
Well, does that mean because it's gentrified in the sense, because I'm kind of getting the impression the way that you're using the word gentrified here is that the houses and prices have gone so up that only wealthy people can afford to buy them. But that doesn't necessarily mean it's wealthy people living there. Like, if it's a bunch of rentiers, they could still be poor.
Well, yeah. I mean, most of the people in the kind of street I live in own their own houses. And over the last 10-15 years, the number of kind of extensions that have been built, number of loft conversions, it's just people just can't afford to move anymore. You know, it seems that the what's the word? Well, people move on. It's just ended. You know, aspiration is just atrophied.
Has the gentrification resulted in the average age of the area going up? Like, it's only the whole
actually going down, I think.
Yeah, gentrification is going down.
That's why I asked, because you see, if you have a lot of homeowners, they would tend, and they're staying put, then I would suspect they'd be older because it was more affordable before, right? But now, if they're not living there, right, that's why I asked, then they might be actually poorer, the people who are living there. So the people who own the houses might be okay, I guess, but you say, like, you have a lot of younger people moving in much.
It might be just getting older, you know, but yeah, no, it seems to be quite a lot of younger people. Like I say, I live in a very affluent city, and a lot of people stay on from university and kind of move here. We have in the local Reddit, there was people kind of complained about the Londoners moving in, you know, because it's cheaper to live here than London.
What?
And go up on the train. But I mean, I live in a basic 2-bedroom little terrace house, and it's £450,000 here.
Is it like a particularly posh area you're living in?
No, this is working class. This is like you say working class. It's like that kind of middle class, kind of
upper middle class.
No, kind of
Working middle class.
The working middle class, yeah, and yeah, yeah. That's what the area used to be. It's like terrace houses.
But more expensive than London.
It's a really nice area here. We've got a really low crime rate. And
What size of house is average in that area, Dangle?
the small little 2-bedroom.
Two
Literally,
bedrooms.
It's 2-bedroom, yeah.
So, what is that in square meters?
Oh God.
Or do you all use square feet?
Or you square feet? Yeah, I mean, I just assumed he's in the UK. He's not going to use the freedom units.
It's weird. It's weird.
The
We use
British,
meter in Singapore,
really-
but then we use square feet for houses.
Hold on. I'll just Google it.
The
Two-bedroom is
British,
maybe
they
around.
use a little mix.
They're tiny.
The
They're really,
British, they tend to use a mix of both imperial and metric measurements. It's not always just low. Like and it's
Yeah,
also,
real
they also
estate's
use
usually
imperial-
measured in freedom units.
Like they also use imperial methods, measures that you guys don't use. So you guys typically, you guys might be using yards, right? Or do you use meters? Or you go by feet, typically.
We use feet and yards. The only thing that's the only thing that's done in yards anymore in the United States is football and carpeting. You still buy carpeting. In fact, that's kind of changed in the last 10 years because it's so expensive. Instead of it being by the square yard, it's the square foot.
So you are slowly creeping out of barbarism and into the civilized life of the metric system.
No. It's still freedom units. It's still the square foot. Yep. It's an intelligence test. Base 10 is for people who aren't smart.
In Singapore, it's weird as well. No, we don't use square feet. Only in housing. Like only in real estate we use square feet. Like everything else we don't use square feet. Like we use meter or cms. Like it's super weird. When I was buying house, I was like, why square feet?
The only imperial measures we use in Norway are the inches, and I think maybe there are some exceptions to feet, but as far as I can think
Like
off the top of my head, it's tommer, ikke sant? So that would be inches for it, and it's pretty much almost exclusively used in the construction business. So when you guys use a 2x4 lumber, for example, that's intuitive for us because that's how we would go about it. But generally speaking, we would use centimeters and we'll use the metric.
I mean the division by 12 in the foot and the division of the inch in 16ths is more intuitive and more organic than base 10.
I just want to share why I think they use square feet instead of meters. Because
why is that?
If you use square meter, it looks very small.
Yeah.
Your house also seems super small, so you have to use like square feet. So everything like the number is way bigger, So it's like, oh, that's a big house,
I've actually got a question from Mr. Ted, and it's going to sound a bit about the re-injection of water from fracking wells.
Yeah, what about it?
I understand that what Texas is suing companies for re-injecting water.
They do it in just about every oil producing state. What else do you do with it? That's where it came from. You put it right back where it came from.
Yeah, but some of the states are starting to sue because they're saying it's damaging for the reserves. No,
it's just it's environmental lawsuits. That's all it is. It's law wherefore. The only way it could affect drinking water is if
it's not affecting drinking water. It's affecting the future. It's affecting the renting out sites, and then the neighbouring sites have perhaps been damaged.
I mean, you get miniature. Yeah, it's a very dynamic thing, and you'll get lawsuits where So the big deal with re-injecting water is if you've got a company that hauls a bunch of water because they don't have a bunch of injection wells in their local area, and we're talking like over square miles, right? So if you were to draw a circle around every oil well for say 10 kilometers, right? 5 miles, 4 miles. Water will move in a lot of formations fairly quickly over the course of, say, a kilometer, right? 2.5 miles.
Yeah.
But if you're a big operation, you're not going to have an injection well for, say, every 10 or 20 wells. So what you end up doing is you haul water. You'll have a truck driver who drives around and gathers up all this produced water. and they'll haul it to a big injection site, and they'll inject that water back into the ground in one really big location. And the problem with that is now you're, instead of putting, say, 50 barrels a day back down hole in one location, you're putting 15,000 barrels. So what is that in, I mean, someone will have to do the conversion for me in metrics. It's 42 US gallons per barrel, and there's almost 4 liters per gallon. So 4 and 16, that's 160. So yeah, I mean, you're talking about 100,000 liters in a small well. And you might be putting 1 million liters a day in a bigger injection well. So what that ends up doing is you could end up flooding a zone. And if you're a big oil company, you may not have any oil wells around where you're injecting water. So if you've got a neighbor who's got an oil well in the same formation as where you're flooding all that water, because oil and water work the same way underground as they do above ground. If you put a bunch of water down hole, the oil floats to the top of it, right? So what ends up happening is you end up getting this huge stratification where you might have a pay area in a well that's, say, 5 or 6 meters deep. And in some cases, the well might produce even in a smaller zone. Well, if you've put a bunch of water down hole, you're flooding all your neighbors' draw zone, right? Think of it as a straw with holes. That's how an oil well works traditionally. You've got a vertical straw, and it's got holes perforated in the side. And those perforations are lined up with where oil is produced, right? You've got a geologist who has figured out what depth the oil should be at. You drilled a hole down to that depth and perforated the well at that zone. And it's not, it's not a big area. In some places, if you get around Dallas, I know an acquaintance. He personally owns a bunch of smaller, older legacy oil producers, right? He's got wells that produce oil in about a 6 or 8 inch zone, right? We're talking about, what is that, 150 centimeters or millimeters? That's all the area of that well the oil is coming in his well. So if he had a neighbor that started pumping a bunch of water down hole, it could displace the oil in that zone for him. And that understandably would piss off people. What would you do? You'd take them to court. And depending on where you're at in the country, well, and for that matter in Texas, where you're at in the different areas of Texas is whether or not you would prevail. And then just like every other lawsuit, then it's also a matter of how much money you've got to put into a lawsuit. If you're a small oil guy, if you've got a big oil producer you can't afford to try to sue them because they'll make sure it stays in court for 10 years. They'll bleed you dry just from legal costs. They don't even have to win. All they got to do is take you to court and bleed you dry for the cost of litigation. And that's why in some areas it's so contentious. But yeah, I mean it's very common to put the oil back down in the ground. In fact, in a lot of places it's actually advantageous. If you've got one of these older legacy sites where it's producing very little amount of oil, what you'll end up doing is you'll figure out, okay, because the formations aren't completely flat. Oil formations go up and down, so they'll have pockets. Well, since oil floats on water, if you put a bunch of oil into a zone, or water into a zone, you can push the oil. So it's really common to have an injection well site where you're trying to push the oil like a horizontal curtain, where you're putting water in one place, hoping to get it pulled out in another. Especially if you've re-perfed a zone so that you can pull it out at a higher elevation, so that as you put water in that zone, all the oil comes to the top. And then you just simply move the straw up where the oil is.
Can I ask you a
Super
question
interesting.
regarding? Yeah, can I ask a question regarding fracking? Because I was under the impression that one of the things that were like kind of becoming the norm, or was ideally the norm, was to be injecting liquid CO2 or something like that into the old wells as a make it a concomitant with a climate initiative. But it was also, as far as I understood it, it was a more efficient way of squeezing out the fracking gas. I wonder if you have anything to say on that.
It's well, so in a lot of places, like when you get into Wyoming, a lot of that natural gas has a high CO2 content. I mean, some of those wells have such a high CO2 content, they actually built plants to strip off the CO2 and other things that wasn't methane, or as you guys say, methane, right? So what do you do with all the stuff you strip off? Well, traditionally we just vented it, unless it was helium and it was worth enough to try to extract it and use it. You know, and if it's something like mercury, you actually extract it and you dispose of it safely. And that's common. Now, what do you do with all this CO2? I mean, the United States drinks a lot of soda pop. You only need so much food grade CO2.
Baking powder, and maybe you want to make some limestone, but all those things are still going to be quite limited. What you're going to
it's so expensive to try to make. Yeah, it's so expensive to try to make anything with it other than just using it as CO2. And we do use a lot of CO2 in the United States. I mean, they use it a lot for welding, right?
I kind of saw like one where they could, I think it was the Solvay process or something like that, where you can use sodium bicarbonate, basically baking powder, right? And that you make that from pumping a bunch of CO2 through lye, say caustic soda.
You can the Solvay method, but it's really expensive and it's really really energy intensive.
Yeah, because as far as I understood, one way that one thing that made it useful was that it enabled you to what was it again? I think they used it to make ammonium bicarbonate, and then they converted would that be correct? I think I might be a little bit off there, but that's a few things that I've kind of seen. Like, okay,
what do you make an ammonium bicarbonate for?
Yeah, I have to kind of revisit that one because it's a long time since I looked into it. But as far as
we
can use the sodium bicarbonate in order to kind of an ammonium bicarbonate in order to. No, you would use the ammonium bicarbonate to extract the chloride from salt, and then you can convert that one into sodium bicarbonate. I think that was what I came across, because the ammonium can replace the sodium metal in certain conditions.
I mean, I don't know why that sounds like something really expensive to do to make batteries.
Yeah, but I'm thinking like that's like, where would you otherwise be consuming that amount of CO2? And I know, like, because the thing you will be doing
no,
here.
What they do is most of those facilities, what they do is they extract off the CO2, and if they've got a legacy permit, they just vent it. Now, most places, none of the new places can vent it. So what do they do with it? Well, you re-inject it. The problem with re-injecting it is, if you re-inject it down in the downhole, you're probably poisoning natural gas wells, right? Because it's just like the water problem. If you put a bunch of CO2 back in the ground where there's natural gas, guess what you're getting out with the natural gas? CO2. Right.
So you add an extra expense just having to constantly vent off and re-inject the CO2. Mm-hmm. But so that would be like for a place you close down, maybe, and that would be pretty much it.
Well, and that's exactly what they do. They've got pay zones that are no longer making natural gas, but you can still put the CO2 back down hole.
But I heard that was also kind of dangerous because due to the pressure that you would have a constant venting of CO2, the levels could get so high it would be poisonous and they kill stuff, and especially if you had an eruption, then.
if that's what you're worried about, I could tell you some danger stories. There's places in Wyoming where the H2S content, the hydrogen sulfide gas content in the natural gas is so high, they don't even measure it in parts per million. It's so high, they measure the H2S component on that natural gas in percentages.
Okay, so that is, but as far as I understood it, like if you had like a large volume of liquid CO2 underground, and for whatever reason the sealant burst, the concentration would be so high that it would even kill plants who usually would consume CO2, right? And so like I mean, you would say there's no concern of that, like there's no problem stabilizing ancient like old oil wells or gas wells with liquid CO2.
There's other things to be worried about. I mean, you understand the United States since the 1920s has been using salt domes to store propane, right? And that's 100-year-old technology. Not only is it 100-year-old technology, it's so safe. That's what the entire world uses for large storage, propane and butane storage. Right? When people talk about the strategic oil reserves, you know why you can't find them on a map? Because they're not tanks above ground. They're huge salt domes that they drilled wells down into ancient salt deposits and dissolve the salts. And now what do you have? You've got a cave. You've got a cave you can fill with anything you want.
And that would apply also for coal mines, I assume.
No. Why would you use a coal mine?
Well, if a coal mine has been depleted and you have a lot of caverns, and therefore coal mines tend to be quite deep, as far as I've understood it. So that seems like a suitable place to be stored, to be having a strategic reserve, so to speak.
Would you try to put something in the ground that's a sponge if you ever intend to get it back out?
So it's more a matter of it not leaking, right? But that's where I go back to. If you're using liquid CO2, right, when you have the same issue, like you would have a leakage. If you it's only like you mentioned salt mines, right?
So why do you use salt mines? You use salt mines because they're the most stable geological formations that we know of on the planet that we can drill to, right? So you've got these salt caverns that, because of the geological features that surround the salt, you've got an impermeable zone, if you will. So you can dissolve that.
For fracking, fields that have been under fracking, for example, the same would apply, like they're kind of sealed, like a salt mine. Maybe not as well, but like could they be used as strategic reserves?
The salt mines are what's used as strategic.
No, I mean like old fracking places that have been used for fracking. Can you use that like as a boon later? If you have fracked it up, you can use it. You cannot store gas there.
No, fracking, you have done exactly the opposite of a salt cavern, right? Fracking, you have gone in and you have physically disrupted the formation in an attempt to make it a looser formation so the oil will flow out of it, right? Whether it's hydraulic fracking, where you used sand to actually break up and then lock all that porous zones open, or you've used acid. I mean, it's really common to pump soap and acid down into a formation to dissolve the limestone. Really common. Legal in almost every state to pump acid down in a formation.
So the disruptions are irreversible.
Well, sure.
Right. So when they're when they're talking about using old fracking sites for storing CO2, one can assume that to be bullshit, basically. Like they're not going to be able to store gas efficiently, because if you could do that, then you could also use it as a strategic reserve.
Yeah, right? You're gonna put a product that needs to be stored at either really, really high pressure or really, really cold, and you're gonna put it down in the ground where it's warm. Does that sound like something smart?
No, not really. But would it be like when it comes to, for example, like are all coal mine and like all mine sites, would they be alike? Because like if you are a planner trying to build up the strategic reserves, I kind of imagine that if you've already looked into salt mines, you'll probably be assessing all other kind of mining activity and see like what kind of thing may be also working.
We have a really good idea where every salt cavern is in the world. And we have cross-referenced that with how close is it to the infrastructure that's already in place, or how close is it to infrastructure to connect.
I kind of think about the gas storage facilities in Western Ukraine, and could they be penetrated?
Could they?
Could they? Yeah.
Are you talking about with conventional?
Conventional, yeah.
Not really. You could damage the surface. You could damage the casing. Yeah. Hey, you want to see what's possible? Look at the golden. Look at the devil's cigarette lighter. You guys ever seen that? Right? They were drilling a well back in the, I think it was the 70s, or it was the 60s. It was before my time, so I don't remember if it was the 60s or the 70s. But anyway, they drilled a well. They weren't using a BOP. Things got away. They had a horrible gas leak. They got the casing, or they got the drill stem stuck. It unwound on them. Yada yada yada. Next thing you know, you've got an open hole with no BOP, right? Because this was back before BOPs were pretty common. And back in that day, if you hit gas, you just let it vent out. The problem is it had a lot of damn gas. So some genius said, hey, look, sooner or later, this is going to set off with either static electricity or lightning. We should just throw a road flare in it, light it off. It'll burn off in a week. That thing's been burning nonstop. Nonstop. It's created a crater larger than most natural craters. And this one's man-made just from fire. And it is. Yeah, it's pretty impressive. It's one of like 8 in the world. The crazy thing is there used to be these kinds of things all over the world. But with better technology and better techniques and better safety, we prevent them.
Can I ask you? I'm still a bit curious regarding the salt mines, because I would assume here you're talking about the depleted salt mines, or are you talking about like any salt deposit all over are kind of like?
Yeah, most of these never were. In fact, all of them that I know of were never used as salt mines. Never.
So they were just hollowed out specifically for the purpose of storing propane or whatever.
Yeah, it's as simple as drilling what looks like an oil well down into the salt cavern and starting to flush it with water.
So would it be sensible, for example, like could one get some sort of insight into strategic reserves if one simply just gather the overview of salt deposits over the world? Like what would be, let's say if you have I think the UK was considering fracking. I'm not sure how much they're doing that, right? But if they have some salt deposits, would it be we want to get kind of a heads up that they might be digging out that salt deposit in order to store gas, for example.
Or they did it 100 years ago.
Okay. So, but that's how you would map out like the capacity of any country to have any build up any strategic reserves.
Remember in the early days of World War II, one of the most important bombing missions we had was bombing an oil refinery and an oil strategic reserve. We know where these places are.
Right. But if you were to assess like a country's ability to build up strategic reserves, like one reasonable factor to go after would be the salt caverns that they may be hollowing out for that purpose.
The internet will tell you before you ever need to look that deep.
No, but okay, if you want to look deep, right, it will be a useful factor, because there might be other ways to build it on the surface or whatever. But as far as I get it from you, the decisively most cost-effective way is to actually just hollow out the salt mine if you have one.
A single salt mine can hold more than 10 Cushings. Some of the largest oil storing facilities in the world don't compare to a single salt cavern. Right? I mean, in the United States, we measure everything in barrels, right? So I don't know. Someone Google what a cubic meter is compared to a barrel of oil. But in the United States, it's really common to have million-barrel tanks built in steel. Okay, a salt cavern.
What using in this? That's
Say
one of
again?
the biggest countries in the world. What's the Norwegian guy? Warren. Is he from Norway? What does he think about this?
Yeah, most of our stuff is in the North Sea, so
Yep,
not
North
in
Sea's got a
big
lot of that stuff.
reserves like over in the States, where
There's a big talk about fracking all that old stuff that's in the North Sea.
Yeah, the UK just cancelled or is closing one of the storage facilities in the North Sea. And there's been a lot more about it.
Just keep in mind that Warren's audio is so that it cuts out when he speaks, so he can't hear you, so he has to stop and wait, so you can just be mindful of that, his audio. Warren.
They're waiting for you, Warren.
You there?
I have this thing with my microphone. Once I start talking, I can't hear anyone. There's some kind of echo cancellation. Sorry, I missed that question. But sorry, I didn't hear that. You guys talk for a bit, and then it'll come back in.
No, we are waiting for you. We're waiting for you to talk because we interrupted you, and I just get to it.
Because I believe Norway's got one of the biggest sovereign wealth funds connected to oil. I mean, in the UK, we kind of envy it. You know, that you dealt with your oil sensibly, and we kind of just screwed ours. I mean, do you see future fields been drilled off Norway? Because they're saying like they're not going to rely off the UK at all, even though the oil's going to be quite expensive to get, but it's your oil.
So I might have heard the last bit of that, if that was you, Dangle. Like, in terms of, I mean, I think it's, I'm not an oil expert. I'm a microbiologist. So, what I will say is, I mean, what's very interesting to me is, like Norway, we obviously done well off of the oil for a long time, and now opened up a pipeline kind of right after Nord Stream went down. So for the way I see it, I mean, it's a little suspicious. I was, of course, reading the London Review of Books and famous journalist, missing his name right now, on like what happened in terms of Nord Stream. Couldn't help but read that. Very interesting. Could very well be the case that there was some involvement there, because it's, I mean, for us, I think. What we have to think about is that, we've got a lot of natural reserves. I'm not exactly sure how much oil we still have left. That's kind of very hard to get to data, really, to be honest, on what we got left. But I think looking at Europe, I mean, the main problem that Europe has, right, is an energy crisis now, with no cheap gas, no cheap oil from Russia, and it's going to be interesting to see how that plays out. I'm curious to what you guys think in terms of, how much that plays a role in this ongoing conflict, and the fact that it seems like Europe is willing to stick, even though to me it's pretty clear Ukraine has no chance. That could very well be one of the driving factors. But curious to hear what you guys think, and I'm going to see if I can fix this mic.
I want to say something on when it comes to Norway. We have quite a lot of oil also in the north, but it's very controversial. Like it's been met with quite a lot of resistance because Lofoten, as you may be familiar with, it has one of our most productive fishing areas. So there are economic interests that are kind of preventing Norway from drilling there. So we do have, like, in that sense, we do have a lot of oil, but as far as I've understood it, like the way the sovereign, because Dangle was asking about the sovereign wealth fund, and that's worth noting, because when it comes to Norway and oil, the Norwegian oil industry and so forth, that was of course quite essential, but now the vast majority of our oil wealth is actually found abroad. This is I kind of make this reference to, like, how the U.S. lobby is there to invite the elites of other countries, right? So that's what happens with Norway, for example. We go over there to kind of acquire licensing and whatever, and a more favorable condition. So that's why we are, for example, in Brazil and Indonesia, where we do a double one here, because we do the greenwashing at the same time. So we pay a lot of money to be like a part of the rainforest thingy, and like look at how good we are, and at the same time let us drill up your country and get the money from that, because that's like, we have the established industry and we have the capital, so why not? And the thing here to note is that where this becomes very important for Norway as it pertains to Norway's faith and the United States is that quite a lot of those assets are in US dollars. So this is an interesting paradox that Norwegians have picked up. Okay, the sovereign wealth fund is rising in value. Our currency is crushing, so our vacations are incredibly expensive, and our prices across the shelves on everything are rising. But somehow we are on GDP-wise looking better. Why? Because the Norwegian crown is looking weaker compared to the dollar, and that increases, like when you translate that value, which is now denominated in dollars, to crowns, it goes up, when in actuality, pretty much everything in the country is going down. So there's like, we have a lot of issues with, and the thing with the sovereign wealth fund also to understand is that it's not the one who was the asset manager of that, he kind of put it very clear, like, because he was asked questions, because there are some discussions around here about pulling down the wealth fund out of whatever agreements with Israel and so forth, and his response was quite blunt and refreshingly honest. As asset managers, we don't consider ethical factors. That's not our concern. Our primary concern is investing on something that gives us returns. That's it. That's all there is to it. And so this is so more Norwegians are starting to pick this up, right? Like, okay, they are saying, like, they're making these talks about it. How does this actually pan out then for those who are doing the investments? Well, this will artificially bring down, for example, stock prices and so forth, because, there's this talks about moving out, but they're actually investing, and they already intended to invest. So what they will do is like, why don't just double up a little bit more? We'll send more money, right? And then they build up their wealth in that process, because since they are making the orders, the whatever the news that made the stocks go down, that they everything that is part of the Norwegian sovereign wealth fund, they're gonna pull out, and that's a lot of money. But then they're actually not going to pull out. They actually put in more money, so they consolidated their position. And so that's probably what I think they're doing. Like they I don't think they're sincere. Like, I mean, when they're honest, believe them. Kind of, that's how I view it when it comes to I'm not sure who was Upgrade. You came and you have you are supposed now it's pretty people that can start talking. Yeah, it's good that you know your place.
He's just here to show his face, just to beautify the
baby
the
face Upgrade.
Right, and this little twinkle, he is so polite, and he understands that when regular mortals are speaking, let them speak. I'll hold my finger and just remind them that there is a pretty person here. And now it's pretty person time to talk. So Upgrade. What kind of way do you want to prostitute yourself for the DPA Open Mic? I'm joking.
Oh, Jesus.
No, you're not.
True, I'm not.
I just want to show this message on Rumble chat. Yeah. So.
Well, it's not our fault that the Upgrade is so poor at fingering. He should get better with the fingering part. That's obviously it. Like, that's why everyone ignores his fingers, because he's not good at it. It's what his wife told me. She told me to say hi, by the way.
Oh, and don't forget the milk. Don't forget the milk.
Jesus Christ.
No. He was yesterday and tomorrow.
Let's talk about something else than Norway, maybe. I don't know.
Oh, I thought we were going to talk about that they got 30 years of oil left that they'll frack.
No,
well, maybe in Norway. But we got
what Warren said about the Europeans. We still buy Russian oil. We did it last year in record number. So it's not that we don't buy. We just buy via third party. So it's just incredibly more expensive, and we ruin our economy, we ruin our industry, and that's what's happening in Europe right now. That's why you see in Germany first time in history Volkswagen kicked out people, from their companies because it's very bad, it's a big effect. And people started to say when they cut off the oil, from Russia, that they will find this a solution to it, some other suppliers. And then Norway was was always talked about, but the amount is never going to be enough, to for the demand. So after 3 years, we still don't have anybody else, So it just shows, reality, kicks in. Anyways, you can talk about how good you are, how something gonna change, maybe open.
Super chat, be nice. Upgrade grew up, and I'm very proud of him.
We all love
I-
Upgrade. It's just that
Not all of us.
throwing insults is our way of showing affection. That's all.
Yeah, I don't really care what people say. Honestly speaking, on that. But
I think Europe made the wrong choice, right? They shouldn't support Ukraine. They should invade Ukraine from the other side. Problem solved. You don't even need to spend so much money.
Well, Europe did have a crusade eastwards with the Teutonic Knights and everything. That was actually one of the things that the symbolism that the Nazi Germany was spieling on a little bit as well during Operation Barbarossa.
They should do a Germany, on like Germany on Poland, right? With Stalin, right? Like just agree to split the country in half, like invade from both sides. Like spend so much money, what a waste of money, and they can still get Russian oil and gas, and then they get resources from Ukraine, pretty girls from Ukraine,
But let's not forget that the Europe of today is not the Europe of the past. So the Ukraine will have to be significantly
it's
more
the Africa of tomorrow.
Well, no, it's the demographics. The demographic boom of the late 50s, 60s was absolutely massive, and that's coming to an end now. It's all old people who are expensive to the system, and there just aren't a number of young people to replace just workers. Let alone build another army. They're talking about rebuilding the British Army. And I just don't see that happening because they can't offer the wages, and they can't offer anything compared to what someone can get in industry.
I've understood it as that was actually one correlating problem with that you can find was also in the construction industry, because they would find there were fewer people first of all that would actually try to get the job in the first place, and there were a higher fall off rate, like people who would not continue because the pay was not really matching up for the jobs, right? And this was a critique coming from construction workers in the UK regarding Starmer talking about like, oh, but we need to just build more houses and stuff like that. And it's like, okay, where are you going to get the people to do that? Like, this is not, you don't just put some logs together. Like construction actually requires like you need to kind of get to work into it, right? So if you have a bunch of inexperienced people, you can have a pretty catastrophic result. So like you need to have experienced people to do it, especially if you're making like multiple buildings and stuff.
Yeah,
the United States is proof you can use.
And the quality of it is just it's terrible.
People just live with crapper houses. I mean, look at all the tract homes in Las Vegas and Phoenix. They're all built by unskilled illegals. And it's been that way for 30 years in the United States. It makes an ugly house, but it's structurally still sound.
I guess we Norwegians might be a little bit spoiled in that regard because we have a bunch of Polish and other Eastern Europeans who actually are handy. So we actually get fairly good. The job is fairly well done. They're actually quite decently skilled. The ones that we are getting, at least. But I
might be more critical about the construction than the average person. I said I might be more critical.
How far do you guys think, if Ukraine had gone west instead of east, how far would they have gotten?
10 kilometers.
I think they would have conquered Germany. Like they will conquer Poland and then they will conquer Germany.
No. Well, you have to contextualize that. Are you talking about if they started off instead of going off with the Russians, they made an agreement with the Russians, got the Donbass, and then they headed straight west, or after they got all the weapons from the EU? after they have depleted all their munitions and so forth, because that's a big difference. Like if they were to do it as soon as they got the weapons, because if they do it now, Europe might have kind of like a limited chance, because unless the Russians actually give up, just to let the Ukrainians lose, then of course the Ukrainians will go further. But yeah, I think you need to contextualize like what are the conditions for this scenario, because this is a hypothetical, right? If Ukraine went west, what is the condition for going west? Like in what circumstance would you say?
No, I believe that we had this conversation like early in the open mic. That I say that if they in the start of the war in February 2022, if Ukraine attacked westward, they would have reached Germany. Poland will be gone. Then Poland's military wasn't that strong. Ukraine have insanely huge army. That's the reason why they can fight for so long. So
I think Poland's the strongest in Europe. I think it's paid for by Europe. So
yeah, but they because at the beginning of the war they have the biggest European army after Russia. So upgrade.
Yeah, I think even if they try it, they will never go until Germany. They will just get nuked before that. I mean, like, let's be honest.
No one's dropping nukes. Come on, this is the 21st century.
So what?
No one's dropping nukes.
You don't know. How should we know?
I do know. I'm from the country that's
send nukes.
We're the only people that have ever dropped nukes in anger.
Talking like and you're a decision maker, and you have the possibility to push the button.
Do not school me on the law. I was there when it was written.
Can I refer to an official NATO
I
document?
was there 5,000 years ago.
I know, and you had dinosaurs.
That's a good one,
I understand.
That's a good one.
And you had dinosaurs.
I can remember when we buried those suckers to make oil.
I was there, Gandalf.
I was there, yeah, at the beginning.
Now I forgot what I was going to say.
Oh, Jesus.
No, oh yeah, right. Ukraine going westwards. Because regarding nukes, yeah, that was it. NATO has an official, NATO, for example, in reference to the Baltic states, made it quite clear that acknowledging that they militarily would not be able to relieve the Baltic states if the Russians were seriously committed, unless they used nuclear ordnance. Now, I would imagine something similar be applying for the European nations. You have UK and France. I think actually a more important question is, do they actually have functioning nukes, right? Because we haven't had any testing for decades, right? And while maybe a testing is not a prerequisite for being sure that they work, when we see how much funding has been reduced on the military spending, generally speaking, come and explain to me, why would you have anyone who is just dealing with budgeteering? They don't necessarily understand strategic factors of any kind, right? So it'd be like, well, we're cutting down on all the conventional because peace in our time is kumbaya. So let's just take down the, do we really need all that money for maintenance of the nukes and so forth? I think it is a valid question, how much of these nukes are actually functional at all.
People think when the supercomputers are modeling nuclear explosions that they're modeling all the fallout, and they probably do that. I think a lot of it is modeling the microseconds leading up to the explosion and then the actual detonation itself, and that's the actual modeling that they're doing. I think they're going to work fantastically.
So I just want to say one thing. Just now when Koping said that the only way to stop the Russians was to use nuke to protect the Baltic states, right? My imagination was that the nukes will be dropped in the Baltic states to destroy the Russian army.
No, but I think that is more like when Upke was just talking nukes. That's what I was thinking. If the Ukrainians start crossing into Poland, then maybe Ukraine is going to get nuked.
Yeah, we'll nuke the Polish state.
Well, but they might be nuking. But if they have tactical nukes, I don't think they have. So maybe they have, but they would have to.
Even tactical nukes, no one's going to use. I mean, we built some 155 size tactical nukes back in the day, and you know what? We didn't use them in Korea. If we didn't use them in Korea, they weren't going to ever get used.
But the United States didn't need to do so. It had overwhelming force and combined arms, generally speaking.
We about got ran out of Korea. What are you talking about?
North Korea was totally flattened. They really need nukes for that. You just drop hand a bunch of fucking ton of bombs.
But they never use it on the Chinese, you see.
Go back and read about Chosin Reservoir.
The point
when the Chinese came flooding across, that would have been the best time to use a tactical nuke, either airplane delivered or through artillery. That would have been the best time. It would have been small. It would have been small. It would have been fairly surgical. Surgical, definitely for the day. And what would it done? It would have stopped the human Chinese waves. And instead, what did those Marines do? Those Marines stacked those guys like cordwood.
But hold on, that's not the same though. It's not the same for a very simple reason. North Korea and China in particular was under Soviet protection. Whose protection is Ukraine under if it attacks Europe, right? If it's already been at odds with Russia, then
we weren't worried about Russia coming in. We were worried about China. China was already in.
Well,
we should have used. We should have used nukes in Korea.
No, but hold on. You know, this is not comparable. The United States had military advantage that Europe does not enjoy, right?
We did not at the time Chosin Reservoir was going on. We did not have the military advantage.
Yeah, but
that's why it took us so. That's why it took us so long to get our toehold back in the country.
Being used against, not used against China. MacArthur actually resigned over this.
Yeah.
Actually, a legend has it he literally wrote his resignation 5 times and tore it up each time until he was finally fired by Truman. Specifically about the nuclear weapons, he wanted to use them.
Right, but this hypothetical is very, very different. I remember
reading that he wanted to drop it on Beijing, Shanghai. They're going to wipe
they had
out
all kinds of targets picked out.
Yeah.
But if you were talking about Ukraine going westwards, Europe is not nearly as militarily strong as the United States. And in the scenario of North Korea, that's a Pacific Ocean away, not near their border. Furthermore, like the protection that the North Korea would enjoy is both from China and the Soviet Union. What does Ukraine have? Even unless it has Russia like gung ho with them, like it were with the.
What does Ukraine have? It has every pipeline going to Europe.
Then the restrictions for dropping nukes are radically lowered. Okay.
No, opposite.
No, because you don't. If you don't have the military means otherwise to stop the Ukrainians. And you don't have any disincentivizing.
No one's gonna drop a nuke in Europe. There's no fucking way to stop it.
Even if you were going to drop it in Europe, you wouldn't drop it into Ukraine with all those pipelines.
There's no way in hell you're going to get anybody to fucking pollute their own backyard. I mean, you might as well just. Where the fuck are all the Europeans going to go when you start dropping nukes? I mean, there's entire format. There's entire tables about. There's entire tables about what would happen if the Russians used their doctrine, which was they were going to use massive chemical weapons.
It's the Russians.
And the thing is they figured out they're not going to do it because it would basically kill everyone there and deplete the land for millennia. So there's literally no incentive for either side to do it, period. End of story. Doesn't matter if Ukraine's taking Germany. Doesn't matter if Russia's taking Ukraine. The United States invading Moscow. Maybe you get something out of that. But
hold on. You're making a fundamental presumption. Just the presumption you're making that all of Europe is to be nuked. That's hardly the case. We're only talking about dropping right at the army, which could be at the border. So it
doesn't work that way. That's not how nukes work.
Yeah, you got to worry about wind and groundwater and soil and people that were in the area that got blasted, then go somewhere else and get. I mean, material.
It destroys every pipeline.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just a little clean nuke in a little clean area.
Stop the Ukrainians.
I mean, I mean, think about it. It's going to be like Chernobyl.
Yeah,
right.
Worse. Chernobyl didn't destroy any of the pipeline infrastructure.
But hold on, if you're Europe and you're viewing it like Wyatt says, like you're going to be losing Germany, then you're not going to wait until Poland and so forth fall. And so you're going to have the issues that you're mentioning about nukes polluting. Then that's actually going to be more of an issue. But if you have it right from the beginning, you just drop it right over in Ukraine, the Ukrainians are going to be like, okay, we get it. You're serious. We're not going to try that after all.
Over.
Relax. No, Ukraine can take Germany, but then there's continuation after that, right? No, Macron will save the day and invade into all the way back into Ukraine. No, great French military. So we need to let the French talk. No, upgrade is like his finger is broken.
This is when we need Toby.
No, I think the assumption that Europe will not do anything, if the Ukrainians just invade Western Europe is ludicrous. If they start to invade like Poland or something like that, the same doctrine will be applied to Ukraine like to Russia. We'll just attack them, with everything we have, and if they don't stop, and if it looks like that they break through, we'll just nuke Kiev. We don't even need to nuke the army. Just nuke Kiev, That's
Yeah,
it.
but you pretty much got to
And,
get the U.S.'s permission to do that. We're not going to let you nuke somebody.
Well,
And I mean, think about it. I mean,
nobody cares
let's
if
be real cynical.
Europe
Let's
gets
be real
attacked, we don't
cynical.
care.
Let's be real cynical. We're not going to let you nuke anybody, and it doesn't really matter who wins because we're just going to make a deal with the winner anyway.
Anyways, it's a hypothetical thing.
Yeah,
so
US
all
will
it
start
does
to
is
sell
reset the
weapons to
population
Poland,
in Europe.
and then the Russians will sell weapons to Ukrainians, then everybody's happy.
Well, that would actually make a lot of sense because who is actually the funder of the Ukrainians, right? The United States can still be the main funder of the Ukrainians while the Ukrainians are fighting the Europeans. So actually, in this scenario, yeah, there will be no nukes because the Europeans will not be permitted. Indeed, you are correct. I stand corrected. You motherfuckers are going to nuke the living shit out of us.
Why would we want to radiate our real estate that we're going to take down the road? Why would we want to fuck up the fucking shit we're going to take?
No, because you were using a verbal sleight of hand here. You were saying that, the Russians are using that example, but the fact of the matter is you motherfuckers are going to be nuking the living shit out of us if Ukraine go after us. But, oh no, you're not going to use any nukes, and then we decide, oh yeah, fuck you, we're going to do it for our own protection.
We're just
And then the Americans say,
how are you guys going to deliver a nuke? How are you guys going to deliver a nuke?
Which European city has the most brown people in it?
Pardon?
Which European city has the most brown people?
Brown? That's a random question out of nowhere. I don't know. Just tell me if you know.
I don't know. I'm just saying that's the one we should nuke.
Yeah, it's a strategic question. Yeah, we're talking about targets.
I think Italian skins are quite brown, so you can.
Yeah, they're kind of white. Like, I get your point. I mean, I don't consider them
if you
white,
count like Turkey to Europe, then you can say Turkey maybe.
No, not Turkey. Yeah, because I don't consider them really Europe. But
yeah, they're
John,
in the in between.
Are you really going to waste a good nuke on brown people?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I think that's the most effective use of a nuke. I mean, what do you want to use a nuke to kill white people? I mean, that's waste.
Well, who is the most dangerous? I guess that's the question.
Well, I mean, to the threat.
Hello?
Yeah, I mean,
humankind is dangerous.
News,
nothing to do with skin color.
Yeah, I mean, who gives a
sure
shit
about that?
No, you gotta expect this.
Like I said,
pretty barbaric.
we're not going to use nukes because we're going to sit back and let it happen, and we'll make a deal with the new boss, the new management,
and we'll buy it at a discount.
I mean, think about it. That's the kind of motherfuckers Americans are. I mean, think about it. Lindsey Graham. You don't think he's already thought, yeah, let them motherfuckers take it. They're going to cut us a deal anyways. Who gave them the coke? Who's his hookup? Who's getting first dibs?
We'll buy it for 10 cents on the dollar.
Yeah, they'll. I mean, it's completely as plausible as anything else that this is all a big long scam.
Ally ourselves.
That's where the Europeans.
That's why you guys need to buddy up with China. You better buddy up with China.
That's why we need to ally ourselves with Russia, because when we see how the Americans talk here, they're not going to help us at all at anything.
Just remember, we cut a deal with Russia when they were already our enemy.
We need to stop this war and just ally ourselves with Russia, make a new alliance.
You guys aren't smart enough to do it.
Dude, you can't stop fighting each other, man. There's no way come on.
Yeah, we basically can't stop. We can't stop.
Meanwhile, the United States is going to make a deal with Russia.
Maybe, probably.
100%,
baby. Not maybe, baby. It's already on paper. Putin and Trump are just waiting.
Like last
and we'll make a deal with Ukraine. Whoever the new government of Ukraine is, we'll make a deal with them too.
Yeah. Heavy discounts.
Oh yeah.
Heavy discounts.
I mean, y'all make it sound so dire. It might just be an agreement of like spheres of influence, like what they're willing to let go to each other.
I mean,
and plus, there's going to be the block of the EU that's going to be obstinate for a while anyway. So. No one's going to want to deal with them. So,
did anything happen between when he went there, to Alaska? Did anything happen? I think nothing happened. There's no.
No. They didn't report anything that happened. There
Yeah,
was all
what
kinds
happened?
of things that happened.
So tell me if you know everything. What
I'm
happened?
just saying. Do you think
No.
you're
We
just
don't know
saying.
specifics, but
You
the
don't
point
know
is Putin
specifics,
wouldn't have
Trump
come
and
to the
Putin
United
didn't get
States.
together if they didn't already have an agreement to
Exactly.
talk about
Yeah.
specific things?
There
They
was
talked
some
about
things.
those specific things, and they made
Yeah, like,
decisions.
I mean, there was a lot of people saying that they might literally just talk about Ukraine for 5 minutes because it's a dead end anyways. Is
Yeah,
right now.
talk about
I'll
the
bet
Arctic.
they
Then
spent
the
more
rest of the
time talking to
about-
that Orthodox Russian minister than they
think
did
about it.
talking about the Ukraine.
They might have said, here's our deal, we both know that he's going to say no, and then they sat there and talked about how they can work it together in the Arctic or not have conflict in the Arctic or something else, something more important, something that is actually tangible that they can get something with versus the dead end street game they got to play with Zelenskyy until he's fucking gone and somebody comes in and does what they're told.
Or how to corner the market, with the fertilizers, the wheat, the oil and gas, like how to make the Europeans
that was
pay
discussed.
double the price.
Yep.
Yeah, actually, I got a question for Mr. Ted because you know about the petroleum industry. How long? Like, let's just say hypothetically the war ended next week. How long would it take for Russia to be able to exploit those gas fields and oil fields in eastern Ukraine?
Before winter. Before this winter.
Really? No shit.
You kidding me? I could pick up the phone, call Houston right now, and have stuff waiting for that Antonov to pick up tomorrow morning. That stuff's on the shelf, baby.
Well, I'm guessing maybe they talked about shit like that then.
I'm sure they did. I'm sure they did. And guess what?
100%.
All the stuff that Russia uses is standard size USA. There's a reason why the entire world, with the exception of Germany, uses American standard oil equipment. That way it's standard. It's on the shelf. If not, you can have it built in 48 hours. Guess what? Charter the plane. It'll be ready from the machine shop by then. During the height of the Cold War, we used to charter the Antonov to fly drilling equipment around the world. And that was during the Cold War. You don't think we can't do that right now with Russia? You kidding me? I'll bet that Antonov has been in Houston since the war. That's just how the world works. Right? All that equipment? Yeah. Make a phone call. There's pipe laying in Poland right now. We can repair that damn pipeline. And if the weather holds, yeah, we could have it fixed before fucking Thanksgiving. Are you kidding me? Make phone calls. I mean, we're not talking about a lot of people. You could repair the entire damn place with less than 3,000 people. Well, shit, that's not even as big as my damn Rolodex. 3,000 people? Heck, I probably know that many people with valid, unrestricted passports ready to travel. Okay, well, that's what it takes. Move them. You know what their primary concern is who's doing landmine sweeps so that we've got a clear working area.
That was kind of how
Don't worry,
playing.
Russia will send Dan Castle to help to clear the landmines.
Sure. We'll bring over one of those spinning chain thing deals. You know? Heck, maybe the Israelis will let the Russians pick the damn thing up. So instead of using it in Gaza, we'll just use it in the Ukraine. Okay. I mean, they were already there. Yeah, we could have the thing fixed. If the war ends in the middle of the winter, it'll take longer just because logistically doing shit in the winter sucks. But we can get crane mats. I mean, you know, we'll call Belgium and order every crane mat in the entire Eastern and Western Europe. Have them delivered. We'll just throw them on railroad cars and deliver them. It's not that big a deal. You repair the railroad tracks so that you can move all the logistic supplies that you don't want to fly in. If you're going to fly in crane pads, well, that's silly. So we'll just put them on railroad cars and bring them in. Okay, fine. You bring in crane pads, we can work through damn spring. Once the ground freezes, we can work anywhere. I mean, I work in Alaska when it's 45 and 50 below zero, for crying out loud. Americans will work anywhere for the right amount of money. We'll work on a backside of the moon in hell through Christmas. for the right amount of money. So working in the Ukraine right after the conflict is over, you kidding me? We'll be there in 48 hours.
So are you thinking like let just like there's a hypothetical. Let's say January 1st there's a deal and they roughly divide it somewhere along the Dnieper, right? And there's lots of natural gas and oil there, as I understand it, as well as I know agricultural land as well. But how would these deals work? Like these international oil deals, like so let's say the Russians claim that land, then like they make a deal with like ExxonMobil and they say you provide the equipment and you get 10%, or is it like an ongoing fee, or
so
like
usually
ExxonMobil leases the land from Russia? Or?
So usually internationals, what they do is you'll find a partner company, a big multinational partner company, and you'll offer them a percentage. And usually what you do is to spread out the risk and the logistics. They'll offer it to either an exclusive company, and they'll offer them a minority share, because that's all they're going to ever get is a minority share. You're never going to get more than, say, 45%. And usually in foreign countries like that, it's more like 15 or 20 or 25%. But in addition to that, they'll offer security guarantees, or they'll allow a third party entity to guarantee the security. So in a war zone like this, in order for it to get moved on, you'd probably want both the United States and Russia to guarantee security.
Well, think about this real quick. There's stories and and there was news reports about, I think it was 10,000 North Korean engineers there. Who's to say they're not clearing the territory right now?
I mean, they've lost 104 guys from conflict. Maybe that's what they've been doing, is clearing mines.
Yeah,
and if it was me, I'd be clearing mines around the strategic stuff, right?
Yeah, I mean,
I'd be clearing the pipeline right away. Yeah.
I mean,
this one's for you guys, you Americans. Like, what would you rather see, though, or what do you think the U.S. would rather see? Russia selling its gas and Ukrainian gas to China, India, and so U.S. can sell LNG to Europe, or the other way around, so that you don't have a bunch of cheap gas going to China in terms of production, and the gas being plugged back into Europe. Which way does the U.S.
It does.
The markets are large enough for both.
I was going to say it's more complicated. It's like, as long as the United States is getting their cut, it doesn't really matter, right? So like, let's say, or the multinational that's doing it, right? So like, because my understanding is several European countries, due to the tariff things, they're already locked into buying LNG from the United States.
Long-term contracts.
Yeah. So they're always
10, 20, 25-year contracts.
So they're locked into that, right?
Yeah, so they're locked in.
So the other like the excess oil and natural gas, as long as the United States is getting their cut off the top, because the United States does not see China as a threat to the United States' integrity. The United States just doesn't like anyone fucking with our sphere of influence, because our sphere of influence is the whole world. So China has no intention of invading the United States, but we just don't want the Chinese flexing their muscle to countries like like Japan, Philippines, like the Chinese love to fuck with the Philippines, right? And we just don't like it. Like, we're the only people that should be fucking with people. We don't allow anyone else to do that. Like, we run this cell block, okay? Someone else comes along, we're like, no, you can't do that. So if China can get all the cheap natural gas and oil they want, that's as long as we're getting our cut, we don't give a shit. I don't know if someone wants to add to that, but I think Americans here understand that. It's like, we don't see China as a threat to our sovereignty or our dominance in the world. We just see it a threat to that, that region of the world, and we do. Japan really is considered an ally of the United States. So, and Taiwan, so, and there's a lot of countries we're friendly with there, but we just don't want anyone else flexing. It's just not cool. We're in charge. Obey the pecking order. Get in line.
Since we've been so much on the theme of oil and gas, I have one. Ted, you were talking about how quickly it could be exploited in Ukraine. I wonder if you have any thoughts on the the Qatari Turkey pipeline that is meant to go through Syria. Like how, like let's say there were no political impediments. How quickly could that be? No, I know this is a hypothetical, right? But we're taking to like the purely practical. Like how long time would it take to establish a pipeline if the political sphere was more calm and steady?
I mean, I think it would be a more likely scenario to say that the sun isn't going to rise tomorrow morning than to say that there's going to be stability in that area. But yeah, I mean, if you've got stability, all you've got to do is you've got to ensure the safety of the workers and the right of way, and then it's just a logistical matter of getting the infrastructure in place.
So how long?
It's not the logistics, though. But I think the point is, it's not the logistics. It's that like no one's going to risk putting, investing billions of dollars into that area because you never know what's going to happen day to day, man.
Yeah, there's no long-term political stability, right? And the problem with infrastructure is there's a longer ROI for infrastructure than there is anything else. So, if you're doing a refinery expansion or something like that, your ROI is rated in months, right? Whether it's 10 months or 18 months or even 36 months, right? 36-month ROI on a project expansion is a long expansion.
Right. So
you're doing like, infrastructure, you're talking about a whole lot longer than 3 years.
Right. Okay. Excellent. Because when we're trying to understand, like, why would, for example, the EU be so trying to cozy up with Jolani or Al-Sharia, whatever you want to call him? Like,
well, because they're looking for a place that either has they're looking for stability, and a lot of times what you're looking for is short-term stability, because right now there's a conflict, and let's face it, it's been going on for 3 years, and for a year and a half of those 3 years, the natural gas kept flowing. Why? Because it was in everybody's interest to keep the gas flowing so the heat stayed on, right? So you had 2 winters where the natural gas kept flowing from Russia through the Ukraine into Europe so that they had heated houses.
Thus the incentive for Europe would be higher to get there. Like, they would want that thing to
sure.
work out.
And why do you think they fast-tracked all these liquid natural gas unloading facilities in Europe so that they got these contracts in place so they can unload liquid natural gas and gasify it instead of having to have it come through the pipelines from Russia?
So would it be safe to say that it's a more risky bet for the Europeans trying to get their gas supplies through Syria and Turkey rather than from, let's say, Ukraine and Russia?
Sure. But I think what people are doing is they're hedging their bets, right? Because if the war in the Ukraine keeps going on, no one's going to risk repairing those pipelines and those compressor stations now to try to send, and there's no contracts in place, right? Even if the infrastructure's there, if the contract's not in place, nothing's happening.
Right, you don't get the workers. You also got the maintenance cost is going to be higher. You're going to have to retain.
No. The contract is all about who gets paid, and oil and natural gas. A lot of times, those contracts require for you to pay for it up front ahead of time. So you're not paying at purchase. You're paying 30, 60, 90, 120 days ahead of time. Right. Ahead of time.
Can't do that.
And that's even for a short-term contract. With the long-term contract, you're paying 60, 90 days ahead of time, and you've got a 3, 4, 5 year contract for a short-term contract, right? Long-term contract, 20, 30 years, where it's the price is renegotiated every 5 years, but you've locked into purchasing X amount, for the foreseeable future.
So if I were to speculate on the rationale of the EU here, like on hedging the bets, right?
They're trying to find a second source.
They might be thinking like, okay, if the Ukraine war goes for like 3-4 years, then maybe things have changed in Syria. Maybe we could facilitate for that one way or the other, since the Russians have moved out or something. Maybe the Russians actually
kind of magical that Israel's moving in Syria trying to stabilize the area, and then the United States and Russia's kind of helped facilitate that.
But we had actually a discussion on that a couple of open mics ago, whether like one would see the telltale signs if Israel would be inclined to fragment, or they would want to make a regime change with backing federalists or something like that. Because and the reason for the federalist argument is rooted in that there are many other international interests that want to keep Syria as an entity just for practical reasons. You know, if it can control itself and stay stable, it doesn't really matter what's there, right? But if you fragment it, then all of a sudden you have so many other things to have to deal with, and that's may explain why the Israelis are very hesitant, because the many Druze communities nearby said like, just come on and annex us already, and the Israelis are like, no, we're just going to tell the Syrian army not to fuck around with you. And that's it. Like, they haven't done anything else to kind of officially assert themselves. They've been very hesitant to involve, actually, in many regards, compared to what you see otherwise. Otherwise, you see them just going rampant, right? But here it's like, you know, here they are actually fairly measured. And I suspect that it has a lot to do with they want to get the Abraham Accords to work, because that's pertaining to their long-term overarching strategy. So, you know, the quid pro quo, even though they're adversaries with, for example, Qatar and whatever, and Turkey for that matter, well, Turkey is also one of the countries they have the most trade with. So, you know, whatever is said on the political theater is not necessarily what aligns with the interests that actually move things. And so I suspect that for Israel, like, you know, if they can get a deal of it that they are satisfied with, they will probably, the planners within Israel, those who are inclined for a federalist move, are more likely to get a wind in their sails, so to speak. But if not, you know, then there are going to be less people to be pushing back. Like, they don't really have anything to gain from Syria. Well, okay, why not just get the buffer zone? Then the military planners above the business planners are likely going to be getting more of a voice. It's kind of how I read into it. But
yeah, and that's the thing. That was the whole reason why there was such a rush in getting these liquid natural gas facilities completed. That was also why there was such a big push to get them built here in the United States, so that we could load and unload natural gas into Europe to try to replace all that's been lost from the Russia supply.
Right. So going back to what John was saying, then you're like, as long as the U.S. gets a cut, right? So if they get a good cut from any Qatari-Turkey pipeline, then their interests of having Syria be retained as one entity, a federalist move or whatever, right? Or Sharia, it doesn't matter to them, right? They just want to keep it together. Then that is more likely. But if the United States does not get a cut, well, then if I get nothing, so don't you, right? So then Europe also get nothing.
Why would we pay to protect something we're not getting paid for?
Exactly, right. So then
the United States has done that for a long time, and I think the era of that happening has ended.
Well, the U.S. is pretty sweetly positioned when it comes to that, because you win either way. Right, either you get a cut because everything goes well, and if it doesn't and it fragments, well, then Europe becomes even more reliant on the United States. Right, so it's like they will have less of an out, but there is of course this risk that because they will be left with fewer options, they might be more inclined to start having talks with Russia under the table, and maybe start behind the curtains trying to approach them a little bit more. So there might be something to that, but I'm not sure if the Americans.
The main thing is who's gonna fund all the repairs of the infrastructure. In order to get under the table deals done, someone's got to fund the infrastructure repairs, right? And pipelines are fairly easy to repair. I mean, yeah, you get a specialized welder out there, and yeah, you got to order some specialized pipe, but the pipe's sitting around, especially enough to make a repair. We're not talking about laying a new pipeline, but just to make a repair. A lot of times it's laying around in yards, right? It's not uncommon to have spare pipe laying around for repairs, emergency repairs. The problem is all the infrastructure in the gas compression, right? There have been a lot of compressor stations that have been damaged in this conflict, and those don't sit on shelves. I mean, yeah, you can find one here and you can find one there used, but the kind of infrastructure that's been damaged, it has long lead times. I mean, it's not as long as, say, a transformer, right? Transformers are some of the longest lead times in the infrastructure hierarchy. But compressor engines and compressor units, those are pretty long lead items. And I haven't been keeping track of how many of them have been damaged, but it's enough of them. I wouldn't think that you'd be able to replace all of them at once, unless you're going to go to some hodgepodge system.
So would you say, like, the on John's question on how quickly can the gas and whatever in the Ukraine be exploited, you said winter, but that is predicated, like that depends a little bit on how many of the compressor stations the Russians would have. If they destroy like a bunch of them over the course of the week, then I guess the prognosis has to be delayed a bit.
Well, this thing is, you could exploit the fields, you could repair the pipelines. The big one would be, how long would it take to patch up the compressor stations? And I mean, these things essentially work just like an air compressor, right? You're taking field gas and you're taking a product in and you're pressurizing it so that you can put it back in the pipeline at an even higher pressure, right? And yes, they're huge. You know, they're the size of a small warehouse, each one of them. And some of these facilities have 10, 12, 15 of them, right? That's why they're so easy to find when you try to geolocate them, because they're huge facilities. I mean, we're talking about, you know, several square kilometers, right? I mean, these things are huge. They're easy for me to find when I go to geolocate them. So if they've been damaged extensively, and yeah, they're pretty big pieces of equipment, so they're kind of hard to completely destroy, but they're fairly easy to damage so that they need repair. So going in there and making enough repairs to get them working and working well enough that you can send large amounts of natural gas to Europe, I mean, it'll take some time and it'll be expensive. And yeah, there's replacement parts sitting on the shelf you can buy, but you're going to pay premium price, and then you're going to have to put them on an airplane and fly them there. So, I mean, you're talking about really big expenses, really big expenses.
So why wouldn't the Russians, because with the Ukrainians having made many strikes in deep into Russia on the oil infrastructure and such, you know, if I were the Russians, I would perceive that as NATO escalating. They're permitting the Ukrainians, or they're not holding back. They're not making clear that, no, we're not going to withhold aid if you don't stop doing that. And if not, then that's still the natural quid pro quo here, is that, very well, you start going after our economic infrastructure, we'll start go after yours. And here, meanwhile, we can also send a dual message to NATO. Oh, you wanted to use this oil and gas infrastructure. Well, the more compressors we take, the more time and more expensive this will become.
Well, here's the neat thing about it is you could replace all these compressors. You could replace all these compressors with Russian-built compressors. They don't have to be European or U.S. built or even Asian built compressor stations.
Yeah, but also coping, the Europeans are still paying Russians right now. Like even
no, I think all the contracts have expired.
Are you sure?
I think all the contract. I'd have to look, but I think most of them ended in the spring.
Okay, all right. I didn't know. I thought there was still some payments being made, but you would know.
There might be. There might be some still outstanding ones, but for the most part, the natural gas quit flowing. I mean, I don't know how much percentage-wise is still flowing through the country, but it's got to be way less than half.
Well, I know that. Well, not just because I know there was some still going to Hungary and I can't remember the other country, but they were these were countries that were heavily reliant on natural gas, and they were like landlocked. I can't remember the name of the other Eastern European country. They were extremely more dependent on Russian natural gas. I mean, Germany, I guess, because they have
Hungary, Serbia.
Yeah, like there's because like countries like Germany, they have the money and the resources to get energy from other parts of the world, where these small countries don't, because they simply never built the infrastructure to have it imported in an economical way. So they had been completely dependent on gas coming from Russia. You know what I mean? They never built anything else.
Well, I mean, there's plenty of alternate routes to get stuff from Russia over to Europe. The main thing is you know, they've been embargoing that, including energy. So I don't know what kind of exceptions to the embargoes are still in place. I mean, for the longest time, oil and natural gas were exempt from that. I don't know if they still are. And I don't know how much oil is flowing out of Russia instead of Uzbekistan and the other stands. Right? So a lot of the oil that...
But doesn't Russia get a cut from all that shit that flows out of those stand countries?
If it goes through their country, it does, because they get the transport tariff on it. But the transportation costs from the pipeline, and then the taxes and tariffs that go on those. But if they're not going through Russia, I don't know how much of that is from legacy ownership of the infrastructure. I wouldn't be surprised if that wasn't the case, but I also wouldn't be surprised if those countries were no longer honoring those agreements. So
okay, yeah, because I thought remember when they nationalized Gazprom, like I thought that they kind of assumed the ownership of infrastructure and all those other all those republics. I could be wrong.
I don't know how any of that worked. I mean, I know guys that have worked over in Uzbekistan and in the transmission sectors, and I don't know what kind of agreements are in place. I know that there was a big, let's say, upheaval when the Soviet Union collapsed, and then the vacuum that followed, and I don't know how all that shook out. A lot of times I try not to get involved in that kind of politics just because it makes things uglier.
Hey, Mr. Ted, I have a question from Dangle here. He seems to have disappeared, but he had a question. I just looked here on the private chat. If Nord Stream could be repaired, first I understood it. The damage on it was irreparable, or maybe it was too expensive to repair something because it was filled.
You can always repair it. It might just be too expensive to repair.
Yeah, that's something because you could pump out whatever water and all that kind of jazz. But generally speaking, the expenses would be like you might as well lay a new pipeline. Basically,
yeah, I heard someone say that it would actually be less. It would cost less to lay a new pipeline. So,
I don't know about that. I mean, I've only been involved a couple of different times in pipelines offshore, and none of them were international. They were all domestic stuff out in the Gulf. And then a lot of that stuff was lay barge type work, recoiled pipe. I mean, working offshore with a pipeline is really expensive, and then trying to get divers to go down there and grab a hold of the pipe and then lift it up to where you could make a repair or try to make a repair while it was laying on the seabed. I mean, it can be done. I mean, they can put a sat bell down there and make a repair.
Yeah, but it costs more money to repair it than you'd ever get back. You'd be looking at like a 100-year ROI on something like that.
No, I mean, you guys got to understand how much gas flows through one of those pipelines, right? I mean,
yeah, but you got to understand how much. First off, we don't even know the extent of how bad the damage is, and my understanding is the longer that the hole in the pipe lasted, like the seawater getting in there, the worse it made things. So, like,
not really. Corrosion happens when you've got a corrosive material and oxygen, and there's not a lot of oxygen laying in the bottom of the ocean.
Yeah, there is water. That's why things rust faster underwater than they do in air. So
the further you go down in the water, the colder the temperature and the less oxygen content in the water.
Right, but it's still more okay. But compensating for that is the water is denser down there, right? So the pressure per square inch, so the oxygen molecules.
It doesn't affect corrosion.
I beg to differ with you on that. And
one of us is a 30-year corrosion expert.
Okay. All right. Well, I don't know how much underwater corrosion studies you've done, but if you'll notice, but you do agree that things will rust quicker in water than they will in air, right?
No.
Really? Okay.
Now the highest corrosion rate happens at the interface zone, where stuff gets wet and is nearly constantly in air. So that's why the highest corrosion rate is right at the water line of, say, an oil platform or a ship. Right at the water line. Where
because the water. Well, that's because the water is evaporating, and
it's because it's staying constantly wet, and yet it's got lots and lots of oxygen. That's
right, but the wet
that
water
explains,
is
the rusty things is always in the toilet, where the taps and the pipes.
In my world, rust is a color, not a condition. Right? Things corrode.
True.
Yes, getting seawater inside a pipeline is not good, but it's not the end of the world. It might shorten the life of that pipeline, but it's not that big a deal. You could repair it. How much would it cost? I don't know. How extensive is the damage to the pipeline? I don't know. Would it be cheaper to lay a new pipeline? Highly doubt it. highly doubt it, because you could probably repair it for tens of millions of dollars, and it would cost billions to replace it. So I have a hard time.
I mean, but by replace it, I mean like replace the pipe, not like the delivery mechanisms on either side. So
you're still talking about miles and miles and miles and miles and miles of pipe. For one,
right, but
that much pipe, you'd need to buy, half a year's worth of production out of a pipe facility. So the lead time on buying that much pipe might be years. I mean, that was the big deal when they shut down the big pipeline in the United States, right? When they sold all that pipe off, it took them almost 3 years to buy that pipe. Well, they sold off the pipe as scrap, right? Essential scrap. And no one's ever going to be willing to risk that kind of not just cash outlay, right? Not just financial outlay, but no one's going to take the time to risk that. Why? Because it might take you 3 years to buy that much pipe, because it takes that long to find a place to make that much pipe and ship it to wherever you need. Right? So, I mean, logistically, the time delay is the hard part. And yeah, you can, if you only need, say, a mile of pipe, okay, 5,000 plus feet of pipe is not that big a deal. What is that? I mean, I don't even know what that is in metric, but it's 2,500 meters, 2,200 meters of pipe, right? I mean, you could probably scrounge around and find enough pipe, but I don't think you need a mile of pipe to repair that, right? You probably only need a couple hundred meters, right? We're talking about 200-300 yards. If it was blown up in two places, okay, fine, you've got 2 repairs to make. So you've got, 4 welds to make, right? You're going to replace, it's like a hose laying in the bottom of a pond. That's what that pipeline is. It's just a hose laying on the contour of the bottom of the ocean. And yes, you can put basically an upside down bathtub down there and have guys make that weld. I mean, repairs to a pipeline subsea is not an uncommon thing. Trying to make a connection on both ends, well, I mean, it's not common, but it gets done.
Yeah, I think we've exhausted this topic and people are getting tired of us.
Super chat.
Where are our Serbian panelists? We need an update on Maidan 2025 Belgrade edition. Yeah. Okay,
Well,
no idea.
Have any of you guys heard about the water crisis that they have in Iran? Like the Islamic Republic recently came out with an admission where this has been suspected for a long time that they've been facing increasing water shortage, and it was kind of like it wasn't that much of a surprise. What was surprising was the sense of urgency that they kind of revealed about it. And I'm not sure what to take.
When you say water crisis, you mean like drinking water, irrigation water?
Water, both across the border. Like they have a collapsing soil and stuff like that, and it's something you could some would say it's climate, for example. But the thing with climate is that would be a common denominator. It wouldn't explain why Iran stands out as much as it does. They have more to do with agricultural policies, as far as I've understood it. That they started using, as a matter of economic autarky, they started using more water on agriculture that had a higher consumption. And then they started depleting all the reservoirs. And it come to a point where they made I forgot exactly, but I think the worst estimates were millions of people being forcefully evacuated. Right. So, and if that's the case, now I'm not, this is the thing why I'm asking this, because I'm not sure if this crisis maximizing, because this has kind of been in the card for a while, but wasn't expected prognosis like these that maybe September or even October may be a time where you see the forceful evacuation of millions of Iranians. Right. So if that is the case, that's that doesn't bode well for Norway either. No, Europe, I should say, either, because we saw what happened in Syria, right? That's a fairly smaller country and millions of people coming over. And so if the Islamic Republic falls...
Oh, you mean refugees? You're worried about Iranian refugees? Oh.
Well, yeah, because you don't have an immigration policy that deals with that very well, right? And here you would have actually genuine refugees, right? Because they have to flee because of water shortage. It's very acute, right? So if they run out and they have to actually start moving people, the report seems to suggest, then we're looking at something that kind of doesn't even matter what any other geopolitical actor is doing. You have a geopolitical calamity that might be unfolding, if this is to be, again, I'm wondering if it is crisis maximization. But if we're seeing something like this happening in a month or two, that's going to have some drastic impact in the region and by extension, at least Europe. Of course, there may be also some issues regarding what we're talking about, oil and gas supplies. Iran is clearly like an important, that's a big one here. So for China, they would, what would they do in such an event? Because this is, as far as I understood it, it seemed irredeemable. But again, is this crisis maximization, or if you guys haven't picked up any of this, it seems.
Now, why did you hear anything?
Yeah, I was busy either doing only Ukraine war or just sleeping or watching Death Note. I watching the anime lately, Yeah.
Yeah, you and that tentacle porn.
The only reason I mention is because this was relayed from the Islamic Republic, so state media. And so, would they have intentions of, making this seem worse than it actually is in order to have people more curtailed because they are facing quite a lot of internal issues? Or are they downplaying it? It's actually worse than what they're saying, right? And then, then it gets.
Yeah, I don't know
worse,
if anybody here could know anything about that because we don't have anyone here on the panel that's from the region, and why it's the one that has the biggest political.
It's the same problem with someone just now was asking, asked us to talk about the the Toyota technical wars happening in Sudan. It's like I don't think anyone knows enough to talk about what's happening in Sudan.
Right? Yeah, no, it's not like it's not worthy to talk about, but if we don't have someone that's either taken the time to familiarize themselves with the situation there, or they're from the region, what can we say that you can't just Google? So,
right?
Yeah.
I mean, the most I know about it is that when it comes to Western Sudan and the RSF, like their ability to be utilizing those pickups and so forth is conditional on them having fuel, and pretty much all the fuel they get, it comes from Libya, where Russia has control. So if Russia choose to just close the taps, then the war would be over in a day. It's not a matter of political will; just they would not have any, like the trucks would just stop.
Well, the killing would stop, but the war wouldn't. It wouldn't. There wouldn't come to peace, right? Because you just deny both sides who just hate each other, but they don't have the ability to kill each other, at least efficiently anymore. So
if the SAF happen to be able to have mobile troops, because it's very large geographic distances here, so that's like if you don't have these vehicles, then it's the logistics of keeping people just with water is going to be like a big one, right? So how are you going to be traveling this? Donkeys, right? It's going to slow down things to you're not going to be able to relieve any place that's under attack, and you're going to be so easily outmaneuvered that sure, you may pull up a fight. Some places you can have it circumstantially advantageous, but overall it's pretty much a foregone conclusion.
You're just saying one side would get if they cut off the spigot. You're just saying one side would benefit one side way more than the other. Is that basically?
Well, if both don't get any supplies, but that's the thing. Like the RSF is more reliant on the Russians. So let's say the Russians choose to do it, but the SAF.
No, my point is just if if both sides are extremely reliant on an external supply of fuel, and if you cut it off, all it really does is just slow down how quickly people are killing each other. It won't stop it. They'll resort.
Yep, they'll just go back to the Stone Age methods.
Yeah,
I think they are.
I mean, you're talking about a region of the world where they're still willing to hack each other with machetes to kill each other.
Well, the thing is that if you guys recall, South Sudan, it split off, and it happened to have a vast majority of the oil wealth, but not all of it. So much of Sudan's oil wealth is still in the southern part. Either it comes from South Sudan and then they pay tariffs on it, or they earn tariffs. Or they have their own indigenous production. But I'm not sure how much of that has been disrupted by the war, because South Sudan, I do know they got in a pretty they have quite a severe economic issues because this was their main revenue source. So with this being disrupted, they're also kind of feeling the heat on it. So I'm not sure how much the SAF would be reliant, but that will be also where their supplies are. But do they have the refineries and so forth for that as well? Because that's another issue. I haven't looked into that. But if they don't have even if they have the refineries, they may not be able to actually make much use of it. Mr. Ted typing.
Oh, it's me. Sorry. It's me. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
I forgot to mute.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what kind of
Luckily, I didn't make
infrastructure
weird voices.
Sudan and South Sudan have. I mean, that's the problem with any oil facility is unless it's hardened, and very few of them are. Unless it's hardened, it's really easy to damage it, really hard to protect it logistically, and really expensive to repair it during a wartime. So, usually it's in people's best interest not to damage oil, especially if both sides benefit from its production. That's the greatest irony about all this stuff going on over there in Syria, Lebanon, and Israel, right? All of those countries have weird, quietly negotiated contracts for energy, right? And even when all these conflicts go on, that's why it was such a big deal when they attacked that refinery in Haifa, because it affected everyone involved, and it showed how dire the conflict had really gotten when they were willing to target the refinery as a target. So I would imagine
it seems
there
that,
in Sudan and South Sudan, it's the same way.
Well, yeah, but the thing about that is, like, if you're one side fighting the other, if you destroy the reason that the land that you're trying to seize is valuable, like, what's the point of the war, right? So,
well, it's even worse than that, because like in Sudan and South Sudan, you've got oil on both sides of the conflict, and both sides of the conflict are reaping the rewards of oil going to market, right? So it's in both parties' interest either to try to control all the resources or to redraw the lines of conflict so that the conflict doesn't involve those areas, either to hold them as a majority holder of those things, or to just agree not to attack it. I mean, we saw the same thing in Kuwait way back in the day, right? All through the conflict, none of the oil wells were damaged. It wasn't until they started falling all the way back as a sign of just, pissant behavior to destroy the oil wells and catch it all on fire. Why? Because it created a logistic nightmare to try to traverse the area. It created a hazard for everyone involved, and it completely destroyed the ability of anyone taking that territory of making money off the oil.
But let's say in the case of Sudan, though, if you're the RSF and you get an external supply and you cannot benefit from the oil and gas coming from the southern part of the region, because that area, as far as I understood it, was quite resistant to the RSF because much related to the Darfur genocide and those kind of things. So the resistance was stiffer towards the RSF. Now, that doesn't mean that you as the RSF would not want to sabotage in order to limit your enemy's revenue, right? So, like, you may not want to destroy it to the point where you may not be able to make use of it, right? But if you're making relatively simple sabotage, like you said, it's high security and difficult to defend. So it's not inconceivable that if you were the RSF and you want to make sure, because the war has been going on for 2 years or something like that. So, you probably might be thinking, the war probably might be going on for 2 or 3 more years, right? I don't know. So they might be having thought of already to sabotage it because they know that, in the long run, at least, it benefits them insofar as they're able to get their own external supplies secured.
Yeah, but if they were getting tariffs for it going through their area, so that's the weird thing about pipeline tariffs, right? You're moving oil, and the moment it crosses a territory, you can demand a transport tariff on every cubic meter of product that goes down that pipeline, right? Every barrel of oil shipped through a pipeline, they charge a tariff on it.
Yeah, but I think we kind of exhausted the Sudan stuff.
Yeah, it's Sudan. Clear heads are not prevailing. So
I was going to ask Wyatt, what do you think was the most significant thing that happened after the initial breakout, the Russian breakout in the northeast? I think you calling them the rabbit ears. Since that happened, they did kind of look like that. I think you call it the evil bunny or something.
Yeah,
but
the evil rabbit. Yes.
what? So how much? Like there was all these weird reports that I was seeing, like by different mappers that were claiming that they were seeing Russians like way outside the the official ears that were drawn by like Deep State USA and other mappers. Like were these guys who just like didn't get the halt order and just kept going or something? I mean, what was going on with that? Like what?
We have no idea when the drone footage was actually recorded. So so I just basically changed the map being based on the geolocation, and that's it, because that's the best guess that we have. No, but it's pretty much still in the gray zone. And I think earlier just now we did mention, the Ukrainians don't want to talk about it, and the Russians also happen to don't want to talk about it for
The Russians
different
stopped
reasons.
releasing drone footage of like that region. So like the only stuff we were getting was like from like some Ukrainian reports or third party reports. But the Ukrainians, I mean the Russians weren't releasing anything about where they actually were, as far as I could tell.
Yeah. So my theory is that the Ukrainians do not have enough drones in the area. No, the Russians have controlled most of the areas, and maybe heavy electronic warfare. So as a result, the Ukrainians can't really understand what's happening fully, and they also, it's not in their incentive to talk about the salient, because they are losing their battle there, perhaps.
But
And then the Russians also,
are they losing though? Are they holding or are they losing?
they claim that they have stopped the offensive, but who knows? So the Russians also have no incentive to share more information. They're not going to put on the geolocations. The main reason is also because the Ukrainians don't know anything, so you're not going to tell them anything, so that they keep them in the dark. So as until the battle is really concluded, the Russians really push the Ukrainians out further away, and then they can consolidate the captured positions. Then probably they will see some geolocations. Until then, the Russians probably will not show any information about that sector, until something is concluded. And like I said, if the Ukrainians do not have the drones to look at the situation there, then any information posted by the Russians will be intel. So it's best to not do anything. So like I mentioned, the operational discipline is getting very good with the Russian side, that they don't really share things much nowadays. So as a result, we don't have any information about all the changes. Often the Deep State UA is the one that tells us breaking news, often. So, and then sometimes we have geolocations, but is the Russians have been a lot more disciplined than they were in the first 2 years of the wars. My guess is it's still being fought over the salient.
Wyatt, a question around that one, and I remember you mentioning this in the recent videos, that the Russians aren't really releasing a lot. So what sources come out from the Russian side for you to use for the mapping of the front line, or is it mainly Ukrainian that kind of resolve where the front line is? And then the other question is, at the beginning of the war, a lot of stuff was coming out, so it seemed like we were like, maybe a day behind in terms of the map. But where do you see it now? Like how far behind are we now before we actually see like shifts in the map happening?
Yeah, I'm using mainly geolocations. Like the Russian mapping, because Ryba now have their paywall, so their map is behind the paywall. So they only occasionally they put out updates. I'm not sure if it's because they only have these little updates, or they just paywall the rest of it. So, but it feels like they don't have a lot of intel as well on Ryba's side. And then I use a lot of geolocations. I used to have one is pro-Ukrainian geolocator. The current ones that I use is mostly considered pro-Russian. But they are geolocators, so they are all very objective. And sometimes I use then I also use the geolocator that is working for Military Summary. He posts on Military Summary's channel, but most of their geolocation is mostly the Russian airstrikes. Those that related to the front lines, I usually already got them from other sources before military summary shares. So yeah, so that's the main one. Then Deep State UA will be the one that tells us shocking stuff. Because they happen to have that. I mean, they work with the Ukrainian military, so they probably like semi work. Like they don't work exactly under them. So I think it's like for example the Pokrov breakout. I think Deep State might have posted it against the will of the Ukrainian military. That's what I think, because that creates such a big PR problem for Ukraine, because they were about to have the Putin-Trump meeting, so that came out around that time. So that is a massive PR trouble, and then because it was posted, then they have to send in troops to plug the hole, I think. So,
well, I got a question about the troops that they diverted, right, because of the breakout. Do you have any idea where those troops?
No, I don't follow the units, so I'm not sure.
Okay.
Yeah. I think maybe Teti mapping would have known better, but the thing is even the units, none of the units in Ukraine is fully strength. Is that they are all 30%. I think most of them not even 50% capacity, so they are all undermanned, understrength. Then like it's just a mix of units to do things. Even their counterattacks in other fronts are the similar situation. There's no longer I think like the big battalions that works as one unit. I don't think they have anymore. This is what I think the current situation.
Yeah, but isn't there like a situation in the Ukrainian armed forces where you have brigades or battalions, whatever, that are getting, how do I say this, like who are being prioritized, where the other ones are just being left. So like they are getting if they need recruits, like, or equipment or whatever, or drones, they're getting prioritized at the expense of other
the special forces are getting it. Yeah, the special forces. That day we had the guy that was fighting on the Foreign Legion side. So he's in the special force, in the Foreign Legion. So they have everything. So they are the most well armed and the most well trained and the most effective troops in Ukraine. But they are not deployed most often, because most of the time it's just not suitable for them, and they are not exact, like they do some missions, and then the moment they pull out, the front line collapse, like, and then even when they do missions, even they are so well trained, they take losses. So it's not is and I think they have some others, like the Azov unit. The Azov brigade is probably the main one that they will give a bit more, but the reality is that they don't have much. Because I think even the units that was supposed to the story about the ones trained in France, like they have all the units, they have all the equipments, but then before all the equipments come, the equipments get divert as detachment to the front line to fight immediately, and then they never have a full unit. So by the time they have enough men, it will be a mechanized infantry with no mechanized, like they have no armor.
Well, but they're still getting plenty of kit from Europe and to the United States, right? So it's not that they're not getting enough kit; it's that they just don't have the men, right? Because
recruitment is a problem, I guess. I think, but I from what I heard from my source, from Nikki, that's what he called himself on the open mic. He told me about the situation in Sumy region. It's very bad. Like the soldiers, what they are armed with, they're really really under equipped. The troops are very under equipped. Of course, I don't think, I'm not saying like across the board everyone is under equipped, but certain units that is being deployed is very under equipped. So, and it probably severely under trained, like not trained at all, probably. So the situation is quite bad, and the clear thing is that the Russians are not forcing their will on the Ukrainians. Also, they're not pushing as hard as they could. So That's the feeling that I get. Like, how can you have troops in the middle of Kupians and then no offensive to try to conquer the place? Similar for Pokrov, If you can DRG go in, you can have 10 times more units going in. But they're not doing that. So
yes, well, yeah, I don't understand that. So because Pokrov seems like it was like a fortress city, right? So it was a large urban area, right, that had several roads in and before that it had several ways to get in and out, right? It was a hub to some extent. It had tons. So how did all these what do you call these, the sabotage units again? What's the acronym for them? Whatever they DRGs. But then they ended up like at one point they were literally walking around in the like the city center, and then all of a sudden then they all got captured. Like I don't know what the fuck happened with that. It seemed weird to me.
Yeah, no idea what the hell is happening. So the information is all very scarce. Then if anyone knows a lot more, you guys have to check their sources. Or maybe they made things up, Like some of the things I say, is just based on my guess. Like I also do not know what the hell is happening. I can only like make some guesses. Like for example, I don't think the Ukrainians have the drones, which is why the Russians are not releasing any more geolocations in those like in the breakout zone, because that's just my theory. It's not a reality, but it's just what I think because of the way how things had happened. Like the Russians just enter into the zone so quickly, and it's the rear positions. I don't think the rear positions have the kind of drone surveillance units, ready until the counter-offensive forces came. But then even the counter-offensive force that came, they are they probably just draw whatever active, combat capable troops from anywhere, and they just try to plug the hole. So in that sense, they may not also necessarily have all the equipments. So and the Russians clearly they have, which is why I think they are trying to maintain operational secrecy. But this again, this is all my presumptions. So it's top secret. No one knows.
Question about troops and what you see in reports. What do you see of Ukrainian artillery nowadays? I remember back in 22, right? Seeing quite a few units getting taken out. For example, crossing over Seversky-Donetsk River back in 22, and Russian units, these battalion size, getting hit by artillery, Ukrainian artillery, really accurate. Do you see any of that happening now in 25, or is it all just drones now?
I mean, there is some, but I mean, you can look at the videos of the Russian assaults. I mean, sometimes there's some scattered artillery or mortars. I think a lot of times they rely on the FPVs to try and blunt those moves. But I mean, you can definitely see a decline. And then, I mean, just watch the videos of an area that's being shaped. I mean, you can see how they methodically go in there and hit repeaters, mortars, those 2S9 Goskas that are hidden in the woods, or 777s or D30. There's a video I saw this morning. They smoked one of these armored vehicles that was towing a D30, and then they went, once they knocked the vehicle out, everybody left, went back and finished off the D30 that was still sitting there. I mean, I've seen them hit ammunition trucks. They can still hit stuff if they got somebody there and it's available. But the thing is with the amount the Russians have in the drones and the counter battery, it's like those few units they have, they got to make it count, because once they fire, they got to get up and move or they're done. And even if they have a gun hidden and all that, you seen this bullshit where they pull the shelves over and all that, the lid. I mean, the computer still knows where that round came out. So even if those guys leave and go to a bunker, the chances are the gun or the ammunition might still get hit or damaged. So, I mean, unless they're mobile. But you've seen a lot of those videos. A lot of time they're in dugouts and they're camoed up. They're not really in a position to go move. So they're losing all those too. And then there was the other day, a couple of days ago, there was a report of a HIMARS that got smoked right up on the Russian border, which is stupid. Why would you put anything like that close? The only reason I could think of is they thought they were going to sneak up in there and maybe shell some village or city farther in. And who knows? I never heard if they got a shot off or not, but I saw them get pounded by, I think it was a ice scanner or something hit them.
And you know, they lost the vehicle that I guess had some ammo, and then they lost the actual vehicle itself. And you know, I don't know if the crew guys got away because I don't know if they had a warning that there was a fucking ice scanner coming. But you know, even if they survived, they still lost the vehicle and the ammo, and that kind of a weapon has a pretty wide fan. I mean, that's something you'd want to be using right now to stop shit around Pokrovsk or Kupiansk, because you can set it way back 10 or 15 kilometers, maybe hide it really well and pummel the Russians that are trying to get in there and stuff. Or if you know where they're at, you know, hiding up in these areas around the north side of Kupiansk, you can start pounding them with cluster bombs or stuff. But they're not doing that because they just don't have it. I mean, that's the problem too. They're so low on artillery. There's so much counter battery. I mean, you got to figure too, the guys that are shooting artillery on either side that have been doing it for a while, they're probably really fucking good at figuring out how to drop the gun, shoot 3 rounds, get the fuck out of there way faster than the book ever said. Oh, like, oh, you don't need to do that. You don't need to do this. You know, throw this down instead. Have Sergey over here stand on that, fire 3, get the fuck out of here, you know? I mean, because that's the only way you're still alive at this point. Because think about it. Once you start shooting, you know there's a drone. Hell, you know there's a drone already cruising around somewhere before you even set up. You just hope that when you park and set up that the drone isn't in your area. But once you fire, you know it's like moths to the flame. Everything's coming. So you got to get out of there. But yeah, I mean, the Ukrainians are hurting. I mean, they have some ability, but I'd say it's pretty limited. Actually, very limited.
And I suspect that, you know, the HIMARS are operating a bit differently now because I think they have ran out of attack amps. That they have no more attack amps to use. So they are using probably the usual shorter range rockets or missiles, which they are trying to hit something very far away because they are trying to hit the cities and whatnot, or facilities, oil refineries. Like, they're trying to do maximum damage to the Russians' economy as much as they can. So, you know, they might be overstretching the HIMARS, so they have to push it closer to the border so that they can hit something further. So that's probably what happened. When's the last time we heard about anything about attack camps? No more, no. It's all used up. So, not even Storm Shadows.
Well, we don't know if it's all used up. They could be keeping a lot of this stuff in the rear, right? Like,
who knows? But
yeah, we don't know.
I think knowing the Ukrainians, they're going to use whatever.
What are they saving it for, John?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like if they got it, they're going to use it.
Yeah, if they had it, they're using it.
I mean, you got to figure too. Look at all the hits on the depots and stuff. I mean, who knows how much of this stuff that was the wonder weapons has even ever gotten deployed because it got blown up in a fucking warehouse. I mean, that's the problem. I kind of agree with Wyatt. I don't think they have any, because there's always a target for one if you got it. I mean, think about it. We got the best ISR. It's not like we can't find a Russian command post and drop an ATACMS on it at the bare minimum.
The danger is that
I was just
if you don't use it, it might get destroyed. Like what Vaughn just said, right? No, if you have it, but if you don't use it, there's a risk that it got discovered and then it got destroyed in the missile strike. Then it will be a waste.
They've lost plenty of them in warehouses.
Yeah, no, that's true. I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm just saying at the same time, like, usually there's something that, like, you know, even the Germans in World War II, like, they held back at the end for like the Berlin defense. You know what I mean? Like, so I'm just thinking that they do hold something back.
You think they're saving that much for Kiev?
I don't know. I don't like literally Kiev, but
I don't know.
Well, I mean,
I'm just saying,
Kiev.
like,
I mean, that is the Berlin of this fight.
Yeah, I was
because if you see how they use some of their missiles, they try to hit the Crimean Bridge, you know, wasting it on the Crimean Bridge, like multi-million-dollar missiles. Like, then you know that is the way how they operate. Like, they have no sense of
but
cost.
They haven't tried something like that in a long time, and like I mean, I get my point.
They cannot destroy it.
My point is that the Ukrainians' only real strategy is to try to drag this out as long as possible in the hopes that something happens. I don't know. Putin has a heart attack. Who knows? Whatever. That's their own, because they know they can't win it, right? So their only idea is like a black swan event happens to turn the tide. So that's why I'm saying they would do this. Like, if I was them, that's what I'd be thinking. I'd be like, all right, we can't win.
Unless they've been told to just I don't know. I think the reason they're holding it back is so they can sell it on the black market.
Well, no, that's a 30% off the top. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the kit that actually gets to the units. And
yeah, those Stinger missiles are worth a lot on the black market, and I'm sure some of them are already in Mexico with the cartels.
Yeah, probably. But but that money that they sold anyway, that's a separate topic. But I'm saying point is,
what else are they going to use against the drones that the Americans are going to start using down there?
But my point is that I don't think that the Ukrainian, maybe I'm wrong in this. I don't think they're going to just use everything that they have, like use it or lose it, and then like if there is a major breach, because I mean people were talking about this and we were talking about this in VC on Telegram about how you notice how you've never seen any mechanized Russian vehicles really, like it's just everybody on fucking motorcycles and walking on foot and shit. And so, like, some people are theorizing, like, the Russians have been holding back all their, I mean, their tank factories are going, like, 24/7, like, modernizing all their legacy tanks and stuff like that. So some people are theorizing that, maybe the Russians are planning for this, an actual mechanized push through, like, a breach that gets exploited. Like, if, for example, if the Russians were to take a fortified position that was, abandoned or emptied, like, they just didn't have the troops to take it, and that, and which had good roads, then the tanks could just, exploit that breach. So I don't know.
I don't know. The use of a tank in this this conflict is very, very limited.
Right, but it would make sense if you're, how do I say it? Like when the situation was like, during the breakout, the rabbit ears we were talking about, where the Ukrainians don't even know where the Russians were. Like, did you see that open letter that was posted by the former commander, the Ukrainian commander of Mariupol, where he was talking about how the Ukrainians don't even know, like the command and control had completely broken down. They didn't know where the Russians were. They didn't even know where to redeploy troops. Like, it was total chaos. And so if something like that happens, then tanks could be effective because you're not even, I mean, you might see a tank and you're like, fuck, is that one of ours or one of theirs? Like, you know what I mean? Like, so shit like that could happen. I don't know.
Yeah. If there's a tank out there moving, it's either the Russians or it's dead. Yeah. There's not too much mechanized stuff like that on the Ukrainian side.
No, yeah, we haven't seen. When was the last time you saw like a Russian tank on the line of contact? Right, it doesn't seem to happen.
Weren't the Australians going to send the Ukrainians some tanks?
They did,
and they already lost them.
I don't know if they lost them, but they sent them.
Yeah,
because we didn't find out that we didn't even know about it, at least in the public domain, until they had already gotten to Ukraine. But I don't know if the Ukrainians have used them. But it seems like
Vaughn and I were talking about that they already had one captured or killed. I don't remember which, but
maybe. Well, they captured a bunch of them, but
it's just once again it's underwhelming. I mean this conflict has shown that the battle tank has got very limited role in modern warfare. That's what this conflict has done. We started talking about that an hour or so ago, where we were talking about how the parallels between this war and World War I and why. And I think we didn't actually cover the why. Is that it's innovation, right? The fundamental change in combat was so dramatic that the way we fought fell back to trench warfare, where because there wasn't a huge advancement in World War II, the game never got stalemated, and both sides were able to move very, very quickly. And this drone warfare came about, and as a result, that massive jump in the use of technology that's now available so fundamentally changed the concept of conflict that the default answer was trenches.
Well, yeah, but I mean, it's kind of interesting though, because it's not necessarily that new technology was invented. It was how
it wasn't invented. It was used. It was implemented.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, it was implemented.
Because I mean, like
right?
if you study World War I, and that's not my expertise, I know more about World War II. But in World War I, like when they started like having air forces, they were just used for like recon.
Sure.
Like they didn't even have guns in them. Like they would literally, right. I mean, they just literally had like their side pistols.
Yeah, it all started when people started using their side pistols out of frustration.
Yeah,
with other observation pilots, and they're like, you know what? I'm holding this pistol. I'm going to shoot at that sorry motherfucker.
Yeah,
and see if I can't shoot him out of the air. I mean, they were doing the same thing with dirigibles, right? They were doing dirigibles and hot air balloons and even kites. They would take a kite and fly a poor guy up in the air a couple of 100 yards so that he could get a bird's eye view of the battlefield or of the trenches, draw a cute little sketch and slide it down the rope and get a fairly quick update on what was going on.
Yeah,
you guys gotta admit, how cool doesn't it sound to be flying an airplane and then you're shooting the other with a handgun? Like that sounds.
No, that should happen. That should actually happen.
I don't know why.
right?
I don't know why people weren't using shotguns.
I don't wonder why are we not going back to that. That's so fucking cool. Skip the fucking jet fighters. Go back to shooting each other with handguns across from the airplane. Much cooler. You can imagine the entertainment.
If you're gonna go that far back, then why not go back to where the leader of a country fights another leader of a country in open armed conflict?
Even better, they can be on an airplane and duel with each other in the air.
MMA cage match or something. But
yes.
But anyway, let's beam back.
I'm telling you, my money's on Putin versus Zelenskyy every time.
Yeah, well, Putin's got 2 black belts, but back to the well, he does. He has 1 in judo, 1 in sambo.
That's my point.
But what I was just saying is about how the nature of warfare changes. Is like what the Germans did was they didn't invent any. Well, I mean, it wasn't so much the Germans invented new technology or they had better technology in like up until, let's say, I mean, they did, like, at the end of the war, the Germans did innovate a lot, but initially, like, they didn't have better tanks than the Allies did. It was just the way they deployed them and the tactics they used. They had superior tactics, not superior equipment, and not even more men. They usually had less men. It was like the whole idea of like armored divisions. The Germans pretty much invented that, right? Like, because the Allies always viewed up until like they did this in the Battle of France, right? This was I can't remember, was it Manstein Guderian or one of the two that came up with the idea of having complete armored divisions instead of using, because the Allies used tanks as infantry support vehicles. They didn't actually deploy them in their own separate divisions, where the Germans did. So they would just force a breakthrough in the Allied lines, and then the infantry would come up and do the mopping. And that's what gave them the advantage. But it wasn't that their tanks were any better. A lot of times they were worse than the Allied tanks.
The irony is that when the tanks is better, they lost the war.
Yeah.
The better the technology, the more the army becomes, the bigger the army becomes, the weaker, the more they lose the war.
Well, it's because the United States realized early on, okay, we had already built the tank, and we could develop a better tank, but the amount of effort and time to retool and make a newer, better tank to offset the better tank that the Germans had, we realized, you know what? We'll just build more of them, and we'll field all of our tanks, and we'll overwhelm their better tanks with our mediocre tanks in better tactics and better numbers.
It was actually I wouldn't say better tactics, but it was that because the Germans did the best they could with what they had.
Well, sure they did.
It was actually the Russians that.
But when you've got 10 or more tanks to their 1.
Well, no, that was a joke that the German tank commanders used to say when their Tigers encountered the Shermans. Was that we would take out 10 Shermans to every Tiger, but the problem was there was always an 11th, and that's basically
run them out of shells.
Yeah, so that was basically. I mean, the war was over by then anyway. But the point is that it was the Russians that deployed the T-34s en masse.
How much different would it have been if Germany would have built a heavy bomber? They would have forced Britain to capitulate early in the war.
No, that still wouldn't have worked.
We just get shot down by the Spitfires.
Yeah, it wouldn't have mattered. There was no way that
air dominance for that.
The only way that there was, and I've had this conversation a million times, and I've done a lot of reading on it. There was only one way that the Germans could have outright won the war, and it was never militarily; it was politically. And it would have been if the Germans had captured. Let's say that the evacuation at Dunkirk was held to like 50,000 men, something like that, and the rest of them were all taken prisoner. And the Germans offered the British, total, we're not asking you for any concessions at all. You just recognize our territorial gains. That's it. You get to keep everything. And you would have had all these, mothers, wives, sisters, whatever, saying they're offering us just give us our fucking men back. And
yeah, Churchill probably, if
Churchill would have had Churchill would have held out on it, because there was actually the meeting where there was the vote, and it was.
He would have had no choice, though.
Yeah, he would have had no choice. He would have just went into obscurity. The point is they would have taken that deal. That was the only way they could have won. There was another way they could have, quote unquote, surrendered on their own terms, and that would have been, instead of invading the Soviet Union, that they had taken the Suez Canal, and that would have put so much pressure on Britain that they still would have lost, but they could have surrendered on their own terms.
Well, I mean, Germany was never gonna win World War II if they fought the Allies. But had they been able to force Britain out of the war early on, I mean, Germany and Russia would have come to terms.
Well, it would have been irrelevant whether or not they came to terms. But the point is that they would have. How do I say it? But the Battle of Britain pretty much decimated the Luftwaffe, right? Not so much in planes, but in experienced pilots, and
Sure.
They paid the cost of that when they evade. Because I mean, it takes 18, 20 years to grow a pilot. So all those experienced pilots that I'm not talking about the planes. You can rebuild planes, but
Sure.
you can't
Nope,
rebuild
it's
pilots.
people.
So
It's people.
So they lost like their best, and they had brilliant pilots. They had brilliant, and then they major innovations to their Air Force. All sides did this, but the point
they
is
wasted it all on the Battle of Britain.
yes, exactly. And if they didn't, like for example, that was a complete folly. But once they didn't capture all those troops at Dunkirk, it pretty much, that's when their fate was pretty much sealed. How bad it would have been could have been like if they, instead of putting all those resources into Operation Barbarossa, if they had taken the Suez Canal, sealed the Mediterranean, then that would have put a major, and all this would have happened before the United States got officially involved in the war, and it was before they were at war with the Soviet Union. So they still would have lost, in my opinion, but they would have been able to surrender on their own terms. But I'll be back in a second.
Well, they probably could have. They probably could have taken most of Europe and stopped. I mean, they were never going to be able to cross the Atlantic, and I don't think they had any aspirations to ever cross the Atlantic. Had they gotten the United States to stay out of the war, the Lend-Lease would have never happened. Germany and Russia would have came to an agreement on their eastern front, and there wouldn't have been two fronts to fight. They'd have taken all of Europe. No.
So anyway, I want to do closing. I'm basically at my limits. I'm dying over here. I feel like sleeping.
Tapping
now.
out, huh?
So yeah, no choice. So let's do closing. We start with coping.
Yes. A very nice open mic. Some would probably say it was boring with all that oil talk and so forth, but to those of you who want to complain, shove it. The conversations are made by the people. Yes, it's made by the people who come on here. So if there's something that interests you, get on. And if you're finding it hard to get people who are already here, like regulars in the live chat, try to make a little effort while you're roaming around in the digital world and get people to be invited here. If you find people that are interested in talking about geopolitics, this is the place to be. And, don't you want to see new and interesting faces? Like, personally, I was very good from my coping to have a fellow Norwegian to come on here. Then I don't have to be so polite anymore. Then he can be polite and I can make him look good. And then I can also be a little bit more ooga booga, which is kind of quite nice. I mean, it's nice to have Warren coming on because he reminds me of the old days of the open mic when I was but a young coping, and I was so polite and all those kind of things. And now you kind of see like it's more and more ooga booga because I'm just like, I've been so long on the open mic that I'm just a few days away from looking like Ted here, right? So maybe don't you want to have fresh new faces coming on? And I mean, it's Ted is actually relatively new. I know he doesn't look like it, but he's actually like fairly new. He just came on and look, what has he done? It's just his mere presence here. And he has an insight and understanding of things which have been clearly very interesting for at least those of us who participated. Maybe not those losers of yours who did not actually join, But now you know, if you think that, these goofs are going into like kind of moronic, nerdy, geeky stuff, and we want to have some more war talk. Like, did you hear Vaughn say anything? No, he didn't. Good boy. Good boy. So that's my invitation to you folks. I think I would like to see more of you coming on. I have one thing to say to Dangle. You said there were no conversation going on, but yet here you are on the DPA Open Mic. I think it is thus appropriate to point out that there is a UK-based, which you might be familiar with it, a UK-based Candid with Lubna is the channel. So there is a more or less weekly an open mic going on, mostly for British people. Like, it's British-centric, the conversations going on there. So I think it will be interesting for you to check out the channel. I'll paste the link in the live chat, so it's easier for you to just go there. But and don't forget, like, if you do choose to get on it for whatever reason, do not forget to mention where you came from, right? That you came from the DPA Open Mic. So yeah, just let's see, how much am I going to bother Wyatt and everyone by rambling on the closing? Shall I do like Craig? Is Craig going to come on the very last minute and hold the open mic open for like 30 minutes, like he has done a couple of times? I mean, interesting as it may be, I hope not. I would like you to be on early on the open mic rather than just slitting around and opining so much in the live chat. Craig, come on, we're missing you, especially when there's so few people. And here we're talking geeky shit and whatnot. Why are you here? So, apart from that, of course, like and subscribe with the bell notification blaring. And so much thanks to all of those of you who have super chatted. I am a broke dude, so when you guys are super chatting to Wyatt, I know you don't mean it, but I kind of take it like, you're validating us, and you're kind of giving Wyatt the money that I don't have, and that's really cool. That makes you like really cool person, plain and simple. And of course, the gratitude is extended to all of those who support DPA on Patreon, Ko-fi, Locals, and Boosty. Those of you who were asking where's the DPA OnlyFans, my suspicion is at Boosty. If you have a sufficient amount of money on that paywall, then why it's a secret OnlyFans. He keeps denying it, I know, but if you're wondering where it is, since some of you keep asking, the interest is there, and Wyatt is a provider. So, if you just happen to have enough money, DPA Open Mic is, you never know what you're going to get, right? Okay, I'll stop bullshitting. Thank you all for the view. And I hope to see some of you folks actually joining us on these days. And, don't be so shy about it. You cannot possibly be more than a fool than all of us reprobate rejects. So thank you, Wyatt. Thank you so much, Wyatt. Okay.
Thank you, Coping. Vaughn is not around. So yeah, Mr. Ted will go first. Closing.
I'm gonna keep it short because Coping has bored the heck out of all of us. Yeah, it's a great platform. We wish more of you guys would engage us. There was lots of engagement in the comments. I wish you guys would have hopped on here. We could have made this a lot more engaging, and I probably would have talked less oil and gas. I am able to talk a lot of other things. Archimedes was forced to listen to over an hour of soil compaction the other day when we were talking about construction. So yeah, I can geek out about a lot of things. It's not just oil and gas. But come on here and we'll find another topic. We'll talk about anything. Like they say, tell all your friends to subscribe. We never talked about you passing the 100,000 mark. That was a major milestone, and I think now that we're above the 100,000 mark, I think we'll see the momentum pick up, just like the war. So hopefully that makes a big change in the economic outlook for the DPA channel. We'd like to have more success for Wyatt because it's a great platform for us. So we encourage you guys to help us utilize it better. So with that, I will close.
Thank you, Ted. Yeah. And let Vaughn first because Vaughn need to work. Vaughn, closing.
Yeah, I just want to thank Wyatt for providing the platform as always, and subscribe, and share. And I mean, if you really want to know what's going on, always catch the sit reps and the frontline changes. and you know you like what you see, so throw him a few bucks either in a super chat or sign up for a Patreon membership or Cozy or whatever. Wherever he's at, you can drop him a few bucks. His maps are good and accurate. And, you know, like everybody else is saying, you know, there's a lot of old-time motherfuckers been here forever. We're always looking for new faces, new perspectives, people from different parts of the world, because there's always something going on. And even, you know, they're always going to be the Ukraine war. There'll always be some other things, and it'd be nice to have a nice platform of people that can drop in and explain a situation, or, you know, let you know what they know is going on because they're there. Maybe there's somebody they know that's there. And I mean, granted, it's all, you know, hearsay information and stuff, but you can see that we really try to give everybody as many views as possible, different perspectives from just a lot of regular people. You know, so don't be afraid. Come on the open mic. I mean, we're always looking for stuff. I mean, especially if you know something about something, you can come on and talk about it. People love to talk about it. And if you do that, then you get to go in the open mic speakers lounge, and then you can go in there and talk about whatever. There's always something going on, or you can start something and you can bring in people that you only want to talk to about certain things. I mean, granted, it's uncontrollable, but it's a good time, and you're really missing out by not coming on the open mic and at least sharing your perspective a little bit, and then maybe hanging out the open mic lounge once in a while, just if you want to hang out with a bunch of guys and some gals. They're pretty smart and entertaining. And you also got the WhatsApp. You know, if you need to ease into things, WhatsApp's good too. But I mean, everybody hanging out in those places likes to talk and about whatever and geek out and stuff. So you'll have a good time. You can probably find a clique of guys to hang out with and just talk about certain things, blow off some steam. But as always, like, subscribe, and share. DPA forever. Thanks, Wyatt.
Thank you, Vaughn. And Dango, closing. You're muted. Yep.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, you know, oil's kind of the basis of everything. So, you know, I think people kind of disregard it in this age of hydro and wind farms. They think it's like disposable, but, you know, no, the world just stops. Yeah, I wanted to thank Wyatt. Thank Vaughan for not shaving this week. Last week was a bit scary. But that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dango. Yeah, you are in the lounge, right? Have you joined the lounge? The Open Mic Speaker Lounge?
Not yet.
Yeah, you should. You'll enjoy yourself there. All right. Bye, Dango. So that's it. It's my turn to do closing. No, today is a very good session because it's a slow week. There's not a lot of crazy news, and so you know we have chance to talk a lot about other stuff and geek out on very specific stuff, and on the Ukraine war. And I really enjoy the oil talks. You know, I learned a lot of stuff from Ted on all the different things and limitations, you know, or the details, the technical stuff about the oil and gas industry is so interesting to me. Like how do you go and learn all these things? You know, it's not easy, you know, to search and understand through your own Google search or through the AI. Yeah, I mean, someone who with the experience knows more than the AI usually. Yeah. Like, for example, if you ask the AI about Ukraine war, they'll probably give you nonsense results, so nonsense information. So, anyway, that's it. I'm at my limits, so I have to stop this, and I need to record the Frontline Ninjas report before I go to sleep. So, anyway, that's it. Thank you for watching. Press the like button, subscribe. Happy birthday to you if your birthday today. Although I'm not sure who is having birthday today. And yeah, that's it. And I'm gonna drop the outro. Oh yeah. I just remembered. Looking at the top fans on the YouTube, the live chat, is the bunker housing is first. Second is Utis, and third is Tech Dirt. And I'm planning to do this like the top 10. I try to I'm screenshotting all the top 10. I'm trying to do like a F1 point system, and then we'll see at the end of the year who is the top so-called top fan on YouTube. YouTube live chat, so that will be interesting as well. I think that's fun, but I haven't do anything about it. I just only archive the rankings. But yeah, I think that's gonna be fun. So yeah, just doing things. That's it. And oh yes, there's another super chat. The super chat by Off. Wyatt, Venmo this to Coping. He needs it. I tariff 100% on this, so it's all mine now. No, so it's not gonna go into Coping. Yeah. So anyway, yeah, that's it. I gotta drop the outro. I'll see you guys. I have a great week ahead, and I'll see you guys later on the Frontline Changes report. See you guys in the next update.
DPA Open Mic. We are live. Join the debate. Join the discussion. Share your voice. Share your opinion. Swallow your ego. Expand your mind. DPA Open Mic. Free speech zone. DPA Open Mic. We are live. DPA Open Mic. We are live. Don't hold back, 'cause here we go. Let's go. Let's go. We are live. Space. Let's go. We are live. DPA Open Mic. We are live. We are live. We are live. From every corner of a spinning globe, gathered voices, the stories they probe. Ideas like rivers, they ebb and they flow. In the meeting of minds we grow. Together we stand, let's never share the line. In the arena of thoughts we find a world where every voice decides, debating the future unconfined. Opinions like colors, vivid and bright, clashing, merging in the light. From whispered winds to roaring mic, in our discourse we ignite. Together we stand, let's never share the line. In the arena of thoughts we find a world where every voice decides, debating the future unconfined. In the clash of ideas we see the birth of what the world could be. From conflict we find the key to unlock our collective destiny. Round the table